shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Erase. as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
you to that top new line reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of SEA already here. Rocky out the open, the smoke. Strategic.
Go!
The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points, plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2, still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash rule. If no teams have completed the Smash rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Zadok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again or honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
Paling untuk 3 yang lainnya, kalau misalnya kita kalah berada di hashtag 2 dan kita nggak bisa dapat hashtag 1, yang pasti nanti ada hukumannya, ya paling traktir sih atau enggak ya challenge-challenge rank lain. Tapi jangan sampai dong hashtag 2.
Mọi người hãy tưởng tượng tôi như kiểu một cái chùa đấy, với lại cái team của tôi như là một cái chợ ấy. Chùa thì muốn yên tĩnh, còn chợ thì lúc nào cũng ồn ào.
Okey, kepada teammate saya, kalau tengok video ni harap tak ambil hati sebab semua perkara ni benar.
Solusinya ya gue tutup aja pakai bantal mulutnya Asa biar dia nggak berisik.
Ngenokin teman sendiri sih, itu ada bisa pakai bom, bisa pakai bensin, itu sering terjadi dulu di zaman-zaman RA. Nah kalau di zaman-zaman itu kita sering ngemoli teman kita sendiri, itu sering terjadi dan tapi kita ya ngebawa itu jadi lucu aja sih.
Điều ngớ ngẩn nhất cả đội từng làm chắc là những quả nét và những quả lửa, tại vì thay vì chúng tôi chọi vào địch thì chúng tôi chọi vào nhau.
Diorang selalu tinggalkan saya seorang-seorang, saya rest seorang-seorang, dia memang lembab gila.
Wah, kalau itu gue pernah sih, waktu itu nge-post kompon, terus si Asa ngebom diri gue, bukan ngebom musuhnya, jadi malah friendly fire. Ah, parah sih dia.
Satu pemain yang aku bakalan pilih itu, aku bisa bilang Leon DZ, karena Leon DZ itu selain dari pengalaman dan juga skillnya dari tahun ke tahun itu udah cukup oke, dan jujur dari diri aku sendiri itu aku penasaran main sama dia, makanya aku pilih Leon DZ.
Cho em tuyển cả 3 người luôn được không? Thứ nhất là Tony Kay, hai là Rosemary và Kaluk, tại vì cả 3 tuyển thủ đấy luôn luôn nằm trong những cái top player của các giải đấu và cũng có MVP của mình nữa.
Saya akan ambil TODAK Naim sebab dia punya backup laju and then sharp shooter.
Gue maunya Yami sih. karena alasannya gue pernah SEA Games bareng Yami. Gue ngerasa klop main sama dia, sama berasa kompak, chemistry gue kayak ada sama dia.
Untuk Red Face, jangan maju mulu ya, karena gue bakalan maju dan gue yang lebih jago, jadi jangan sosok maju. Untuk Firman juga sama, begitu pula juga Pepeng. Untuk Boboho, banyak grinding lagi.
Đồng đội của tôi như cái radio vậy á, tại vì kiểu không thể tắt được á.
Manzi sebab dia ni macam star syndrome, selalu siap lambat, orang kena tunggu dia. Dia dah macam raja dah dekat dalam team ni. Asyik nak kena tunggu dia je, semua dia siap lambat. Confirm kena tunggu dia.
Oh, Asa sih. Karena kalau Asa nih, kalau di GH, kalau di gaming host, dia tidurnya tuh ngoroknya paling kenceng. Jadi gue keganggu banget tuh kalau tidur. Jadi dia ngorok tuh berasa kapal pecah.
Hello, PUBG World people, and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer for the last day of group stage. I'm your host, Eldoji, and join with me right now, player from MAQNA Esport Club, Voki, and also Junks as the translator. How are you guys today?
Good.
Good.
Very good.
Yeah, good. Okay, before we are going for the last day of the group stage, which is a very important day because tomorrow we are going for the Super Weekend and next week will be the grand final. As always, we'll have a chit chat with the players. So, Voki, right now this is your last chance to qualify for the Super Weekend and potentially to the grand finals. Sitting at the hashtag 21, are you confident you can break into the top 16 today?
Okey, untuk Voki, pertanyaannya adalah hari ini adalah hari terakhir dan peluang terakhir untuk pasukan MAQNA melayakkan diri ke Super Weekend dan juga Grand Final. Sekarang MAQNA berada di posisi kedudukan nombor 21. Adakah Voki sendiri yakin untuk melayakkan diri di 16 terakhir lah?
Tim saya confident. Kita orang dah team talk semalam untuk lebih confident lagi mendapatkan at least lepas ke Super Weekend lah. So target kita orang hari ni minimum 40 point. Kalau higher, Alhamdulillah. Itu target minimum kita orang. And then kita orang 120% confident.
Okay, so first of all, yes, of course, we are very confident. I mean, from our mindset, we already prepared for the last night. We having a team talk together. We talk to each other that we need to be confident for today. And for today's target, basically, we just gonna try to aim for at least qualify to the Super Weekend first with a minimum points, 40 points, like 40 minimum points. And then, like, if we get a higher, it's much more better for us. But then for today overall, we just like on 120% confident that we're gonna qualify to the Super Weekend.
Love it. Confident is the key, and I hope it maintained until the last game because you guys still have 6 games or 6 matches today to play with the other 15 teams. The next one, what is the one thing you think the team need to improve on the most currently?
Okay, apa perkara yang paling utama lah ataupun salah satu perkara yang Voki sendiri rasa pasukan Voki ni perlu improve?
Kalau dari segi improve, mungkin pengalaman dia orang lah untuk bermain dekat PMSL ni. Sebab ada yang first time, ada yang tak tahu apa-apa lagi. And then saya pun baru lagi untuk catch up. Kalau dulu saya main PMSL tak ada lagi data analisis semua. sekarang ni dah ada semua data dengan analisis. And then tadi soalan apa dia?
Soalannya apakah perkara yang perlu diimprove oleh pasukan?
Okay, so kita orang improve. Start daripada setengah game semalam saya jadi IGL. And then apa yang saya improvekan, saya akan micro diorang. And then ajar diorang cara main lah.
So basically the things that we need to improve basically is just like right now, if we take a look back in our roster, basically there's a lot of players that still new in this particular scene, which is, if you ask me, I also have a new experience, I would say, because right now we have a coach, we have a proper coaching staff, everything. But then when we want to take in-depth on what our situation right now, for yesterday match on the half day, we already changed from me become the IGL, Voki become the IGL. So what I want to do is for today, basically I will be the type of IGL where I will micromanage all the players and then sharing my ideas and thought inside the game. So yep, that's the improvement that we already made, and I hope it went well for us.
A big improvement and a very hard work for you then for the last day. All right, but why do you always look so positive? No matter whether your team is doing well or not, how do you maintain such a strong mentality?
Okay, Voki, kalau kita tengok walaupun pasukan MAQNA perform ataupun tidak, kita nampak Voki ni sentiasa tenang, positif. Macam mana boleh maintain macam mana Voki boleh maintain macam itulah?
Kalau dalam game saya akan marah waktu game tu saja. Bila kat luar saya dah lupakan kemarahan tu sebab kita nak fokus reset untuk next game. And then kita kena kekalkan positif, sebab kalau kita mental kita down ke apa ke, itu akan melibatkan bukan kita saja tapi seluruh team akan efek lah.
Okay, I mean as a person, of course I'll be mad as well. But then whenever I have an anger issue or I want to be mad, of course I will throw the tantrum inside the game first. And then when we already come out from the stage, we need to reset. So that's why I always maintain my positivity. It's because I believe if we maintain our positivity, the team's vibe will be positive. But then if we show all the negativity or we mad at each person, it's gonna destroy all the chemistry, and yeah, we cannot perform at the next match.
So basically, in game is in game, outside of the game is a different thing, right? Alright, it's a good answer, a professionalism coming from Voki. Then, Voki, MEC is your 9th team you switch, and you have one of the highest records in PUBG Mobile team transfers. What did you learn each time you switch team?
Okay, Voki ini adalah tim ke-9 Voki bergabung, and Voki juga adalah salah satu pemain yang memegang rekod tim terbanyak lah yang Voki pindah-pindah. Di setiap tim itu apa pengalaman yang Voki belajar?
Pengalaman ada yang baik, ada yang tak baik. And then kebanyakan tim, masalah diorang, kebanyakan yang saya masuk selama ni chemistry. And then diorang tak belajar daripada mistake. And then mungkin ada yang macam ada star syndrome. Itu basic-basic untuk tim yang saya pernah masuk selama ni. Itu saja.
Okay, so basically, I mean, there's a lot of experience that I learned. I mean, the good thing and the bad thing. Like maybe in terms of that thing, basically, sometimes the teams we're having an issue like in terms of chemistry or maybe in terms of star syndrome players. And then yeah, I mean, overall, it's just like we need to learn from the mistake and I mean, etc. It's just like yeah, that's how I learn and try to stay positive.
What an experience. And I think I need to follow up with that question for the new generation, maybe from Malaysian players. Do you have any advice for them?
Okay, ada tak sedikit kata-kata ataupun nasihat lah memandangkan Voki bila dikatakan player pengalaman kepada player-player yang baru nak naik dekat luar sana?
Untuk player-player tier 2 lah, tier 2 ke bawah, korang boleh kaji analisis macam mana player PMSL main. InsyaAllah korang boleh dapat ilmu yang korang selama ni tak pernah tahu pun. Sentiasa belajar lah.
Okay, to the all new players out there, I mean new talents, especially tier 2 teams, what I can say is basically try to study all the PMSL players, all the PMSL tournament is because of you might not expect that what you're gonna learn from PMSL players itself. So yeah, I believe if you keep studying and try hard, you will be here someday.
That's the words, and I hope you guys take the notes. And the last one, Voki, with so much experience from so many different teams, what kind of environment does MEC provide for you and any player you are particularly close with?
Okay, kalau kita cakap tadi awal-awal, Voki ada banyak pengalaman dengan tim dan sebagainya. Okay, ceritakan sedikit tentang tim MAQNA eSport. Apa vibe yang Voki dapat daripada tim dan ada tak player-player ataupun salah satu player yang Voki rapat lah?
Kalau saya rapat, kalau ikutkan tiga-tiga saya rapat sebab saya tak cukup masa untuk bonding dengan diorang. So tiga-tiga saya rapat je sama-sama. And then untuk MEC punya team, diorang alhamdulillah diorang good management walaupun kecil. Tapi diorang good at management lah.
I mean, if we ask about like player that I close with, I think I would say close to everyone. It's just because of one of the reason is I don't have much time to bonding with them, so I cannot choose one. So I just take 3 of them to bonding with me. And then in terms of vibes from coming from MEC, basically, yeah, MEC is a small team. I mean, small organization. But then, despite all those problems or maybe a small organization would have, MEC is one of the good management that I joined, thanks to God. So yeah, I'm proud to represent MEC.
That's from Voki, ladies and gentlemen. From me, I hope that you guys are going well today because this is the last day. This is the last chance for you guys to the Super Weekend, like you said earlier. And thank you so much, Voki. Thank you so much, Junks. So, for you guys, PUBG Mobile people out there, this is the last day of the group stage. Don't forget to support your team because this is the last 6 games with the action pack, with the 10s coming from all the teams. So that way, ladies and gentlemen, we are going back to the caster for the action. Casters, take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Today it's 3 of the second week PMSL summer season, and I am Chu. Accompany me be none other than the brilliant, the mastermind, Sir Cloud, who's always single but still available. But like we just witnessed the interview by Voki, one of the biggest celebrity in the esports scene in Malaysia actually currently. And also I like the fact that he is being very transparent regarding his position here right now. He's halfway through the IGL yesterday as well, but today will be the judgment day for the teams that didn't make it through their first Super Weekend.
Yeah, so many narratives today, right? Like those who are outside of the 16 and those who are somewhat in the 16, but do they have enough points? Looking at you, SK, they'll be praying hard right now in their rooms, hoping that they have done enough to actually go through onto their first Super Weekend. And it's crucial for those teams who have not made it into the first Super Weekend to make it into the second Super Weekend. If not, it's an early exit from them for the tournament. And speaking about the tournament, they're all eyeing for the 200,000 moolah on the table.
Yeah, but total prize pool of 6-digit this time. But also when it comes to the points, it's still going to be the same old with 10 points for the chicken dinner, 6 points for the second, third, fifth, 5 points, and so forth. It's going to be the same old for a couple of seasons, more than a couple of seasons right now. We're down to the 13th of June, Friday, which there's one more day for them to know who will get into the last ever Super Weekend to qualify themselves into the grand finals and also to a better stage, which is going to be a world stage up and coming.
Yeah, and only the best top 3 teams of them all will move on to PMWC. But for the PMSL itself, so we are still at the Super Weekend or at the group stages. Tomorrow will be the Super Weekend. Sunday will be the Smash Roll. And then we'll tabulate all the scores to see who are our best 16 teams to move on into the grand finals. And of course, because we're still at the group stages, the teams are divided into Group A, B, and C. However, Group C, they're done yesterday. So all they can do right now is just wait for the final results. We're going to focus onto A and B today.
Yeah, re-welcoming Talon, MEC, Vampires, Roy, GLU, TODAK, XSP or Exos, Claw as well to join with Group B. Yesterday we saw how heavy hitters of Group B just relentlessly trying to hunt down every single players. But Group A, they are not bowing out as well when it comes to their fighting power and their firepower. They will show what they have, especially we know last time we saw the best of Talon, the best of GLU. So will they climb back up to the top 3, as most of the top 3 teams right now are not playing. They are sitting at the bench waiting as they are in Group C.
Oh yeah, so the Group C teams, well, it's okay. So it's easier to identify here the overall rankings. If they have played 12 matches, means they're done. But if they have only played 6, then well, today will be the completion of the remaining 6 for us to see whether they actually make it or not into the next round. Now, unfortunately for RRQ, the first team to be eliminated from this tournament, they're done with their 12 games and they're at 19th place. So it's quite clear that they are out of the PMSL this season. But for the rest of them on page number 3, they still have a chance.
Especially the teams only completed 6 matches here for today. And we do know for sure that for the teams actually at sitting 24th place, HOMEBOIS, MVKE, Alter Ego, MEC, Vampires. Especially Vampires, we haven't seen the best of them yet for this week. So I assume they'll be go crazy. But let's re-walk the highlight of yesterday. Boom eSport and CelcomDigi Alliance, especially CelcomDigi Alliance, they have been rising up the occasion in the very last minute.
Oh yeah, CelcomDigi Alliance, they did very well yesterday and they're pretty much in a comfortable spot. And they still have 6 more games to go today, so they can still push on just to give them that extra cushion. But overall, they're fine right now. Oh, okay. Apologies there. CelcomDigi Alliance, they're done already, okay? They're done. Same goes for PUBG eSports, they're done as well. And with the amount of points collected, actually they're very comfortable. So I wouldn't be too worried about these teams being booted out of the top 16.
Yeah, these are going to be the 2 teams not playing here today. But we have our eyes set when it comes to the Group B teams, the one that's rising up the occasion. There's going to be BTR, BIGETRON by Vitality, as well as VOIN Donkey. About their yesterday's performance, don't forget how aggressive they can get. But back to its side of Group A, right now under the spotlight, going to put up TALON Esports and GLU, who seems to be taking a bit of domination in terms of Group A. So I assume these 4 teams that we just mentioned probably going to have some momentum, especially those coming out from Group B. They'll carry out yesterday's momentum to really rack up Sunhawk.
Oh yeah, so Sunhawk will be the one and only match that will be, well, only map that will be played in every day. So whatever it is, they have to make the best out of the Sunhawk. No repeats of Sunhawk for the entire day. So whatever it is that will happen between these 2 groups, it will be Sunhawk that they will need to start off with. But on the grand finals that will be happening next week, it will be starting on the 15th of June that you can grab your free 2025 PMSL Summer ticket. And it will be played live here at the Basket Hall GPK. Now, how can you grab this ticket? It will be up on the 15th of June at the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports. So stay tuned to the social medias. Don't forget to follow at the same time for your chance of redeeming the free tickets.
Yeah, it's on the last day of this week's Super Weekend. So while you're watching who will make it through the grand finals, you want to make sure you be reminded to grab your ticket on 15th of June, because it's going to be worth it. There'll be plenty of on-site booth for all the teams, especially all the Indonesian teams will actually be part, including Techno as well. So you guys can try out the Techno device yourself. The Techno Pova Ultra 5G. I think the 7 series will probably going to be there too, so you guys can check out the Techno booth about how the device of the players that they have been playing. But Talon, RRQ, GLU, Alter Ego, Boom, BTR and VOIN Donkey, if you guys are craving for their jerseys, for their sweaters, for their jacket, this is the time for you guys to probably even meet up the star players of each respective team and, you know, just socialize with them and get to know a bit of tips and tricks for your PUBG Mobile to go pro with the pro players.
I'm sure a lot of people will be eyeing for the GLU squad jerseys, the mighty Morphin Dragon Rangers. Yeah, the Dragon Rangers jersey. Yeah, you gotta get your hands onto that. I mean, it looks super cool. It's so unique. You're probably not gonna get that next season. They might change it, who knows? So that's your chance to head on to the offline venue, the grand finals of PMSL Summer, to gain those goodies. Now, what's going to happen after the PMSL Summer? The top 3 teams will move on to PMWC as part of eSports World Cup to be playing among the best of the best teams in the world at Riyadh.
Yep, for a bigger prize pool, of course. That's going to be more than 6 digits. Probably going to be 7 there. So that's why everybody try to fight for their slot. And not just that, you get to compete against all the other regions too. And that's going to be the competition about which region is actually really better. That's where we get to see the real champions up to the world stage. But also we want to thank none other than our sponsor MAQNA with POBA 7 series with the ultimate 5G, Ultra 5G that will empower you throughout your game. You guys should check it out, especially if you guys already get the ticket towards a grand final venue. You can test it out yourself regarding the devices. It's going to be comfortable. I assure you, it's going to be one of the devices that you want to get yourself, because all our pro players in the arena is actually using the POBA 7 series.
I mean, just look at the design here, right? It looks amazing. It looks amazing. Like what you said before, well, we wish that we could like have our hands onto this device, right, like proper, so that we can show it to you, you know, in person and all that. We can tell you exactly how it feels. That would be pretty nice. Yeah, but again, if you want to try it out for yourself, of course, do head down to the venue during grand finals. There will be a techno booth there that you can try out hands on the device for yourself while having fun together with your favorite players there. And speaking about having fun, of course, today is going to be fun for us. We're going to get to see a lot of action, but it's going to be serious business for the teams.
Extremely business for the teams that didn't make it through the first Super Weekend. Now, this is Judgment Day for them. We're talking about the teams that never gathered spot before, including XSOPHERE. New Era, on the other hand, they are not playing today. They are literally at the edge, 16th place. So they have... I don't know how to feel about them, because the point gap is just too tiny for them to feel safe right now, and majority of the teams that's playing today still on the 3rd page, so they will overtake these guys anytime. We do know last time we saw them, they are in the 30s, around 30-ish point, so that's definitely not going to be the safest point you want to sit and rest at for these teams. But for the other teams like GLU, HOMEBOIS, XSOPHERE, who didn't get to squeeze into the first Super Weekend, including Team Secret here, they still have a shot at it.
Yeah, I do agree as well with the fact that New Era, they are just sitting at number 16, and the gap between New Era, number 16, number 17 is Roy, is only 3 points. And unless if Roy pulls a HOMEBOIS, right, then I mean the 3 points is very easy for them to gain over the course of 6 games. So yeah, something for them to, I don't know, ponder upon. But yeah, nothing can be done for now for New Era. And speaking about HOMEBOIS, they are now the only team with a single digit. They scored their 5 points in game number 6. They went like 5 games with 0 points at the very beginning, and then the 5 points come at the last game. That means that they need to track like what? At least like 55 points the entire day. So they have to perform very, very good today in order for them to have a chance to be in the Super Weekend.
I mean, not taking the credit, at least we're going to give them some consolation in terms of not ending the day with a 0. So at least that's not the worst nightmare yet. Hopefully, I agree with you. They have to trace back and redraw about the strategy for today. But for our team to focus, so you have your eyes onto Vikings. Vikings did so well in the second last map, suddenly rise up to the occasion. HOMEBOIS finally waking up. Alter Ego, it is still in a question mark zone. And for me, GLU, XSOPHERE, and Team Secret, this is going to be the team that didn't make it to the first Super Weekend. And I have a feeling for GLU, they are doing great right now. Team Secret, I feel that they sort of still in slumber. Well, XSOPHERE, they are unpredictable. How about your thoughts?
Well, I think that for Team Secret and GLU, they're still okay because like what, more than 30 points in their first day that they competed. So they're still all right? But of course, they still need more points today. It cannot be a disastrous day for them. For my picks, of course, Homeboys, if they can do a miracle run, they have to start it off in game number 1. So I just put it up there as the team to watch. Same goes for Vikings. Outer Ego, on the other hand, has this potential. I mean, they're Outer Ego, right? At the end of the day, it's going to be weird to not see them in the Super Weekend. So this is going to be an important day for them to gain those points so that at least they can satisfy the fans.
I don't know. Last season, they had the same issue here for Alter Ego. It's a bit awkward not seeing them once more in a Super Weekend here, because that's what happened last season. We do know that they have some revamp for their lineup. I still try to find their steps and momentum, even rhythm in the game. Hopefully today will be the day they finally start to manage to do so, because if not, it's going to be too late for any recovery for them. But also watch out for the teams that's really crazy yesterday, Cloud. Don't forget about BTR and also VOIN Donkey. Yesterday was amazing plays.
Yeah, and Ryan will continue to play. No surprises. MVP in day number 1 when he made his debut, and he even scored like a total of 10 eliminations for himself. So yeah, he definitely sealed the deal for his seat there. But today they're going up against some of the other titans as well, like Vampire Esports that we can see here on screen. And looks like they are not going to play with Newsy. And based on track record as well, Vampire, they do perform without Newsy. So this is the moment for them to push it on, because they're now only at 25 points. They could use a good amount of points still. Playing without Newsy might give them a better chance of getting into the Super Weekend.
I gotta have the wait and see, because last time Newsy, one of the first few players that being knocked down early on that we actually witnessed a couple of days ago. Hopefully, you know, it's all about adaptation once more. Whenever we have an interview question towards the players here, thanks to our host, they always have the same issue. I think the common issue that being faced this season by all the professional players playing in this arena right now is the same issue, which is having trouble to readapt themselves with so many rookie players, so many new names coming in. The dynamic changes so much, they need time.
Yeah, but time is not on their side though. 6 more games to go for them to quickly adapt, and plus it's only one Sandhawk to be played, so adaptation has to be right here, right now, straight into the game. Quick adaptation. It's going to be a new mix of group. It's going to be A and also B. So how will they fare? Let's see it in Sandhawk.
Let's officiate our last day of the league stage. Day number 3, week number 2, with the match number 13 coming up with our first Sandhawk of today. And yesterday we had a very tough circle for the entirety of the day for most of team B versus C, where we ended up on top of Camp Alpha. It was completely Camp Alpha Island circle. I don't know what to expect today, but I'm totally super excited what it will bring us for right now.
Yeah, so interesting circle yesterday. Camp Alpha was the end, like what you said, but Alter Ego, they didn't capitalize on the circle that was theirs. So they're looking to make up to it this time. But let's see if we still get the kind of circle. Will we see early clashes? Okay, yesterday we saw a bootcamp early clash together with Paradise Resort, but this time, perhaps not really. A bit more good spread across the map here, I would say, except for BTR, who lands in between Painan and also bootcamp. So they're out in the open. So they will continue to just loot onto the smaller compounds rather than getting a big compound for themselves. But what is most important, of course, is going to be the first circle. Where will it go? 3 islands will be the most challenging. And yes, we're going to get the 3 islands.
Very salty mouth lah, Cloud. Very salty lah your mouth today.
I eat ramen, too salty today.
Oh wow, that's a good lunch, by the way. And also don't forget, you guys, the basketball GBK is a huge haul, by the way. You don't want to miss that one out. If I can actually fly to Jakarta, I would do so. But at the same time, we are looking at a very tough circle where Malaysian call it very salty mouth, because when you say something and it happens, then it happens. And there's going to be a tough start again for most of the teams out there. I am sure they're not happy because, you know, it's all about waiting it out. where would the circle ended up? Because you don't know which island you should stand till the very last minute. In this case, MAC versus XSOPHERE. A bit too early for a fight. Aren't you feeling the same thing?
Yeah, if it happens, then it's not good news for MEC, obviously, as compared to XSOPHERE, because they are only at 20 points and they don't want to lose that one player. And so far, they didn't meet, so it's okay. Manzi's still around the corner though, so he's kind of hoping that XSOPHERE doesn't pass by. I like how we have adapted to the name XSOPHERE. It flows naturally now.
For you. For me, I'm still struggling with it.
Oh.
But EXO is just where I will stop. That's... I don't want to,
Take a while.
put my career at risk here, but guys. But we do have MAC player, that one particular player that's still waiting it out. That was Manzi. I don't know where are the rest of Team MAC. Will they actually rejoin Manzi to join in for, any backup or in case they want to initiate the fight? But on top of Ruins, we do have the Vampires. Now, the Vampires, we do know they are great at coming back into the game, at giving us last-minute surprises. So I have a feeling by end of today, they're going to give us an explosive run.
Yeah, so they're vampires, right? And they're playing with a solid lineup that brought them the smash last Sunday. So this is a lineup that I think the fans can hope to do well. HOMEBOIS, another team that needs to do very, very well. Now going up against TODAK, and only one player here is going to be Alliance. The rest of HOMEBOIS still behind him.
Ooh.
Jump shot. Oh, wow. Nice counter by Alliance.
I managed to take down one of the main and key players of TODAK. That was Frenzy, and now 9. Can he actually do the job for the rest of TODAK? Now, Alliance, he did clutch it all by himself. Now, can they actually turn things around on the side of HOMEBOIS? We saw yesterday it was a bit conservative, a bit passive when it comes to their rotation. But this time they're coming in out strong right off the bat. But Real is there, and that's going to be Alliance bowing out with a DBS finish by Real. Bryant now spotting out Mirrors. They pop the smoke in between, and Mirrors is trying to re-heal himself while the rest of TODAK, they will try to circulate the other way around. Well, Shamil is a bit too far for a cover fire. I think it's best for them to go for this engagement for HOMEBOIS here, because they cannot lose any more points here for.
Yeah, it doesn't help that if you look on the minimap, there's another team lurking around the corner as well. Now, Miros is hoping that none of these needs actually landed onto him. And so far with that smoke, he's able to retreat back up onto the high ground. Shamil will provide him extra cover from the back, and he should be safe for now.
How much longer will they be safe? That's the question, because right now they are at the junction of a very heated spot, and not for so long. FaZe Clan coming out from behind. GLU is there as well. And here comes the commands of chaos is happening. Canary fighting against Noel. There's going to be GLU, just one rock in between them. Well, FaZe Clan Canary coming in with a jump shot. Finished off instantly. GLU will be bowing out, the first team without any points at all.
Ooh, the Dragon Rangers. No points this time. Still at 43. They can still hold on to the top 16 after this round. Likely, that is. But they still need the points to at least meet the threshold of maybe 60 and above points. But there are 5 more rounds to go for them. But for HOMEBOIS, they need a good start. They need a good round. Every round has to be a good round for them, including the standout match.
This is practically the center of the circle right now, the junction between Paradise Resort and Bootcamp, where all teams seem to be super interested to get into this crossfire that we're witnessing. FaZe Clan is there, TODAK is there, HOMEBOIS is there. I'm waiting for Vikings to join in, as well as Team Secret is coming down from Paradise Resort very soon. So they couldn't stay any more longer at the same spot. They have to keep on moving. But BTR Razy seems to be a bit lonely. I think it's going to be on the northern side of Painan. But I have a feeling the rest of Team BTR got the information. They need the backup for Razy right now. If not, is going to be in trouble. He doesn't have any vest, barely got enough gears to work with by himself.
And so he's not revealing himself yet, but his other teammates did to Yoru. On the other end, it's going to be Satar. Ryan's going to open up on the left side. Probably going to find an off angle to create that exit point for Razy. So right now, they're still not really putting a lot of pain onto each other yet. And perhaps They're waiting for the next stage of the circle. Might as well, since it's about 20 more seconds. And then we'll see if it's necessary for them to engage in this fight.
They have to. Barely got any covers. The start of Claw, Red FaZe and Papank, we're gonna rejoin the team and get into the circle, not too far off. They're coming up from out of Camp Charlie, might actually just cut across Quarry if they want to. Painan seems to be very vacant, but it will not be in the next circle, and it still comprises majority of it in the center between three islands. Bootcamp will be the sweetest spot for anybody to take their camping spot, and that's taken by Vikings. I have a feeling it will be snatched by another team coming up very soon.
But the team that's not snatching it for Vikings is eArena, since they're not playing today. If you remember yesterday, they both fought for the bootcamp. And not only bootcamp, South Joko Pool as well. And the Vikings lost to eArena. But now they have the entire bootcamp for themselves. And on the elimination feed earlier on, we saw one of the players of BTR, Satar, actually eliminated by Sem9. So Sem9, of course, they need the points for themselves. 25 points plus 1 at this moment. They still need more. And with a good start of getting that one elimination point for themselves, it's looking okay for Sem9.
It's pretty decent. I mean, they are the middle pack and they got themselves good momentum as well. They gradually just increasing their points in every single map. Barely we get to see them with any 0 points. But for Roy, another team that want to get into the Super Weekend, they already got last week's Super Weekend as well. Ended up with 2 points. So at least it's not 1 point compared to TODAK and BIGETRON in this case. But for the rest of them, XSOPHERE is the one that in the dire need for those points. They need to push momentum all out. And when it comes to their positioning across the board, they're not doing too shabby. They're doing pretty decent when it comes to this week. But when it comes to those numbers, they definitely want to push higher and above 50 points by end of today.
Yeah, and that includes Roy. You did mention about them that we have them on screen. They're just on the outside of bootcamp, but 3 players knocked down as they were pushing onto this compound. 1 player eliminated, that's going to be 2K. Thanks to TODAK from the other side. And of course, TODAK, they want to collect points for themselves. It was also TALON that was shooting onto Roy, so 2 teams actually looking at Roy. But with 3 players inside the compound, they should be able to reset. But maybe I spoke too soon. Boisio found an angle to take out Car.
Yeah, the junction of the compounds just on the outskirts of bootcamp. TALON on the other end, they are quite comfy here. They're not willing to give away the position too much. Or TALON, right now they try to take Vikings out. Like you mentioned, Roy having 2 teams to deal with at the same time. But at least they got time to recuperate themselves. But not the same case for MEC. Now, XSOPHERE is charging towards MEC compound since they were trying to get themselves into the circle and try to get across into bootcamp. They just happened to be bumping and colliding MEC when it was their migration towards the center there. Voki seems to be relaying all the information back towards the rest of MEC, but it's not just Claw we're talking about in XSOPHERE, and MEC have two-way war. Might as well TALON joins in now.
Well, they're waiting as a third party because right now Claw is going to open up for them by taking out Kim from MEC. Kim immediately eliminated, but they trade back by knocking out Bobo, who the IGL of Claw. Look on your minimap. Here comes TALON as well. They want a piece of this fight, even though they already have like, 62 points in total. But hey, if they can win this fight, it's a statement by TALON.
They want to have a more comfortable start when it comes to Super Weekend. The circle shrinks, the bootcamp it is. We've seen this very similar circle before. And it might end up in between the bootcamp edges as well as the Camp Alpha Island edge. So that's why Alter Ego is not willing to move just yet. We're looking at Vikings try to hold their fortress of bootcamp against probably 2 or 3 teams very soon. Claw, on the other hand, got himself in an open space, but at least a couple of vegetations and structures like the rocks will cover them for a bit. It's been a while they've been standstill and a staring game between these 3 teams, XSOPHERE, Claw, and MEC. And last time we saw, TALON even got themselves some information regarding the position of 3 teams that just now did not actually get the circle because bootcamp is where everybody's at. Team Secret, Vikings. We might actually have another team join in. Sem9 is in the process to get into as a third party as well.
Here comes the bootcamp defense. 4 teams is out of bootcamp right now. includes TALON. Looks like they leave that high ground fight. They want to focus on to getting into a good position instead. It's going to be Trexy among the members of TALON. And Nexo, he does have an idea that Trexy is somewhat there. Claw, looks like they managed to need down one player. Exosphere, back onto TALON. Okay, they kind of know that Vexy's behind that door. They see Trexy. Okay, Trexy tries to get away, but not quick enough as he will be gunned down. Shifting over to the Vikings, they will finish off Team Secret GK.
Two different fights going on at the same place, same time here, as the Vikings manage to triumph over Team Secret, and Exosphere is also being eliminated. At least they're not going empty-handed. 1 point in the back, and that's a warm-up round for them. Hopefully it's going to be enough. But back on Viking, they're trying to find the rest of the member of Team Secret, which left Trung. There's also Roy on the other hand. This is going to be tough for Trung with Bootcamp being in the center to solo-handedly defend this with barely enough utilities, no hand grenades, no Molotov, and that's going to be tough. Back to us, they fight outside of the safe zone. It's going to be the blue fight between Claw and Missy, and one of them already taken out just now, and there's none other than Sam9, if I'm not mistaken, or GLU. But back to us, the side of Claw and MSC. Manzi has been holding for the longest time, finally bowing down in the hands of Pepang.
And Claw picks up their 5th elimination point, but they're not out of the blue yet. And here's Homeboys. Limboy alone against the members of FaZe Clan. Healing up right now. The blue will be on top of him. So he has to make a run for it. Okay, evading that first nade. Anyway, this is Limboy alone. His other teammates coming in from the blue. Limboy will be eliminated by FaZe Clan. Homeboys only left with 2 players now, Shamils and Miro.
There's no way for the rest of Homeboys to give aid towards his teammate just now. The angle was difficult for them to give any cover fire from the back line, but the circle will swing even further. It's going to be almost 100% on top of Bootcamp. Where on the northern side, there's not many teams left. FaZe Clan just finished off Homeboys from a very long shot. Now, we saw Homeboys, they were a bit busy with somebody else, but FaZe Clan just casually patted over and swing it big and steals away those eliminations. 7 in the bag of FaZe Clan. They're coming in hot today.
Yeah, and they still have 3 players. So they can still come up with more elimination points. And they're playing by the edge of the northern circle. Okay, they're going to take a safer approach into the circle, which is fine because last we checked Bootcamp, there were a lot of teams there. Red Bull is still right in front of TODAK, but I'm sure he won't engage all alone. On the elimination feed, however, Bobo, who the IGL of Claw, goes back down once again, and this time he's out.
I'm surprised nobody actually taking the compounds right on the northern side of Bootcamp. It seems to be very vacant last time we saw it. But I assume the teams coming up from the north, especially like FaZe Clan, will try to invade that area anytime soon. But for MEC to get into the circle, this is going to be a tough one. Claw has been watching them very tightly. They were not willing to give them any sort of entry in. We try to deny their entrance towards the circle, but they do have some elevation advantage on the side of Claw. Pepeng see through Kido. He wants to open fire. Here goes. Did not somehow connect, but the Blues will try to burn them down bit by bit. Kido still trying to dodge those bullets. Pepeng keep on showering him with those rifles too. But here comes Kido Nate. Will he connect those dots or not? Pepeng! And there he managed to dodge it somehow.
Okay, that was very, very close there. And now they're fighting in the blue. Okay, another nade on the Pepeng. Pepeng now a lot of damage onto him, and he will be gunned down by Kido from MEC. Now Kido, he's out of first aid. He only has 5 bandages, but he will receive damage from the other side, knocking him down. It came from Roy Mango.
Roy all the way downtown inside of a circle, can see through. It's quite a flat plane here. Claw on the other hand, Redface will Trill try to finish off the rest of MEC while we're shifting over Vampires who just wrap things around against Talon players. Achul still alive and Boy Chill being knocked down by Mela. Achul on the other hand need to leave right now because the blue zone slowly chipping away his HP. They cannot hide anymore. They have to confront Vampires to make sure they'll be alive.
And Vampire will be happy to pick up that point if Achul shows himself. He does have 2 first aids. While on the other side, we have VOIN Donkey now against FaZe Clan. The fight continues on with a Shopper coming in with the DBS, but Vexy from the high ground finds that elevation, finds that advantage, and they will eliminate FaZe Clan.
And the circle
Wow.
shifted slightly towards the west side.
Wow.
And Alter Ego, what are the odds? They managed to be favored by the circle gods here and can gatekeep so many teams from entering in, including Vampires, who just licking their wounds finish off another fight. But the moment they're done, it's going to be Alter Ego try to stop them from entering as well. In just within seconds, we're left with only 9 teams.
What the circle? Man, stage 5. You have that river, and now you have Alter Ego in the circle. Okay, they have to make the most out of this circle, out of this position right now. Vampire Esports on the south, on the outside of the circle. Now we'll be going up against Alter Ego as they try to defend their ground. Here comes Schweppes.
Mela taking the charge. MAQNA holding on the front line to keep them at bay. Krypton cooking up the nade, hoping it will connect somehow to Mela. Onzas is there at the back line, trying to give cover fire. Mela hit tremendous damage, down to only 5 to 10% of HP left. Here comes Alva from the cover fire at the back line with the ZUG and 3x scope, hoping it will somehow knock down on a Vampire side from that long shot on long range shots. But unfortunately, it did not get it somehow. But back towards the fight of Vampires and Alter Ego, it will be slightly a standstill due to this terrain and due to this sort of circle too.
Yeah, it will be for now. But it won't be for Vampire Esports as they took out a couple of members of BTR, gaining points for themselves, 4 elimination points right now. Now back to focusing onto Alter Ego. Before that, they need to pick up Schweppes. Playing by the edge of the circle, Alter Ego, they don't seem to have that many utilities to throw onto Vampire Esports. Instead, they're going to rush in. Look at Krypton. Look at Krypton. He's going to flank onto Vampire Esports.
Our mini screen is actually showcasing the fight on top of Bootcamp right now, where Vampires and Alter Ego still having a go. And Vampire seems like they are losing more men than they anticipated. Schweppes and Tonike, that's 2 left.
Oh,
and they want
Schweppes.
to take down on Krypton. What a Schweppes call that is. As usual, Schweppes will clutch it out for Vampires. And Schweppes, the man, the myth, the legend, managed to breathe life of a Vampires lineup right now.
Oh, and look at the latest circle. Looks like we still have part of that river in this circle. And it's so challenging for all these teams. Well, Alter Ego to still have Alba on the other side playing the support role, but now he does not have the circle. Time for him to get in. But before that, provide extra cover fire. He does have this vehicle. I wonder what sort of route he will take. Is he going to go straight into the river with it?
That's the only option he has right now, the fastest one as well, and trying to just slowly swim over towards where the rest of his teammates are. MAQNA still holding the front line against Vampires. Well, Daybot still swimming. Now coming from behind is going to be TODAK. TODAK 9 and Real slowly try to read the current situation between these two teams, reassessing. They're just going to puncture the tires to make sure those pixel shot will not go through and get to their body. But back on the side of Vikings, from the inside of boot camp, we're barely at the edge of the circle. We still have a couple of teams behind them. So that's going to be BTR and Claw watching out for Vikings. They need to leave as soon as possible, especially if the next circle will not comprises bootcamp in there.
Here we have it, Razy and Federales against Redface. And Redface managed to land a big one onto Razy. Nade sent across, Redface will manage to evade that. And Redface, he managed to find his way into the circle for now. While Federales, time for him to join his IGL, Razy in front. The circle will close entirely in about 15 more seconds. That's where we'll see stage number 7. For VOIN Donkey though, they're going to play the passive approach by the north. Nobody's going to notice them from here.
Yep, a bit an awkward angle on the side of VOIN Donkey, but BTR managed to wrap around their fingers on top of Claw. That's going to be the last member, Redface, taken down. But the circle, like we mentioned, is barely covering any side of the bootcamp. And Alter Ego to U-turn this is going to be tough. They got to deal with TODAK. And Alter Ego, they kind of sandwich between Vampires and TODAK at the time being. But there's another force they should be worried about, VOIN Donkey. I'm waiting for VOIN Donkey to come out from the hiding spot here while Vampires are fighting their way in.
They don't have the circle, so they need to fight in. But after all that earlier fight with Alter Ego and also partly with BTR, there's still a full team. This is Vampire Esports, ladies and gentlemen, coming on the table, knocking him down. He's in the water. Alva is in the water as well. Todak's on the other side. Mela spots out Real. Tries to land a shot, but Real, he does have a bit of cover. And Shrubs with the utility, the Molly onto the other side, trying to flush them out. And Mela goes down to Real, but they have to be careful because Alpha is behind. Real will continue to fight against Vampire Esports as Onsen comes in to finish him off. TODAK out.
TODAK in a better spot just now, but BTR also being fired by Vampires. There's a big swing coming up from Schweppes again. What a play by Schweppes today. Brilliant charging. And even the Vikings can't stand against VOIN. Unfortunately, the moment they stand out, Schweppes again, wearing those ghillie suit. Just don't know when to stop. The Vampires on fire, and they're fighting every single players out there. Now Mela giving the cover by for Schweppes. Schweppes down as well, but Schweppes and the rest of the Vampires taken down by Vikings from the bootcamp area.
Oh man, Vikings, they had to put in. If not, they could have won it earlier on. But anyway, Vampire Esports, still a healthy amount of elimination points that they managed to collect so far. Now it's down to the top 3 teams. BTR, the Vikings, and Alter Ego. And now we're at stage number 9, ladies and gentlemen. And of all these teams, both the Vikings and Alter Ego, they need the points.
It's going to be about the Mexican fight between the players, yeah. Tense, he couldn't actually make it free. So it was 2v1 while BTR Razy alongside Federales going to charge suicide over last player of Alter Ego. There's going to be BTR Alter Ego to take away this chicken dinner. But can Alva actually do this? Since yesterday we didn't see Rosemary for the last few games, and now Rosemary still not in the addition of the roster. And Alva, he himself will try to carry the responsibility of whole Alter Ego to clutch against 2v1. But here comes Federales, one down.
Okay.
Alva managed to score one. Now he's down to mano. Razy versus Alva. Who will take the chicken away?
Alva.
They picked out. Alva going in the
zigzag. Alva. Razy.
Razy is a better man to win when it comes to the 1v1. What a chicken dinner by BIGETRON.
Send someone to love me. That is the better man by Razy going up against Alva. But I really like Alva's position. Okay, what he did was he swung to the left side. He kind of like tried to trick BTR to thinking that he's still on the left side. And then the moment he swung there, he immediately crouched and he moved all the way to the right. And that's how he caught Federales off guard. But of course, it was a 1v2. It gave the time and space for Razy to re-aim himself onto exactly where Alva is at, and it became a 1v1 from there. From then on, it is just skills. It is just aiming, and Razy had the better of Alva.
It was a big clutch. We saw by Alva almost entirely got that chicken dinner by himself, but we also have to give credit to Schweppes. Schweppes has been amazing. They're almost entirely wiped out by so many times for Vampires. Against Alter Ego at first, against TODAK, and then against VOIN Donkey, but Schweppes managed to breathe in the life to his side. But nonetheless, Federales, Ryan, Satalas, and Razy. This is the lineup. We saw Ryan just has his debut yesterday, and it seems like this is the most solid lineup coming up from BTR. They are sticking to their guns here with Federales, and just now, I have to say, it was amazing play still by Razy, of course. It was so close for them to botch that one, but nonetheless, still scoring himself 4 eliminations in total, with Federales leading the elimination point at 3 out of those 4. Ryan and Satalas didn't actually contribute much when it comes to elimination, but they managed to tank so much damage for the team for them to advance and get themselves this chicken dinner. But will they maintain this momentum? We're going to wait and see and rewatch this highlight.
BTR still on the roll, taking no hostages, and they scored a chicken dinner with a duo. Full squad time of only 6 minutes 59 seconds, but the chicken dinner is still theirs, followed by the teams that need points in. The Vikings, we have Vampire Esports and Alter Ego. These three teams still need the points in, and glad to see them up here as our top 4 teams in this round.
Yeah, but for the Vikings, since their rise up yesterday, I have to say they really carry out the momentum for today as well. And for Alter Ego, we see some improvement compared to yesterday. They managed to last longer than they used to, despite the damage is not the highest that we've seen before. But we are anticipating they're going to slowly try to get the momentum and slowly push the numbers up. But for Vampire Straps, that was something else entirely. That was such a good game. That was brilliant coming up from Straps, especially I just in awe about how calm he can get despite how critical the situation was.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Like Straps is still very, very well performing. But the most performing player, and we're not going to take it away from him, it's going to be the Filipino Terminator, Federales, as our MVP this round. It's 3 eliminations, but 3 eliminations with a whooping 835 damage. That is a lot there. And of course, because of that, and they scored a chicken dinner, he survived to the end. So 22 minutes and 20 seconds survival time with a 57% team contribution. And let's not forget about his 17% headshot rate. This guy is still at the peak of his performance. Nothing is stopping Federales.
Now back to the numbers we go. BTR scored the same amount despite they got himself chicken dinner. And VK, the Vikings, now rising up. With Vampire scored 8 elimination with 12 points. That's going to be our 3 teams of double digit. Alter Ego finally scored quite a big one this time with 8 points there. Same goes for VOIN Donkey. Whilst TODAK, we saw how to being sandwiched between Alter Ego, VOIN Donkey, and also confrontation of them against Vampires before put themselves at 6th place with 7 points. Alongside with FaZe that did not have any ranked points, but they just secured 7 elimination points. Unfortunately, we ended up with one team with a 0, and that's going to be GLU.
Yeah, so GLU, they still need the points in, so 0 is definitely not going to cut it for them, but at least they can still afford a couple more rounds to come. So let's see what can come out here with GLU. HOMEBOIS, however, only 2 points. So now they're still the only team with a single digit at 7 points. We review again the current standings right now, and the overall standings, well, don't worry about the teams at top. They're absolutely fine. But SK, have they done enough with 52 points? Now they're still at number 8. They're still okay.
Yep, and we're not looking at the top 4 teams because they're not playing here today. So numbers are going from the 5th to 8th place. But SK just swapped places with a VOIN Donkey just now when it comes to their overall rankings. And slowly we're looking at New Era no more in the charts. That means thank you so much for New Era for joining in this season, because they will not qualify for either of Super Weekend. Hence, their grand final slot will be taken by other teams. But we talked about ETN being pushed down slowly as well. 36 is going to be the score that everybody tried to catch up on, and that's going to be the case for Vikings. They're just 10 points away. Same goes for Sam9, who've been pushed down. HOMEBOIS, and the only team that's still not cracking that double digit.
Yes, 7 points, still very, very far. 5 more rounds. It has to be explosive for HOMEBOIS. If not, it's done for them. And for ETN, Roy is knocking on the door. There is a very high chance that they'll be pushed down next. But of course, until it's official, we'll see what happens. Because we're jumping onto Erangel next, and we'll be playing the next 3 maps in Erangel itself.
The first match starting off with a very aggressive run won by BTR by Vitality, but will it be the same flag or even the same team that will actually conquering and dominate over our last day of the group stage here, or will it be a different team entirely? Because we're looking for the team that's rising up, especially teams like GLU. I mean, they definitely want to redeem himself for the next map.
Oh yeah, redemption will be needed, right? Because we are talking about survivability here. But speak about redemption, you guys can redeem a free ticket on the 15th of June, which is this Sunday. The ticket to the PMSL 2025 Summer, ladies and gentlemen. And how are you going to redeem that? Just make sure that you stay tuned to the social medias of PUBG Mobile, eSports, and there will be a code there that you guys can redeem from there. And it will happen at the Basket Hall GBK in Jakarta. So grab your free tickets on the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yeah, because there'll be plenty of on-site booth this time. You guys want to grab all the jerseys it can be as your collectibles, like from TALON, RQ, GLU, Altigo, Boom, and BTR by Vitality, as well as VOIN Donkey. I agree with Clown when it comes to GLU. You have to collect all the colors, guys. You just have to.
Yeah, you have to. GLU squad will be opening their booth there. It's definitely something that you don't want to miss. I wish that we can go there and check out the jerseys, right? Because especially for GLU squad, like you don't know if it's going to be there still after this, right? So that, I mean, they might change their designs and all that, but you know, this season is super duper unique. And what else is unique, ladies and gentlemen, is the new collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Attack on Titan that is currently live inside the game as a new event. And it features Titan transformations, ODM gear, and a lot more inside the game. So check out this new event here. If you happen to do any content, hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBG X Attack on Titan, hashtag Attack on Titan, hashtag AOT.
Well, we not just have the Titan this time. We're going to have a beautiful vehicle coming up as well and already available for you guys in the game. And that's going to be the Shelby American collaboration with PUBG Mobile. So make sure you guys can command your legendary Shelby GT500 and the 427 Cobra. Also with exclusive attachment and stunning colorways and way much more. Make sure you guys stay tuned and don't miss this one out because it will only available until the July of 6th July, which could be less than a month. So make sure you guys manage to get at least one of the collection for yourself.
Oh yeah, you want to complete your set together with all the other vehicles before this. And when you complete that set, don't forget, while you're at it, to try out the new World of Wonders Elimination Skill Fest that's available in game right now. For you to access this map, all you need to do is key in this number 12886867. 12886867, and this will be the World of Wonders map that you can show off your skills, push your limit, and become the brightest star on the battlefield. And if you come up with amazing gameplays, don't forget to hashtag PUBG Mobile while you're at it and show off your skills. And who knows, you might be recruited by one of these top teams in the professional scene in the future.
Yeah, but always tag PUBG Mobile or even one of us. We always reshare. We try to reshare as much as we can see whenever you guys do your content. So who knows, maybe you'll be scouted by one of the pro teams out there and you're going to try it out yourself or even try to qualify for your regional PUBG Mobile qualifiers, okay? But next, we're going to head into Erangel. We do know Erangel is going to be the most game and most map being played for all the teams. And so far, there are some teams that do prefer this map over the others. We saw certain teams prefer the smallest map of Sanhok. They try to push as much number as they can in that certain map. But we talked about the heavy hitters of Team A, Group A versus Group B, and it's not going to be easy. And this is where also the map BTR by Vitality as well as VOIN Donkey do come up so often in the kill feed yesterday.
Oh yeah. So this 3 games is going to be also very crucial, right? For the teams at page number 3, because it, like what you said, it's the most played map of the day in most formats as well. So they have to be masters of this map. I'm looking at you guys, homeboys. Okay, if you want to stand in any chance, okay, I would say that homeboys, they need to make this round really happen. The next round maybe can still give them a cut, but if they don't do the business by the first half of the day, the final 3 games might not be enough for them.
Yep, especially with the teams that also kind of not really have too much points just now. We're talking about always the safest benchmark is going to be 60 points, but too many teams still settling around 40s and 30s down there. So the gap it's too small for them to stay comfortable, to wait it out or to play it easy. But we won't even mention the top 4 teams. They're not playing here today and they're definitely already more than enough. I assure you they are right now having the best vacation of their life while waiting for the Super Weekend to commence tomorrow. So, but who will get the 16th spot? That's the question, because right now the competition is just too tight.
Yeah, I know, right? The points are very, very close at the bottom. So a lot of teams can actually still climb up, and that makes a very interesting race until the end of the day. But it's definitely not interesting for ETN. After this round, officially, they could be booted out of the top 16. There's a very, very high chance that will happen. So I don't know. I mean, if I was ETN and I was watching this, as much as you want to hope and you have that copium, but then again, realistically, it's hard.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to share the same seat as New Era anytime now. It depends really on the teams that's actually in the third page, how much they manage to gain points, because right now we can see a bit of a gap when it comes to firepower between the teams at the very top and the teams on the third page. They're not, I wouldn't say that they are not aggressive. They just couldn't initiate the fight and always caught by surprise when their guards are down, especially during their migration. And back in the days, we don't see a lot of fights until stage number 4. But these days, even in stage 1, the moment you land, there are going to be a couple of hot drops. And a lot of teams did not even waste a second. The moment they get themselves a weapon, any weapon at all, they will start to hunt for any points. So there's no complacent time or even like a chill time for these guys to take a breather.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, everyone feels like they just want to hunt the points, regardless of how. And plus, the stakes for the stage is as long as you get in the top 16, it doesn't matter how you do it. In the grand finals, will be a different conversation. In the Super Weekend, especially with the Smash rule, it will be a different conversation. But right now, you just go and get those points, regardless of however it is. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the upcoming matches, we see more of that happen. Especially true for those teams who they know that they have done enough and they're like super duper safe. They have the license to do anything they want, just like how eArena did yesterday.
I mean, that's a well-deserving day off for sort of eArena, even Boom at this point, CelcomDigi Alliance too. I mean, all the teams coming up from Group C, we can see how tiresome it was when it comes to trying to gain those points. We can see all their blood, sweat and tears. But you know, when it comes to how you get those points, there's no wrong way to do it. And that's the beautiful thing about PUBG Mobile. You can get bashed by the audience, like why these guys are so passive, why you guys are just keep on hiding, why they just camp it all the way. Oh, there's no wrong way to do it. As long as you got the points, you can secure or balance out the elimination points and rank points. It's more than enough. As long as you get points out of the one single map every single time.
Yes, you need as difficult as the circles can go, right? You cannot like go out 0, right? You need to at least gain something. So that has always been to be the aim for these teams. If they get a good circle, then cool. Okay, try to maximize that. If not, then at least like 5 points, at least something after every round, that would kind of suffice. But those 5 points will not suffice at this stage for teams like HOMEBOIS. Sorry, HOMEBOIS, you're now the highlight team. If there's somehow, somewhere, HOMEBOIS is able to come out with a miracle run, it would be the biggest comeback in the group stage that we have ever seen.
One step at a time, I guess. As long as they don't push back and just wait it out until the very last minute where they have to gain 60 points in a game or in a map. Nobody ever did that, ever in the history of human. I think even if in the era of AI, even AI couldn't actually do that, you know. I feel like it's something impossible. Don't put it out until the very last minute. That's all we ask for the teams that really need the points to get into the Super Weekend, because especially for the teams that never get into the Super Weekend, this is their last chance. Their career is on the line. Not just that at stake. We're talking about the world stage, the opportunity to get into the grand finals first. That's the thing that will carry forward towards the world stage. You don't want to miss that.
Yeah, and nobody, especially if you're playing competitive, nobody wants an early holiday. But the fact of the matter is that after the grand finals, only 3 teams. Can you imagine how tight it is too? Like before this, the format was like, okay, every region will have a representative, but not this time. It is only the best of the best 3 teams. It could be all 3 Thai teams. It could be all 3 Indo teams, all 3 Vietnamese, all 3 Malaysians that go through. So it's super duper difficult this time around. And for them to be able to have some level of momentum or some level of a trust that they can give to the fans, they have to show a good performance here. So I'm glad that teams like, XSOPHERE, they're still very strong, eArena as well, CelcomDigi Alliance, they're showing that they are some of the top contenders for only 3 slots to PMWC, which is super tight.
Yeah, well, we're waiting for the lobby to actually commence. So we're gonna wait. Be patient, everyone. It has been the theme of this season. Patience is a virtue. And also, speaking of only 3 slots, like we have 4 regions competing in this season, which means 1 region will not get themselves into the EWC stage in the future. That's gonna be a bummer. So I have a feeling we're probably going to see one of a ties. It's either right now we can sort of feel when it comes to global stage, Vampire never failed us. So maybe they definitely want to go to that EWC stage in the world stage later on, because when it comes to bling bling and ka-ching, that's what keeps them going and that's what drives them to get to the point. But eArena also one of the teams that we should really focus on to this season, because they have been showing such a splendid, sublime performance when it comes to week number 2. But it means if these 2 teams already taken 2 slots, I'm just giving a premonition or just a prediction, okay? Maybe when it comes to the grand finals, it's going to be topsy-turvy. Everything's going to be different because that's how it's used to. League stage, wow, bing, bang, boom, amazing. But then when it comes to grand finals, it's like, what happened, you know? But if there's any region, like if you can pick each of the 4 regions for the best team, I feel like Vampire is probably going to go. The Xavier's for Vietnam. The other 2 regions, so who would be the representative?
Well, if you break it down by region, then I would say, so you have said Vietnam, XSOPHERE, okay, that's cool. Thailand, Vampire, that's cool. I would say Indonesia, BTR, still a S tier team for me. And also Malaysia will be CelcomDigi Alliance, another S tier team. But obviously can't fit all 4, so somebody has to be left behind. And to make it even worse, right? So we're talking about like if each region has a representative, then it could be them. But the fact of the matter is that the top 3 doesn't matter what region.
Yeah, that's like true.
Whoever's top 3, chop, passport.
The best man
So
wins.
it could be like all 3 Indonesians. It could be all 3 Thailand. So it could be a mix of here and there. So it's super duper tight this time, and it's only 3 slots. If not, it's an early holiday for everyone else.
Now, entertain me, Cloud.
Wow.
This is just an idea that we had since yesterday's interview with a BTR coach, which is Coach Kenny. Now, they did mention about they have multinational direction and try to open up a broader view and broader sense when it comes to scouting of best talents out there. Now, for example, if we do know there's 4 regions competing, only 3 will go, we don't know which region it is it possible for them after this season, before they're heading, or is it already locked for the lineup to go into the world stage later on? Or can they actually loan players in between? I mean, I wouldn't mind some mix and match for the players though.
I was hoping that when you say entertain you for me to tell a joke, I'm ready for that.
Oh, okay, you can tell us a joke too. I wouldn't mind.
Okay. So, what did 20 do when it was hungry?
20? I have no idea. What man?
28.
8 who?
Ramen, I don't know. 828 something.
Okay, 9 to 10 partners. You can actually use different number too. What's 30 gonna do when they are hungry?
38.
I thought there must be a specific reason why it's gonna be 20. I guess I was wrong.
I mean, I had no reason why it's 20, right? Now we're having this. Welcome to the podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we try to be funny with you, for you.
We don't
I don't know. Why are mountains so funny?
I don't think they're funny. I think they're scary.
Oh, but they are hilarious.
The dad jokes.
Yes.
Here comes, guys.
Yes.
Oh, I wish some of you guys entertained by that. You got more?
Okay. Let me try to think. Okay. How much do rainbows weigh?
An atom of water.
Not much. They're actually pretty light.
Help me, guys.
Yes.
This is what I have to live through when we're broadcasting this. Amazing.
That's what happens when we are forced to do a podcast.
Production is like, bear with it. Yeah, I'm trying, guys.
You know what? But I had a joke about paper today, you know.
Okay, go ahead.
But it was terrible. Yeah. I try.
Can see that. Thanks. I'm entertained.
But we both have cats, right? You have a cat, obviously. You have Nobu.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, you have Nobu and a few other cats. But do you know what's their favorite instrument?
I'm so scared to answer this, but yeah, okay, go ahead.
A percussion.
I'm done. I'm just gonna walk out.
Okay.
I'm so done. The door is
we're
that
off the
way.
show. Okay, thanks for watching, ladies and gentlemen. See you guys tomorrow. Bye. Okay. Another cat one. Okay, this one should be better. Okay, what subject do cats like the best?
What subject?
Yeah.
Chemistry, I guess. That's how they make their food.
History.
I mean, snakes hiss too. I guess they're in the same class, I guess.
Yeah, they could be, they could be classmates.
Yeah, probably that's why they're always enemies.
Yeah. Are they?
Yeah, they do. They do fight against each other. Whenever cat is actually a good guard against snakes. Because they really can't stand the presence of snake. They will try to take it down. So that's why people always say cat versus... Even a rooster versus snakes. Like a rooster wins. It depends. But usually cats can win a fight against snakes.
Well, are you feeling hungry now? Because I'm going to tell you a food joke.
Yeah,
so why did the egg have a day off?
Because it's been cracking.
Oh, you're there. I like it.
Oh, I'm so done with this dad joke.
Because today is Friday. Applause, people.
You can fry other than eggs, though.
Yeah, true. You can make egg omelets and all that. But did you know, speaking about omelets, right? But do you know why did the dinosaur make an omelet?
Did the dinosaur make an omelet of their own eggs?
Maybe. But we never find out because they are
cannibalism,
extinct. Get it? Because they are extinct. Get it?
Oh my God. Please help me, God.
You asked to be entertained, I try.
Astaghfirullahaladzim. Ya Habibi.
Oh, man.
Okay. On serious note, we're back to the topic. Okay, we're done. Please no more. You're going to kill me.
Well, we don't know how long more do we have left, right? So...
This is scary every single time.
Yeah, as long as we don't go to like this extended super long break, I guess we're still okay, I guess.
But I just still have the question though. I want to know.
Okay.
Is it possible for the team's example, right? Is it 100% locked for their roster if they're able to get the slot for Esports World Cup? Is it possible for them to have like a couple of players loaned
Okay, just to clarify, that's not a joke, right?
Bro.
Okay. In case we are still in there, right? Just making sure. Just
Oh
making
my
sure.
god.
Okay. As far as I know, it's locked. So whatever roster that they have, they will carry forward to the PMWC.
Oh, I wish it's not. I mean, at least let one player that can be loanable, because I want to see, mix and match of the top players that didn't get the opportunity to perform in the world stage to be there. But you know what? While we're waiting for more jokes come up from Cloud, he's gonna make up some more for you guys to get entertained too. Okay, bear with me for a bit. We're gonna head into the break. See you guys after this.
There shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
And we are back, people. Okay, we're gonna start. Don't worry, be happy. And if you can just join us, we're jumping into game number 2. That is going to be the first Erangel between Group A and Group B. And we can see the players, they're ready. They're very serious, too.
They have to. I mean, this is their lifeline right now for the teams at the very bottom. HOMEBOIS probably should go for a different, home. Sounds nice, but are they going home?
Oh, we'll only find that out after the remaining 5 games, okay? At least they're playing today, so they have control of their destiny on however that's going to happen today. But there's a high potential that ETN could go home after this match here. So, I mean, ETN, I don't know what sort of copium would they have right now to be able to kind of have that hope for them to get into this super weekend. It's only a miracle that can save them at this point, as they're at number 16. And that might change right after this. We'll see what happens here, because it's going to be Erangel back into the game. Game number 2 for day number 3 in the group stage.
Fingers crossed. We're gonna fly into Erangel, and it's gonna be a beautiful day. And we are flying across the northern side from the west flight path. But it's all about the circle, and we might end it up on top of Salvo for end of our journey of this flight path, which means SMB players, SMB teams are gonna have a long journey to go where they want to drop.
Oh yeah, it's going to take them quite a bit. Let's see who will take that journey. But Vampire Esports, as usual, they will take the journey depending on where the flight path begins. So it's going to be Primos for them. 7-9, normally around Ferry Pier, they're heading the direction, but same goes for TODAK. But TODAK, they're quite spread out across Gacha, so they're probably not going to bump into either 7-9 or Vampire Esports. I'm also looking at Jogo side. The Vikings and Team Secret heading the same direction.
Like we mentioned, at least there's no eArena, so Vikings thought, hey, it's going to be a clear Jogo pool, right? We're going to have to wait and see. If not, it's going to be a non-stop battle. Vikings always hot crop themselves on top of some other teams. But speaking of hot crops, I'm still looking at teams that might have early clashes here, especially in the center of the map. We're still waiting for teams to settle down. But on top of that, wow, I love this circle. Make it more water in it. Why not?
Yeah, but it's almost a similar circle like before, right? Like we've seen like the Gacha circle, so it's likely to go there. If for whatever reason it ends on the edge, on the left side of military base, that would be insane, which I wouldn't mind though. But you guys wouldn't mind as well grabbing this free ticket, which is the PMSL Grand Finals for this season, happening at Basket Hall GPK in Jakarta for the 20 to 22nd of June. Grab it on the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports starting this Sunday.
Speaking of what's going to happen this Sunday, might as well just see them maybe fighting against if these both teams happen to be in the grand finals. BTR versus TALON. Not sure with a micro Uzi. But I think BTR, that's going to be the only player there is. So I don't know where are the rest of BTR right now, because they're not coming in very soon. And I see one player coming up from the back as well, driving and just scouting over, giving information for the rest of the roster. But they try to actually corner down TALON here, but Snape have to buy time for himself. But can he get out? The backline of TALON already taken down by BTR. Yuri got finished off. Achul sniped Snape, pretty much very low himself, only down to 20% of HP. Can he hold the ground? He tried and he did.
Okay, and this is the debut of Snape. They made a substitution, sitting out Ryan for Snape this time. And Snape started off pretty strong. And the rest of BTR now following up. Axel knocked down Snape. Took a bit of damage for him to be knocked. But Razy is there together with him. And Razy will finish off Axel. Snape will be back up again. But TALON eliminated.
BTR, despite no Ryan. I mean, we all love the fact that Ryan played so well yesterday. He got multiple MVPs for yesterday. But I think maybe it's best for BTR to rest him for a bit. So when things going really haywire, because right now we can see BTR along the chart, even though they're not in #1 spot, because the Group C teams are actually taking the top 4 ranking slot right now. BTR is actually chasing the points up there, and they managed to execute TALON way this early on, giving so many teams to catch up to that 6th slot anytime now.
Yeah, that well, BTR wouldn't be too worried for them, even for TALON, because they have 66 points and they have like 4 more games to go, so they're still in an okay position. We're gonna check out the replay again on how Sata actually got the first split earlier, and it was by a long range shot onto TALON, and then the rest of history after that. So 4 points steal by BTR, pretty sweet, pretty nice, and they are. Can you imagine this, right? Because the top teams like a BTR is taking away these 4 points. They're not leaving these points for those teams at the bottom.
And also, they're not sacrificed any of themselves to give away any point for any other teams. Now, even though that sounds a bit greedy, but that kind of greed is super good when it comes to this tournament right now. Now, we do have some swap for Team Secret players too. Frankie is in. We do know how Frankie can actually fan the game. I'm looking for Team Secret try to push their numbers up, because I can see when Frankie's playing alongside with GK, they can go so aggressive in the game. And we have another multiple swaps in this time, Cloud.
Yeah, Brian's going to step out and Tam is going to come back in. So let's see what sort of change would this bring to TODAK. They're at 49 points right now. They're knocking on the door of that 60-point threshold with 40 games more to go, 4 games to go. So it will be interesting run for TODAK. And this is a confirmation. So Snape is going to come in here. And this is also Snape's first debut this season. Before this, last week, it was mostly Voxy playing. And then we had Ryan played for the last 2 days and also the first game today. And now it's Snape. So they are just giving all their more newer academy players a run out in preparation for the upcoming more important matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for them to keep the seat warm, and so that the players won't get culture shocked with the momentum and the intensity of the battlefield, especially during this Super Weekend and the Grand Finals. But for the others, I don't think they're swapping that much anymore. So we assume for Alter Ego, probably we're not looking at Rosemary playing this round either. Because I don't know, what are your thoughts about Rosemary not playing so far for Alter Ego?
I think it's a bold move by Alter Ego and the management and the coaching staff. Because for many seasons, they have been very dependent on Rosemary. At some point, they're even called like Rosemary Esports. So they're trying to live the life without Rosemary. And not to say that Rosemary is not important, it's not that. But what happens if Rosemary doesn't perform or he's not doing well? At least they're trying to find this formula that they can still go on performing without him, which is a great move if Alter Ego can actually find that formula.
I gotta have to wait and see. Usually when Rosemary actually physically sick, that's where he actually perform. So I assume his well-being is being very healthy. It's the reverse for the outcome of the game. But on the screen, we are looking at XSOPHERE Chaco versus the rest of SEM9. This is going to be right on top of Ferry Pier. Right now, the last time we saw the circle, it did actually comprise a little bit of the SMB. And there's one time, we remember that one time, that small portion of SMB, despite there's nobody thinking that it will be there, it actually bounced all the way back stage 7. So I don't know if that's going to be the case here, because if that really happens, SMB right now is pretty much vacant. As we're looking at XSOPHERE is already here, the Vikings already coming down as well from Jogopur. So everybody try to be at the center of Kakafil or Corey. There's a high chance we might end up on top of Corey as well.
Yeah. Or maybe the reverse SMB happens, like what you say, right? It bounce all the way down to SMB all of a sudden, and everybody will be fooled by it. But nobody's fooled by Tins, though, from MVKE, number 1 in terms of average eliminations. And he will play a very important role, especially with this kind of performance, to allow MVKE to somehow find a way into this week's Super Weekend, because they still need the points in. 26 points for MVKE. At number 19 as of now. So they are still all right, but of course, they need the points, whatever it is.
At least they carry out the momentum from yesterday. That's good news already, and some progress being made rather than zero. But here comes the truth. Whether the circle squeeze in into, yep, it's no more SMB. It might be on top of Corey or even the Gutka fields once more. But we still have latecomers into this. Alter Ego and Claus taking their own sweet time, taking themselves in deep blue dive for a bit. While VOIN Donkey, they're just squeezing themselves into the northern side, northeast of the circle. I think they will bump into Team Secret very soon. Unless it's Secret already left the Gutka Mountains. Now, this seems to me like the center of the circle might be overpopulated right now. And things can get really messy as Team Secret bomb into VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, and VOIN Donkey, they got a couple of players out of Team Secret, so that's the start that they're looking for. As VOIN Donkey now, they have 55 points, only a handful of points needed for them to meet the threshold. For Team Secret, 39 points. Okay, the fact that they lost the one player is definitely not helping them. But whatever it is, when we saw BTR, they scored a chicken dinner with 2 players. It will be a good inspiration for teams that go on the entire round with not a full team.
But we've seen that happen before. Sometimes, 2 is better than 4 for certain teams because, when they are under pressure, they be more careful, to be more aware regarding their surroundings and environment. But on the side of MEC, we had the interview with them early on and they switched the IG over halfway through to its side of Voki. I want to see how he actually fanned this one. But Alter Ego, MAQNA still, as per usual, going to be scouting and being the front line of Alter Ego for now. I don't think they will bump or collide with anybody except for probably VTR or even Claw. We last saw these 2 teams, the one that coming in late into the circle. And Gutka, I don't know if there's any teams left other than there's a couple of them because I think most of them will try to hover around Quarry right now, especially those coming up from Fairpier.
The one that's clearly not hovering around Quarry is FaZe Clan. Still in the blue at stage number 2. So they are going to come in a little bit later. And by coming in a bit later, then they will have the chance of fighting teams by the edge and try to secure elimination points. And for FaZe Clan, they have 51 points. So they only need a handful of points for them to go through. So if they want to find it through okay, we just want to get the job done, try to eliminate maybe 2 teams, and we're good for the rest of the day. The rest, whatever remaining games, is just bonus points for them. They'll definitely want to find a comfort zone. And VOIN Donkey finding another comfort zone with the fact that they just eliminated Zuxi from Claw. That's going to be point number 2 for them, 57 now.
A bit heated up on top of Gutka. Looking at VOIN Donkey reposition for each of the building. While the circle will shrink even further, now we get to see whether it will favor Quarry or Gutka. It's still going to be down south all the way. So those are actually on top of Gutka have to leave, VOIN Donkey included. Alter Ego, this is going to be tough for them to get. And look at how little space there is for them to get into the circle here. All around the corners of the northern side circle, pretty much occupied by a whole full squad team.
Yeah, and VOIN Donkey, while those whole full squad teams driving straight into the middle, but the high ground by this time is definitely taken by a team. MVKE, we have Break here. And there are teams around him. There's going to be Claw. Takes a decent amount of damage, and Nate behind Bobo, who actually gets Superman. And Break, he needs to break away from this one. Okay, here comes Tins to provide extra support. Superman is still bleeding out inside the sniper tower as Will will get Bobo who TODAK butting in from afar.
And Papang finish off the one in the mushroom tower. While Papang still holding the sniper tower for a bit more longer. The rest of the players of Vikings will start to leave, knowing the fact, hey, this is unnecessary fight. We don't need to go for this right now and just leave and try to get to the center as fast as we can because there are plenty more fights in the center of a circle rather than at the rim of it. But for Vikings, the repositioning seems to be a bit dim for their not the best part. They don't really have information regarding teams on those elevations, including VOIN Donkey or even Sam9 next to them. So this is not the place they want, but this is the only place available for them right now as VOIN Donkey taking advantage of their hard-earned position of Vikings here. And even XSOPHERE seems to be interested towards Viking now.
Oh, and for Razak, he has to be extra careful there. They still try to be the king of the hill. So far, so good for them. But the Vikings from the lower ground gets a knock, okay. Not able to secure the elimination point yet, hoping to get it out of Zeta, but Zeta is bleeding out still. but his teammates is not too far away, so Zera should be able to be safe. And Vikings, they're not able to follow up because of the amount of teams around this area.
And amount of heals that's surrounding them too. It's so difficult, Cloud, for them to gain any sort of information. But at least though that ditch will cover them temporarily, and they have to hope for the rest of the team will start to be busy against each other from one hill to the other, so they start fighting, so Vikings can actually exit out. But for VOIN Donkey, due to the long range just now, give them so much space to revive on their fallen teammate. And we have GLU playing in the open field, so I assume teams that actually got themselves compound definitely going to get on top of that rooftop, like how one GLU players actually get himself that barely in the circle sort of compound, but they might actually have to leave now since we have less than 10 seconds to go for the next stage. I don't think this side of a circle will be on top of them for the next one.
Wow, speaking about the next one, we're going to see the next stage of the circle soon. A lot of teams occupy the high ground, and that high ground will still be the center point of the circle. And we have still VOIN Donkey, we have Sem9 with the high ground as well, so that's going to be a good spot for them to be at. BTR, they're going to take the lower ground on the other side, so they're not to consider about the high ground, which is fine. I mean, they have enough points right now to do anything they want. But for the teams that need the points, Team Secret, no high ground, and they need to cross the road.
At least they try to find any sort of consolation across the beach side of the ferry pier. And I saw last time we saw MEC in that very small circle that just shrunk down to stage number 4 just now. MEC actually got the sweetest spot of them all, despite it's actually slightly lower ground. But the compound will actually hold long enough. But whoever wants to go for the hunt, it's best for them to actually take those high grounds right at the back of MEC compound. Just now there was a big hill. They can actually try to park themselves there and have a wide view about the rotation of all the other teams. Right now that compound and that hill is being held by VOIN Donkey, while the teams that actually try to get themselves away from the blue, especially the left side of the circle, this is going to be messy.
Especially now GLU, they will cut across the south of Quarry Inn. And last we checked, Team Secret is there, and potentially even like Sem9 who holds the high ground on the southern side, so they could be blocked off by those two teams. On the north, we have TODAK now finding their entry point into the circle, but in front of them is going to be Claw, and they're also sharing the same area with another team on the outside, and that's Roy also finding their way in through Claw.
Now back to Vampires, we talked about the southern side of Quarry. Team Secret, sorry. Oh, bless me. Sorry. And Team Secret was on the south just now, finally get into the circle, but they will have to face GLU. GLU, last time we saw them actually on the northern side. That's a long rotation coming from GLU.
Oh yeah, onto the south, and we kind of expected them to meet with Team Secret. But the bad news for them is that they're meeting Team Secret on the outside of the circle, and the blue is closing right now. So GLU, they have to make this one work quickly. Team Secret, they do have one player on the other side. GK will get one player out. GLU, 3 players right now. GK, very low, 10% of health, gets into the warehouse to heal up.
Oh, there goes, right in the face there. It's going to be a house being taken down by Trong, and Noel is down as well, leaving GLU only Stickley left. Now, this is not great for GLU. Last time we saw them, they didn't score any points, and now it's going to be a stair fight between these two. Trong trying to take down on Stick. Oh, still managed to get it. GLU fighting for their life and their virtue here. Stickley, can he actually clutch big for his team? Team Secret did not see this one coming. It was like, what, 3v1 just now, and Stickley managed to make them down on their knees.
And Frankie is playing this round. Okay, let's see if he will save GK first or he wants to end this fight first. What's going to be his choice? Okay, he does have a DBS. Very clutchable weapon. And here comes the blue as well. Frankie goes up to the second floor. Not able to land his first few shots. Second shot not landed. And it's still going to be Stickley. They got the best out of Frankie.
What a clutch 1v4 for Stickley by himself just now. But still, the blue zone, he's not out of the woods yet, as the blue zone will start to eat him out alive. But for the circle, Sem9, MEC still in there. VOIN Donkey, nobody dared to actually pass the VOIN Donkey right now. They got a clear view to shoot anybody from up of those elevation. But at VK, the Vikings, surprisingly, they lasted long enough, despite only one player left. And they caught themselves in this ditch in the first place. It was difficult for them to get out, and still in the same spot. And now even XSOPHERE want to take them down. Now, Break, can he fight 1v4? Now, we saw how Stickley done it, but can he actually do it?
Yeah, that has to be his inspiration, right? But HOMEBOIS now on screen. Only Shamil left. And he's up against Schweppes, Mr. MVP for Vampire Esports. Lucky for him, that final nade still left him with 10% of health. But Red Face from the side will finish off Shamil. HOMEBOIS out. No points this time.
Schweppes? Oh, Schweppes, he did so well last map. I'm looking for this one as well. Without the ghillie suit, of course, for this time. But FaZe Clan has arrived. And now they're charging towards XSOPHERE. Now, I swear to God, Vikings going to be happy right now that they are distracted. Because XSOPHERE was trying to hunt him down. But FaZe Clan now will try to keep them busy. But XSOPHERE and FaZe Clan, we might actually have a third party as well. This is a mess. Look at how crowded it is on the mini-map. Even have a big accident in the process. That's the worst timing to have a car flip over. FaZe Clan now rushing towards and ramping down the rest of XSOPHERE. KNS almost completely get knocked down, but they only lost one of their members down there. And the rest of FaZe Clan trying to corner down and wrap around XSOPHERE. And there's no way out for XSOPHERE at the time being.
Bumper car moment at the wrong timing. FaZe Clan still trying to push on onto the members of XSOPHERE. Chaco, KNS. Right in front of them, and Chaco will be eliminated by Dewey. Point goes to FaZe Clan. KNS still within the smoke, but Red Bull is going to ignore him for now. He was scout in front just to find another space for them to all move in. On the other side, we now have VOIN Donkey trying to stop BTR from coming up this high ground.
Oh, they do have the advantage. Snape, no, almost completely finished off just now. Can Federales rescue him in the nick of time, managed to do so. But this is actually a big risk on the side of BTR. They are clumped up together. If one nade coming up from VOIN Donkey can finish off both at the same time, there's going to be a discount day. And he managed to do so. Oh man, Federales is down to only 30% of HP left. Snape and Federales both need help. Snape will be abandoned for now as MEC keep VOIN Donkey busy at the same time.
And the fight still continues on. 3 teams right now, including MEC coming in from behind. VOIN Donkey. Zeta wants to rush forward, but MEC is around here. Has to be extra careful. Takes his time to heal up with his bandages. Here comes MEC. Voki cooking up this nade, but the counter nade onto Voki will not connect at all. Voki managed to damage Vexy. And Voki with the SLK looking for Vexy. Vexy now pretty low. He's in a critical position right now. He needs to heal up. One Zeta swaps places with him, and Zeta gunned down immediately the moment he shows up.
MEC out of nowhere suddenly charging in, and it's not even the full squad of that. Kiddo is still left behind where they were at before, and now Kiddo will actually try to focus on what's happening on the other end, while the rest of MEC now taken out by VOIN Donkey. 22YZ4K5. There you go, that's his name, and he's trying to do anything with this micro Uzi, but not enough as BTR coming back from behind. What is going on? MEC Voki is left. Can he actually fight back for the sake of MEC and BTR? They were being almost completely shut down by VOIN Donkey early on. Back on their feet after they reset themselves. Still a full squad alive. And they scored themselves quite an hefty amount of elimination. 7 in the bag with TODAK getting 8.
And they also landed themselves at 6th place, so that's going to be a few placement points for MEC. They are still in the hunt to gain at least a minimum of 60 plus points here. Now for Vampire Esports, they're going to be the team to stop FaZe Clan from coming in. Vampire Esports, they need the points for themselves. So far, a full squad team within the circle, they have the advantage, but they have to be careful as well, because right now Sam9 is going to come onto them, but Sam9 is also distracted by the fact that FaZe Clan is here.
Sam9 has been super quiet for a long time, and suddenly they are into actions. Now they're going to try to be as much third party as possible, but the problem is where they stand won't actually see, they can't get too much information from here. FaZe Clan on the other hand will try to pick off all those long shots and try to finish off whatever they can steal from afar. As 9 fought back, they finish off Vampires. Vampires didn't see this one coming. And I feel like bad for Vampires right now. They've been surrounded by all these teams, including FaZe, Sam9. It might be even TODAK from the northern side. Red Bull down on the ground as Vampires fought back.
And now Red Bull's down on the ground though. But this nade could finish him off. Okay, Disney just right beside Red Bull. Red Bull is fine, but can't say the same for Chopper. As 9 from TODAK from the side will take him down. FaZe Clan, they're falling apart right now, but TODAK now, they have BTR right behind them, crawling behind. Tam will now be the target of BTR. Same goes for 9 as well on the higher ground as Tatar will create the smoke bridge. He wants to move forward, but before that gets 9.
He's getting out of hand here right now. Satar finished off 9 and also the rest of TODAK, but Real managed to get down on Satar. Now Tony K also being finished off, and that's the rest of history coming up from Vampires. Out of nowhere, we started from 5 teams down to only 3. Down to only 3 teams now. Who was the 4th place team?
Wow. And stage 6, and we already had 3 teams. This round is really, really fast. I know it's like 100% land, but maybe it's the king of the hill. That's what motivated all these teams. Now make it 2 teams left with the fact that Federale has found Yui at the end of his crosshair, eliminating FaZe Clan. Now it's between BTR and 7-9 for the chicken dinner.
BTR, they might actually do this again, a back-to-back chicken, just like how they did yesterday. They're doing the same thing here right now, a bit earlier than yesterday as well. 11 eliminations already secured, with 4 taken by Snape. I mean, we thought the Ryan lineup is actually the complete set, but hold that thought for a second, because Snape is showing something else completely. He's leading out of the 11 eliminations. He's getting himself a 4. While Sam9 still have a full squad as well, but comparing about their eliminations, yeah, definitely BTR have more than a chicken dinner right now. And Sam9, I don't blame them. They had not much action going on early before this.
And though they have a lot of firepower here, we're talking about the Yuhai Mika combo. Let's see if they can actually do this one against the on fire BTR right now. They do have the circle advantage though. BTR, they don't have it. But BTR, they're starting to climb in. Okay, they're having this 2-2 split right now for the members of 7-9. But BTR, they're going to focus on the one side, and that's going to be UI side.
Oh, they charge straight right in. BTR, they're not wasting any manpower at all, going straight for the flank side, not splitting themselves. They are clustering up as a 4, moving in unison. They will try to take down the rest of 7-9, limb by limb, check it out. Drexy and Fearon try to cover fire, but it's a bit too far. The slopes of the hill will blind them. Obliterated view right now, but 7-9, another one bites the dust as Mika down on his knees. Crazy shooting on from above, and it's going to be the member
close.
of 7-9, leaving only 2 left. Firen, Drexy is already gone as well. Firen, can he actually crush this? He's trying to fight back by himself, but BTR, a double, back-to-back. Since yesterday they had a double, today they score another.
Again and again and again, BTR, the super team, the all-star team, right now here, again with another chicken dinner, even though they don't need it. But this is a statement by BTR, a statement by Snape, telling his coach that I deserve the spot in the main lineup.
This actually will ignite the fire within all the other players out there. There's no other team than just BTR by Vitality that's conquering this lobby here right now. What a game. It's unusual. This is unusual approach coming up from BTR. Usually when it comes to a 4v4 with only 2 teams left, they will split themselves like how Sam9 is actually doing. But instead of doing that, you know what? We're going to push in as a 4, going for the flank side first. They did not expect that from Sam9.
Wow, and will you expect that even though they have so many points right now, they still can come up with 15 eliminations? And guess who came up with the most eliminations? It is Snape with 5 eliminations by himself. He's telling his coach again like, hey, Ryan got the MVP? Well, check this stats out. 787 damage by Snape with the 5 eliminations coming in this lineup. Whoever you put in at this point, arguably so much firepower, so much damage that they can deal up. BTR is a very, very scary team now. And with the fact that they pull up a lot of points to themselves, well, that's not really a good news for those teams that really, really need the points in. But before we talk about that more, check out the highlights.
True monstrosity being showcased in the hands of BIGETRON by Vitality. This is one crazy team, man. I mean, I don't expect them to get even stronger. I thought yesterday has already been a phenomenal run by BTR, but right now what they're showing, this is truly one scary team.
Yeah, you thought that they were done, right? But they're telling you we're not yet done. But the other 4 teams here on the page, they need the points. Well, BTR, they're fine. They don't really need it. But TODAK, 7-9, FaZe Clan, glad to be up here as our top 4 teams because the points will be important for them to seal their deal into the Super Weekend. Now, how many points did they get? We'll need to check that one out because right now BTR has been pulling away the eliminations towards them. 15 eliminations in this round. And our MVP this time is going to be his debut day, Snape from BTR, the master of dark arts.
I have to say, BTR, I agree 100% with you. Whoever's tired, they can just sit out and rest. Whoever's actually getting into the lineup right now are actually high-skill individuals, good team players. If you look at how they actually play, 12% of headshot, not the highest, but the way he dished out the damage, 5 elimination, all of them actually receive almost similar amount of damage. Just how daring each of the players of BTR. And you know what? The funny thing is speaking of communication, they are the most multi-diverse team when it comes to communication, but still manage to communicate with their gameplay.
Makan bang. And they will makan chicken dinner here with 25 points collected by BTR, followed by TODAK, 12 points. So that's a healthy amount of points. Same goes for 7-9, 10 points as well. Pretty healthy here. Other than that, MEC, 9 points collected. They're also a team that needs the points in Vampire Esports, 9. Same goes for FaZe Clan. So, okay, those teams generally did well here. If you're in page 1, generally okay. But on page 2, thanks to BTR, thanks to teams like BTR taking away all those eliminations. Look at this too. We have like 6 teams with 0 points.
A quarter of population just being wiped out by BTR only. XSOPHERE, MVKE, so many teams with 0. This is gonna hurt the overall rankings of BTR. From the bottom, from the first page bottom, they should all the way. 6th place was their starting point earlier today. I feel like they can actually break the record at this point, Cloud. 145 was it last week by CelcomDigi Alliance. They can take it any time now.
Yeah, they're looking on course for it because we got 4 more rounds to go. But we also have to say thank you so much to ETN. They have been booted out of the top 16. And we welcome 7-9 into the top 16 now. Same goes for Vampire Esports, also in the top 16 here. But for ETN, well, too bad for them. They didn't make the first Super Weekend. So it's a confirmation ETN will be bowing out of this tournament.
And SK is in a shaky spot right now, even though they are in the 10th place. But they are the only team on the 2nd page that already finished off their run. And right now, any time of these guys on the 3rd page, those actually still have plenty of games to go. Even we're talking about MVKE, the Vikings start to really build up the momentum. MEC, no question asked here. We saw how they try to always try to maintain the consistency of getting a top 6, top 5. But Alter Ego, we don't see a lot of them. HOMEBOIS as well. HOMEBOIS is repeating what they did yesterday. They didn't get any points for today yet.
Yeah, still at 7 points. So another 0-point round for HOMEBOIS. 4 more games to go unless they come up with a BTR-worthy performance, then yeah. But if not, then it's hard for HOMEBOIS. 1 more game to go before the break. A lot of reflection for HOMEBOIS on how they're going to come up with a BTR-esque performance in the game before the extended break at least.
Now with eArena not in this lobby right now, I don't know who else can stop BTR. I'll be honest about it. I don't see anybody that can stop BTR right now. Nobody's stepping up the game here.
Well, I guess like what you say is already proven, right? I mean, 2 chicken dinners back to back. No other team seems to come close so far in terms of BTR's firepower and also prowess. Well, maybe Alter Ego, we can argue that in Sanhok it was very close. Alter Ego Alpha almost got it. But at the end of the day, it's still the deal that the fact that BTR scored it. So if they're able to make like 3 chicken dinners in a row, it's going to be a record for this season.
2 teams that we saw they were fighting against almost completely wiped out. Just now, Alter Ego the first one as well, and MEC too. But every single time they almost get wiped out, there's always going to be a third party intercepting and saving BTR in that very moment, and they manage to reset. What's not going to reset is going to be your ticket. Of course, there's going to be free ticket to be grabbed. It's going to be the day after tomorrow, which is going to be this Sunday during the Super Weekend last day. So it's open up for you guys to grab your own and be at the Basket Hall GBK at Jakarta. So if you guys happen to be free that day, you want to have a vacation, let's go and fly to Jakarta and get to Basket Hall GBK and get yourself the ticket to witness the true prowess of PMSL this season.
And it's not only the ticket, you can get your chance to get some amazing merch here by all these interesting teams. Okay, we have an onside pool for TALON, RRQ, GAU Squad, Alter Ego, Boom Esports, BTR, VOIN Donkey, and of course, not to forget Techno, who is our official sponsor for PMSL Summer this season. And if you visit Techno's booth, you stand a chance to win team merchandise. Now, which jersey is it going to be? We don't know. You gotta head there to find it out for yourself. At the same time, you can also snap photos with your favorite teams and players as well. So definitely head there, check out the booths, and also claim your free ticket in the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yep, and we're back to it, discussing about who's going to get booted out. SK is going to be the next one. They're not playing. They are in the 50s. They got themselves 52 points, if I'm not mistaken, right? But it's not the 60s. 60s is always going to be the safest one. And we're talking about 10th place. That's 10th place at 52 points. But due to the small gap, I feel like anybody can actually push the numbers up. But the thing is, BTR is not allowing anybody to take the point here.
You know what? This is where SK, when they're sitting at their hotel, they're actually rooting for BTR. They're like, BTR, go! Take all the points!
I agree.
Go! Take all the points! Don't let them points! Don't let them points! I mean, I can't say it in Vietnamese, but you know, you can imagine it translated like, no, BTR, no! You take all! You take all points!
Maybe just BTR Xin Chao. That's the only word I know for Vietnam. Hello, BTR. That's
Xin Chao, BTR, take point.
You know, I agree. That's going to be the best case scenario for SK. I want to see SK in the grand finals or in this at least this week's Super Weekend, right? Because they didn't get the slot last week. But who can stop BTR? Right now, I have to say, the hardest part for the player is actually how to stop this third party going on. It was a real mess all around the circle, and anytime anybody can just intercept you and make it so difficult for the players to finish off what they were starting off before.
Yeah, you know what? I just thought of something when we were talking about SK. This is the time where I wish that we have a player camp at SK's hotel. Just to see their reaction. They'll go like, oh no, BTR, take, don't keep the chicken, don't keep the chicken.
They're cheering for BTR.
Yeah, they're now wearing BTR jerseys. You know, they're BTR's biggest fan to take all the eliminations. Go, take.
BTR, you're my BFF now. That's what they're hoping for.
If you win, we buy you nice ayam geprek tonight.
Yeah, maybe they're gonna go for a good dinner together if that's gonna be the case. You know, that's the funny thing about BTR. There's nobody can actually stop them with their momentum right now. Since yesterday, by the way, we thought, the moment Snape actually debuted in the PMSL, we thought, is this a good choice right now? Because we saw the best of BTR yesterday when Ryan actually playing, and now we feel like, you know what? You can keep changing the play. It doesn't matter because BTR is just doing BTR things. And they have all these top Terminator players like Federales. I mean, Federales is definitely a great addition to the lineup, giving BTR a push that they always been hold back all this while. You can see they just gone wild. Not one player, all of them actually.
Yep, you have the Filipino Terminator, and then you have the gold medalist Sata. I mean, all-rounder for them, right? But here's our teams to focus. And today, the teams to focus that I put out is actually based on like from the bottom up, like teams that needs the points to go through. So looking at Roy, Claw, and Exosphere, they still need the points in, and we happen to have the same Exosphere.
No, I don't see too much Exosphere today. We see a glimpse of them, but we don't see them as brilliant as they were in day 1, week 2. I don't know what happened. Maybe this lobby is just too scary right now, and how crazy the circle can get, because the circle is very decisive when it comes for the players to call it out and the hot spots. The Vikings, though, on the other hand, I have to say that Vikings doing better now. I hope the homeboys actually get to learn something out of how Vikings actually play right now.
Yeah, and they only have like 4 more games to not only learn but also apply at the same time. But a Vikings performance won't cut it for homeboys. They need a BTR performance. Okay, Tam. Okay, Tam always likes to do his mini love. Okay, flying kiss all the way. Okay, I'll take it. Tam is still single, by the way, I think.
You're single too.
Yeah, I think me and Tam will make a good pair. In the game. You know, he can
Not
carry
judging, but yeah.
You know, that's what I'm trying to say. He can carry me in game. You know, just saying.
Not judging, but I root for you, buddy. Always.
He's a nice guy, so you know, pretty good looking.
All of them are good looking, of course. It depends on how big the hair is. Like we talked about, Nepeko, his hair is not big enough, so that's why they didn't perform for RQ this season.
Yeah, I know size does matter, right, when it comes to hair.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, wow, we're going that way now, really, buddy? But
I mean,
yeah.
I specifically said hair, so I don't know what you were thinking.
I didn't think of anything. I think about hair. But okay, back to his Voin Donkey. We don't see Voin Donkey as fierce as they were a couple of days ago. Don't know what happened though. Because the team to spotlight on when it comes to Group B for me personally is going to be BTR and Voin Donkey. But right now we see more of a BTR but no Voin Donkey at all.
Yeah, not as much Voin Donkey. We did see a bit, but maybe BTR is like stealing the spotlight away, right? Like suddenly because BTR is like the one that still is not stopping, then everyone else is like, oh, you know, just like John Cena, you can't see me.
That would be pretty cool if we actually have WWE teams one day. Imagine how fierce the players can get. They probably need a fighter to be performance coach for the team to know when it comes to mental health and mental strength to give them support. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, somebody to just shout at them and say, just do it! Just do it! Yeah, that's the fighter spirit they need. Especially for like, okay. For a second there, I thought the lights went out and I get worried. Okay, but okay.
I thought the same too. But you know what? We actually will get into our next Wrangle map. Will it still BTR dominating over this lobby? The monstrosity of a BTR. There's no stopping. And let's hop into the next Wrangle.
And here it is, that new wrangle before that break, ladies and gentlemen. The break that maybe some teams might be looking for. But for BTR, they're not looking for a break. They want to break everyone's back here in this game. And Snape, he wants to prove his point into the lineup. Man, gotta think about it. The coach will have a good headache of trying to, like, who he's going to pick for the very crucial Super Weekend.
And that's kind of true. All of them are in their top and peak performance right now. But I guess they're probably going to, swap the players depending on the map after this. I'm not sure. We're going to have to wait and see whether they're going to have still the same lineup with Snape in Mirama map, or it's going to be alternating between Snape and also Ryan afterwards. Or maybe you're going to have even Federales to sit one out for once. Because it's always going to be Federales in the key roster, right? We never get to see Federales being benched before.
Yeah, not yet. Federales and, well, Sata did take a break, but Federales not. So, 100% Federales. Yeah, he hasn't played. Maybe he wants to play. His coach wants him to play because, let's not forget, there is the tournament FMVP on the line as well.
Oh, true. And a lot of these guys want to try to snatch it for themselves here, including Tony K. Don't forget about Tony K. He's always going to be FMVP almost all season. It's so hard not to see him as well. But for Vampires, we don't see the best of them yet. I mean, I'm waiting for the Vampires to feel challenged with what BTR just offered that run just now. I think that's a wake-up call for the legacy teams out there. That's always big, and especially having a big fan base. And Woonty, yep, he's enjoying his day.
Yeah, he's going to enjoy the glide here. You know, it's not like it's a military-based circle, so he's just like, cruising. But you know the point on Vampire, frankly speaking, okay, if I wouldn't be blaming any team right now, right? It's not their fault. It's not their fault that BTR is stealing all the points away, right? It's BTR's fault, okay? But it will be your fault, ladies and gentlemen, if you miss your chance to grab a free ticket this Sunday on the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports to watch the grand finals live.
We have all the ranges coming up with different colors this time. A couple of swaps coming up from GLU. I'm looking at the scoreboard right now. 36. That's going to be the minimum to take over. I assume probably going to be, we ended up around 50s by the end of the day. Finally, we get to see Rosemary back in the lineup. So I guess Alter Ego just really try to readjust themselves once more to see if Rosemary can push the team even further this time.
Rose Carry is back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if they can actually carry Alter Ego. Okay, so I also want to like kind of recap on like, okay, Alter Ego's performance in the last Super Weekend. Okay, last Super Weekend, Alter Ego.
They didn't get. They did get through, right?
Oh yeah, they went through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're at 6 points, which is also kind of scary as well. If like the new teams that come in, like depending on how many new teams that join in, can overtake them. I mean, they could be like just safe, or they could be booted out. So Alter Ego, for safetyness. Okay, I'm trying to do the math on my head, right? For safetyness, maybe it's due to go to the Super Weekend. If not, it's copium for them, perhaps.
6 points still plenty. If you ask me, they are in the middle pack, so it's pretty much still okay, but not the safest to actually dodge this Super Weekend. BTR needed it more than Alter Ego, and it just shows about their performance as well. The one that actually should really get into the Super Weekend, other than the teams that's not getting the first Super Weekend, is going to be TODAK, though.
Oh yeah, TODAK for sure. Because they only have like 1 point in last week's Super Weekend. Okay, I'm just looking at last season's data as well. So 6 points is safe. Yeah, 6 points is safe. But that also depends on how many new teams actually come into the Super Weekend. But yeah, it should be safe. But of course, your Alter Ego, right? You want to have not only an entry into the Grand Finals, but you also want to have a good amount of starting points in the Grand Finals too. So, yeah.
But we've seen that before happen, Cloud. Whoever get the starting points, something get pushed down and not gaining any points the first few rounds. So I guess that's a bonus, yes. And it gives you a wiggle room to actually make mistakes in the first few maps when it comes to the Grand Finals. But it's not entirely like 100% helping that much, depending on how much drive you have to actually really push it all out. But for Alter Ego, I like that you mentioned about last season though. I noticed since last season, they kind of lost their spark as well last season, don't you think?
Yeah, it feels like a couple of seasons now, ever since they last won the PMSL.
After they lost to Boom, right?
Yeah, after they lost to Boom, when Boom started to rise, and then you start to see the power shift to towards Boom and other teams. Alter Ego, they were still fighting like the first season when Boom won, and then after that, it just went all the way downhill. So this is arguably, okay, although it's not disastrous for Alter Ego, right? But it's still one of those seasons that is or lack of a better word, the worst season for Alter Ego so far?
I personally think after Potato was transferred to another team, that's where they start to feel a bit dim, where we get to see they're a bit slower when it comes to getting aggressive in the game. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Because I feel like Potato is the one that actually really drive the team that time. And they have huge respect for Potato, especially for Rosemary. I feel like whenever they are together, it feels like Rosemary do have sort of a bond with Potato in a certain sense. But I don't know. Maybe it's time for them to change, you know. Maybe it's time for them to mix and match with other teams, like how the transfers happening for between the teams, like how Federal is being transferred into BTR, and all these changes between the teams, like MEC as well. Well, FaZe Clan too, where Canary right now try to cook the nade. Red Bull, GUI alongside with the rest of FaZe Clan. They try to flush out the rest of MEC out of their hiding spot.
Well, when you spoke about Alter Ego, well, they gained their first point and the first blood as well. And this is a replay of how they actually got that. Okay, it came from Krypton. Okay, straightforward one of the points here where he passed by Krypton and he obviously wasn't aware of the presence of Krypton. But now back onto FaZe Clan. Here we go against MEC. And MEC, they need the points. FaZe Clan, they're already at 60 points. So whatever points that they get here is going to give them extra cushion. But for MEC, they're in dire need of points with the fact that Voki is currently down. Canary, Red Kiddo, MEC. Now one player left. Make that two players. One player trying to escape. Is he able to? Okay, Kim, he survived.
He managed to actually clutch that one out by himself. But for the side of MEC, they will try to depart and disengage and go for an exit out. They don't want to go through this anymore. And Kim, I think he's the only one surviving for the side of MEC right now. It's not worth. At least they try to. There's another player. One of them still survive. It's going to be Manzi too. So they try to just play as a duo right now. And unfortunately for MEC, they have to start as a duo, but at least consolation side, they have 1 point of execution or elimination out there. Next, we do have the circle shifted just now, right on top of, in between Rozhok Mansion, prison around the ETN center of around the Medusa intersection. And school might be one of the places where everybody wants to take a spot.
Aha, with this kind of circle, yeah, school apartment especially is very popular. BTR are one of those teams who like to go to the school apartment. They're taking their time, probably just waiting out for any rotating teams that they can shoot down. But anyway, BTR, can do anything they want at this point. But of course, the one that's rooting for them is SK. SK, you can imagine from the hotel, it's like, come on, BTR, get more eliminations. And they might get one from Sem 9. Okay, but we'll look at that later because right now it's going to be TODAK and Team Secret.
Yeah, there's an open field between these two teams. Team Secret managed to finish off one of TODAK players. That leaves a TODAK down to 3 right now, and they will try to go back. It's not worth. And it's a very risky spot for them as well. That flat plane will not last them long enough. So it's best for them to go for this engagement and try to find a compound to just hold and defend instead. But speaking of defense, the next contender might be BTR. We talked about BTR. Are they ready for the hunt?
Aha, if they start hunting, then you gotta get scared. Okay, last we checked, BTR was close with Sem 9, but no engagements yet. I guess, well, you still have stage number 3 before they start exploding. And FaZe Clan, they're now cooling off for this moment. FaZe Clan 2 elimination points in the back, they're at 62, so they are pretty okay right now. I say goes for TODAK, already 61. So my eyes will be looking at like teams like yeah, especially on the outside of the 16, right? Like MEC below, especially. With 2 players from MEC, they need to get inspiration from BTR Sandhawk round to be able to score the chicken dinner with 2.
It's within reach, and it's not too far off for them. As long as they can score like, what, 6 points in a map, it's pretty much decent enough. And continually getting those points, it's not impossible. But FaZe Clan, well, they want to be comfortable. Why not? They try to gain as much elimination as they can. But the one that everybody should watch out for, I'm waiting for BTR to make all of sudden entrance there. But FaZe Clan, they want to get into the compound where they're fighting against Alter Ego. Now, this is going to be tough for Alter Ego. They need to win this fight.
School circle. Let's go. BTR, they do love the school apartment. And I can see them heading there. The one that's in school apartment right now is XSOPHERE. School compound is going to be taken by 7-9 and VOIN Donkey. We have them on screen right now. 7-9, the moment they arrive, Taxi gets eliminated by VOIN Donkey. And Yuhai is on the other side, the other building.
Zeta going in, trying to find it. It's going to be a lot of a maze play here, but Yuhai cooking up the nade. He saw Zeta seeing Yuhai just now prepping up the nade straight away. He's going for a U-turn, but Mika arriving from behind. VOIN Donkey, one of them knocked down. Mika tried to regroup with the rest of Sam9, while Potato tried to give and relay information as much as he can on the third floor, second floor inside of that building. But it's not just them, Cloud. We do know BTR is cutting it close. Same goes for TODAK and another team around them. That's going to be Alter Ego. Managed to squeeze in as well.
And BTR, as we expected, they landed in the school compound. They only managed to get one elimination point as of now until they start to explode. More teams coming into the school compound area, including HOMEBOIS, XSOPHERE on the other side, together with TODAK. These three teams. Well, TODAK, they're kind of okay, but for the other two, they need the points in. And BTR, of course, being rooted by SK right now. BTR, come on, push them, get those eliminations in. They want to see that. Well, SK really wants to see that for sure.
Patience. It's all about patience and a surprise attack. But Alva, I'm surprised that he can actually stay alive a bit more longer, despite it being so open. Barely get any covers here. And Zera's actually didn't spot him out, surprisingly. Or maybe they just spot on the players and like, and that's not the fight that we want. But Vikings, here comes GLU inside of the warehouse. Vikings will try to hold their ground, but Stickley, here comes Stickley, clutch, big one before Cloud. And WOON-T will try to hold the ground right in front of Cross. And fighting against Stickley, head to head, and it's down. Superman managed to knock down on the clutcher, GLU, Stickley himself. And one by one, they are in shambles for Glue, but Vikings still fight back. It's down to only Superman to fight for the life of MVKE. I don't know where Break is right now.
Oh, he needs Break, but their Break is not together with him. So now Superman will need to turn into Superman. He almost got that one, but not able to finish up the job. At the same time, Break just got eliminated by Xbox. And this is the end of the Vikings. Only 2 points this round. 3 more games to go for them to come out with a big one into the Super Weekend.
A lot of work for them cutting out later for the next 3 maps. Oh boy, this is going to be tough. But they're going to break into the 30s as long as they keep their right mindset later on the rest of the day. But back to his Alter Ego, the team that we all have questioned about since last season and a couple of seasons back. Right now, they try to get into school, but school is already overpopulated by so many teams, including BTR, happen to be in the center of HOMEBOIS, TODAK, XSOPHERE, Sam9, VOIN Donkey, even Vampires coming up from behind. I don't know if BTR can actually hold this one for once.
Yeah, BTR by the edge of school apartment, it should be fine. Unless if Alter Ego wants to crash onto them. But BTR, they will still have the advantage. Okay, look at BTR's spread. They not only hold one apartment, but they have Sata on the other apartment as well. A couple of members of Roy currently down, but they should be back up soon. I mean, it's a urban area at the end of the day, so they will have enough cover. Unless, again, Alter Ego wants to go all in, crashing in. But Alter Ego's not making that big decision yet. Instead, they're looking at Claw.
They're quite spread out themselves. And Claw probably have too much information, but they haven't triggered any fight yet. Here comes Federalis cooking up the nade. He's itchy to go in. I know Federalis. We've seen him so many seasons. Even during the PMCL, he will start and engage whenever he can. He will not wait it out. And when he sees his target, he's going to rush in. Snape, this time coming up, giving some information that, hey, they have so many vehicles parking right in front. So do we blow the vehicles or do we try to sneak and wait it out for the other teams to engage the fight and them being the third party?
Canary from one compound to another, and this is where MEC is at. Canary alone, Canary gun down, Canary bye-bye. And MEC picks up that point.
FaZe Clan unfortunately only scored 2 points out of this round, but we won't worry too much about FaZe Clan. They have over 60 points right now. Pretty much feels safe for the time being. But back to his alter ego, who happens to be in the 23rd spot out of 24 teams. Right above HOMEBOIS when it comes to the scores. 22 points right now in total, including the 2 points elimination they just gained. Now, with Rosemary coming back after being rested since yesterday, can things change? You know, I miss the Rosemary that's reckless, you know, that just let him loose and let him do whatever frag he wants to do. But sometimes when he actually just take the lead, there's no cover fire from the back, or he's been separated from the rest of the team. He's moving too fast.
And the Rose carry, right? He's been playing a more solo support-ish role recently. And that's not a bad thing. I mean, supports, they're able to dish the final blow from afar. And they are dishing out the final blow right now with the claw. Taking out Bobohu. Okay, that's point number 3 for Alter Ego. Okay, that's fine. And they were coming from the southern side in. And from this south side in, there's a lot of high ground that they can slowly track into the school apartment area. And it doesn't seem that there are too many teams there. Okay, maybe one team in front, but at least it's manageable since it's only one. But still, Claw, they're trying to track them out. Rosemary, got a member of Empire.
Yep, it's within the woods of the high grounds, within those hills, on their journey towards the side of school. Just like you mentioned, everyone have the same idea right now. But for Alter Ego, they picked too many fights at the same time. It's going to be two-way war. Vampires with Onsens just now being knocked down, I think got finished off instantly. That shift the focus of Vampires towards their backside. Now, Alter Ego with the circle shifted slightly towards the right. They have to pick their fight. I think Vampires, they're not going to, you know, entertain Alter Ego. They are focused on objectives right now. It's going to be the center. While Claw, on the other hand, will they actually chase the tails of Alter Ego? We're going to have to wait and see.
And it's going to be Trunk down, Onsen's down. Looks like TODAK might be able to pick up that point. Here comes Alter Ego, crashing onto Zaxi. Zaxi, he's alone here. Okay, Zaxi tries to get away with hovercraft. Zaxi very, very slowly getting away, but his hovercraft is not able to take it any further. He's forced to jump out to fight, but he will be cut down immediately. Same goes on Red Face from afar. Now it's going to be Pepeng against the 3 players of Alter Ego.
Rosemary trying to flush out Pepeng out of his hiding spot. But Pepeng still holding it on with so many barricades for himself. But the problem is the blue zone will finish off Pepeng the moment MAQNA managed to knock him down, and that pretty much secures the elimination of the side of Alter Ego. Slow and steady, that's the motto for the side of Alter Ego today. But for VOIN Donkey, it's gonna be the turbulence between them and Sam9 to just fight for this compound for themselves. But the problem is they barely get themselves into the circle. And now for Sam9, Mika gonna go face to face. What a nade! Dropped by Yuhai as well as Sam9, but Zeta fought back. Yuhai's down on the ground, leaving only Potato left on the side of VOIN Donkey. Potato!
Wow, what a shot there by Zeta. One shot it always takes. And now, on the outside of school, we have Team Secret, GLU Squad, and TALON here. As these 3 teams will need to fight it off before coming on to the next stage, where the circle might likely move away from them. TALON, they're not having any fight in it yet. Team Secret going to focus on the GLU Squad. Can you imagine the shots being dished out on the GLU Squad? They still need to win this fight because they're sharing the same building.
Who's going to start the first move here between these 3 teams? GLU definitely tried to force it out of Team Secret. TALON is waiting as a third party. Trunk's on the ground. What? Trunk is on the ground by himself. He naded himself at the worst possible time. You're not supposed to make that happen. He opened up and popped the smoke and he naded himself. That's questionable. But Glue not wasting any time at all. They see the blunder coming in. They're going straight into the compound.
Well, at least TALON might buy a little bit of time for him. Okay, he's back up again thanks to Frankie. Yoru scoping out onto the 2nd floor, trying to see any hits if they will show up on the window. Okay, anyway, there are 30 more seconds before stage 6 will reveal itself. So they're on standby mode right now. But the moment they jump out of this house, there are so many teams actually waiting for them. With the smokes deployed, surely this will alert all the other teams on the outside.
We can now actually see all the cursors, all the POV of the players on the minimaps. Seems to be slightly giving attention towards the fight where we're looking across our screen right now. Box. You don't know Box just being swapped in the previous map or this map just now. But as the circle get to see whether it will be favoring MEC. Yes, they got themselves the compound. And now VOIN Donkey, Zeta, the last member standing for VOIN Donkey, managed to squeeze in unharmed.
Wow. It's a miracle that part of this compound still has the circle in it. Okay, advantage to Team Secret to try to block out Talon. At the same time, homeboy Shamir just needed down a player of Alter Ego. MAQNA will be down as well thanks to Ian's nade. They're defending their building against the incoming Alter Ego. Krypton eliminated by Ians and MAQNA out, so that's going to be 2 extra points there for homeboys. As Frenzy will take one for himself, that's going to be Alpha down.
Oh, the mini screen, make it big. I want to see that's the fight that we were going for. Talon versus Team Secret and GLU seems to be at stalemate right now. While we're looking at a mini screen, things going havoc with all the nades flying around inside of that 3-story building. XSOPHERE, Roy, BTR. Look at the crazy kill feed right now, Cloud. BTR now being shut down by Roy. Maybe that's the answer, but never mind. Surprise there.
Okay, we finally get it on the big screen right now. And homeboys against Vampire Esports. Going to be Onzens all alone at the lower ground with Astov K. And homeboys, 3 players will try to rush in onto him. 1 nade sent across onto Onzens. Onzens still alive. Onzens not damaged by it at all. And Onzens still bringing the flag of Vampire Esports in the building.
Just going to the ground floor, the first floor. Homeboys still trying to find him. It seems like they're working in a maze right now, but BTR is closing by. They're closing the distance. They want to take part of this. They're waiting for the right time to open fire, but they're fighting against another team right beneath them. I think they spotted out Onzens. Left, right, center. There'll be bullets flying across his ears, and it's very close. Now he's trying to finish off the one he knocked down before, but the nade is so difficult to land towards the side of homeboys right now, since they are on the upper ground. So Onzens, whether to leave, the moment he jumps out, Cloud, there's going to be a crazy amount of bullet flying over to his side.
Oh, but we're back onto the other building now. Talon managed to push themselves into the same building as Team Secret, but Trang is cooking up his nade. Same goes for Axel. Nade will not connect. Okay, we're back on the homeboys because this will be the demise of Onzens thanks to Ians. Vampire Esports out, no points collected this time. Frankie on his knees. Trang will not be able to save him yet. No time at all because they've been pushed in by Talon, and Talon takes over the compound out of the hands of Team Secret.
That was a blind shot coming out from the side of Talon, but Yori got hit by GLU. Axel's nade just now. Here comes another one from the flank side. Axel, he switched over to his left side and right side right now. He's trying to think about where the GLU players are coming out from. Is it from the outside or inside of the house? Next guys, he's going to charge into a side of Axel from behind. A bit too late now as one of the members of GLU Box bleeding on the ground. Here comes another team. Oh my god, VOIN Donkey last player, but Achul! Finished off Axels out of nowhere. Potato finally here with Zeta.
Here comes VOIN Donkey against Talon. But circle is going to shift again. MEC, someone in the middle of the circle, and they will get the circle. Look at the amount of teams in School of PUBG, Juju. We have at least 5 of them.
And MEC is just cheering from the side. They don't need to do any work at all and just wait for the chicken to present itself. While the other teams are sweating everything that they can to go against just to get into the circle, with the circle moving away. Now Talon have to wrap things up because VOIN Donkey is searching for the hunt, but they do have the advantage of number for the side of Talon, but they did not know that.
Okay, but VOIN Donkey, okay, Zeta's finding that angle. Okay, here comes Yoru from the top of the container. Now he's behind the members of VOIN Donkey, and here comes Achul, but VOIN Donkey stood tall. They won it against Talon. Now we're in the fight at the School of PUBG. Here comes BTR.
After such a long pause, we're waiting for them. When will they finally act? And here comes BTR with Sata bleeding on the ground. TODAK, homeboys just jump over to this building from the other. And now coming in from the top. Rooftop, and might spot out real, but Snape Ayen is there. This is a very complicated situation for 3 teams to be in multiple level of building. It's quite confusing as well, as their footsteps will be masked by the positions here. Frenzy managed to actually reach out to Real, while Snape cooking out with the nade, hoping it will land on to the enemy team. Hopefully there's no blunder.
Snape! He got one! Okay, looking for more. He sends a nade across. Federalis waiting outside. Federalis from the back. Federalis gets one, but Federalis too low from the outside. XSOPHERE had to butt in, and BTR, when they were fighting, they were eliminated from the outside.
I see what Federella is doing there. He's baited his own men and waited around the corner. That was actually a smart move, but nonetheless, BTR, I think the bane for them is going to be the complexity of the maze in a building. The multiple level building will be their bane for now. But we're down to the top 4 teams. VOIN Donkey with 2 players. VOIN Donkey, Potato, and Zeta. Potato managed to spray towards the 4 players of XSOPHERE. Nice, SOPHERE, almost all of them on the ground despite having full squad alive just earlier before.
And MEC trying to steal away those elimination points after all the work by Potato from the side. But Potato, they will still secure 1 elimination point. Here comes TODAK sending a nade on the XSOPHERE. But XSOPHERE, they're trying to hold their ground. They're still in the game though. We have Lobby X here trying to pick up Chaco, but no time for him. But nevertheless, Lobby X will still be able to take out Real. But the final blow came from Frenzy to finish off Lobby X. But from the other side, it's still going to be VOIN Donkey. Now, 2v2, VOIN Donkey and MEC.
Oh, Manzi and Kim, the last remaining member of MEC, but they have not been proactively aggressive, just like VOIN Donkey did with Zeta and Potato right now. And Zeta aggressively just pushing them in. And this is going to be tough for MEC. They are clustered inside of this building, while Zeta do have more space with Potato alongside. Potato will try to come out from the flank side, the off angle, and try to bait them out. Potato, the moment he just park, it's going to be Manzi shooting him down. He's on his knees. Kim tried to go back indoors and try to finish off Potato instantly and try to secure those elimination points. But if they're not being careful, Zeta can turn the point here. But the nade! Zeta down to 3% of HP.
Okay, here comes 1v2, but Zeta is very low at this moment. But Zeta fights back. He gets Manzi. That's going to be a 1v1. Zeta and Kim for the chicken dinner. MEC, they need the chicken dinner. Zeta, he healed up himself back to 80% of health. Kim will finish off Potato. 1v1. They're going to play ring around the rosy at this moment. Kim with the SLK. Zeta with the SLK as well. They have similar weapons, but who will be able to land the final blow? Zeta trying to find an angle, but nobody's showing themselves yet. But this nade by Zeta. Nade. But then again, it needs time for it to take away. This will allow Kim to push in onto Zeta as they still dance it over this compound. But Zeta from the back will be the one to win the 1v1 against Kim.
What a ton at that. VOIN Donkey is back, and we're back to the 2 teams under the spotlight. BTR, VOIN Donkey for Group B today. But Kim just now, you can see he was panicking. He didn't cook the nade long enough because he heard the footsteps of Zeta keep moving. He didn't cook it long enough for him to have a sudden explosive shot toss when that happened. But valiant effort on the side of MEC, and we see MEC is starting to put their foot forward. And that was amazing man-to-man finale between these 2 teams. But nonetheless, VOIN Donkey, they had 2 men for a very long time.
Yeah, and they're still able to score this chicken dinner. Another inspiration by BTR, I guess. But VOIN Donkey, they will be very, very safe right now with the points collected. And speaking of the points, it's 12 eliminations for VOIN Donkey this round. So it's 22 points. VOIN Donkey, they're very safe. It was MEC who needed the points the most.
That's a lot of high Q volume from Zeta and Potato, by the way, 5 and 6. But they are the ones that actually left in the game. Vaxi and Razak got finished off quite early. But nonetheless, VOIN Donkey, I mean, we see why they are up there. And this is the main reason why. When it comes to their judgment call, they never fail to just perform. Incredible plays by the side of VOIN Donkey with their scores right now for overall, but can MEC still push the numbers up? We're gonna have to wait and see and tally up the scores, because right now, another double-digit massive kill volume just portrayed by VOIN Donkey. Let's rewatch their highlights.
What a crazy 1v1 that was, and Zeta knows it. That's why the celebrations was insane. But VOIN Donkey, okay, they have made enough points. They're cool, right? TODAK, they should be enough by now, but we'll look at the scores later. The one that really needs the points is MEC, and of course, HOMEBOIS. Finally, they made it to the top 4, but is it too late?
How much did they actually tally up the score? Also another big question, because we want to see if they finally cracked the double digit. I think it's also a cause of celebration for the side of HOMEBOIS. They've been sitting on that 7 points without any progress for the entire day, and finally they get to be on the top 4. And welcome back to the PMSL HOMEBOIS. They're finally waking up.
Yeah, with 3 more games to go. Unless they pull a BTR again, then yeah, then we have a bit of copium for them. But Zeta, of course, the one that landed the final blow that gave the chicken dinner to VOIN Donkey, is the MVP this round. 6 eliminations, 879 damage, and what a dance-off that he had against Game.
That's a lot of damage by one player. 6 elimination, he should have gotten more. From my perspective, Zeta, we saw how he celebrated just now. There was a complete, very fulfilling satisfaction of celebration that he know that he well deserving for that chicken dinner. He carried it out in a very stylish ending too. But nonetheless, for Zeta, that's a lot of elimination and damage dished out. 46% of team contribution. I mean, we have no question about Zeta. He has been under the spotlight for a lot of season of PMSL right now, but the numbers don't lie. 22 points. Is it gonna be another round of a lot of zeros down there? Because we have a lot of 11 this time.
Yeah, that's MEC, TODAK, HOMEBOIS. Oh, welcome to the PMSL HOMEBOIS. And XSOPHERE doing not too bad with 8 eliminations. TALON, BTR, they're like, okay, whatever. But Alter Ego, 6 elimination points, no placement points at all. So they're on page number 1. Page 2, however, Vampire Esports and Claw. Okay, very interesting the fact that Vampire went out 0 because they could still use a few points. But this all means that it's good news to SK. SK is still sitting in a hotel, praying that they're still in the top 16. We'll check out if they are still there now with the overalls.
Here comes the overalls. 129, still eArena. Well, thanks to BTR being shut down early on. I feel like SK a bit disappointed right now because BTR didn't go how they usually do. But so far, the only swap we have on the first page is going to be VOIN Donkey and TALON. Only these two been swapping places with 85 and 73 points. Well, I think we kind of secured the first page here. It's going to be okay. BTR got the most chicken, by the way. When it comes to most eliminations, they're going to be eArena so far. And the next one we should watch out. It's probably rising up. I feel like TALON might spark up a bit of ignite in them since all the Indonesian teams started stepping up their game. But the point here, 43, Cloud. That's going to be the magical number here.
Okay. SK is still at number 10. Okay, no change. Okay, right now SK is just praying that the teams below them like GLU, like Vampire, XSOPHERE, Claw, and so on and so forth to not gain many points so that they will still have a chance. 3 more games to go. Can you imagine that you're the player, you're sitting in the hotel, you're like every round you're like by the edge of your seat, like are the teams below you still in the game?
That's like less than 10 points, by the way, for them to catch up.
Oh no, let's not do that. No.
At least HOMEBOIS got double digit. I'm happy for them.
Yay.
Yeah, at least that's good news out of this, despite they're at the very bottom. But hey, that's progress. Progress is progress. Still have to celebrate it. On the side of ETN, it's 100% goodbye, of course. Roy, they still can catch up. And we do know the points like very minute. It's too tiny for them to be safe in their hotel room, Cloud. It's less than 10 points. So like it or not, SK, you cannot celebrate yet.
Well, you guys can book your hotel room nearby the Basket Hall GBK because that will be the grand finals venue. And you can grab your ticket that will be released on the 15th of June, this Sunday, for free on the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports. So make sure you hit that Head there on the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports on the 15th of June this Sunday to grab your free ticket for a free entrance into the basketball GPK so that you can enjoy these amazing on-site booths.
Talon, RQ, GLU, Alter Ego, Boo. I don't know if they're going to have only this season's jersey or the previous ones as well. Would love to know that because every single season they have very different outfit. But if you guys don't know yet, we also have our sponsor Techno join in at the on-site booth. So you guys can actually do a lot of fun activities with Techno and even win some team merchandise for free by snapping a photo with your favorite teams and players too. And you can even try out the device, you know. What the player's been using right now is the Techno 7 series. You guys can test it by yourself to feel like, you know, I want to feel like pro player. Maybe you can manifest being a pro player just by holding Techno POVA 7 series.
Yeah, just like how I wish that we can hold the Techno POVA 7 series just right beside us here. But maybe soon, hopefully. But what is coming up soon is going to be the break time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be taking an extended break and we'll see you guys back here for the last 3 games.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
right amount of players. Barbecue to death top, new line reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go well. Members of SEA already here. Rocky out the open, the smoke. Strategic. The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash rule. If no teams have completed the Smash rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sadhak. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
Paling untuk 3 yang lainnya, kalau misalnya kita kalah berada di hashtag 2 dan kita nggak bisa dapat hashtag 1, yang pasti nanti ada hukumannya, ya paling traktir sih atau enggak ya challenge-challenge rank lain. Tapi jangan sampai dong hashtag 2.
Mọi người hãy tưởng tượng tôi như kiểu một cái chùa đấy, với lại cái team của tôi như là một cái chợ ấy. Chùa thì muốn yên tĩnh, còn chợ thì lúc nào cũng ồn ào.
Okey, kepada teammate saya, kalau tengok video ni, harap tak ambil hati sebab semua perkara ni benar.
Solusinya ya gue tutup aja pakai bantal mulutnya Asa biar dia nggak berisik.
Ngenokin teman sendiri sih, itu ada bisa pakai bom, bisa pakai bensin, itu sering terjadi dulu di zaman-zaman RA. Nah kalau di zaman-zaman itu kita sering ngemoli teman kita sendiri, itu sering terjadi dan tapi kita ya ngebawa itu jadi lucu aja sih.
Điều ngớ ngẩn nhất cả đội từng làm chắc là những quả nét và những quả lửa, tại vì thay vì chúng tôi chọi vào địch thì chúng tôi chọi vào nhau.
Diorang selalu tinggalkan saya seorang-seorang, saya rest seorang-seorang, dia memang lembab gila.
Kalau itu gue pernah sih, waktu itu ngepost kompon, terus si Asa ngebom diri gue, bukan ngebom musuhnya, jadi malah friendly fire. Parah sih dia.
Satu pemain yang aku bakalan pilih itu, aku bisa bilang Leon DZ, karena Leon DZ itu selain dari pengalaman dan juga skillnya dari tahun ke tahun itu udah cukup oke, dan jujur dari diri aku sendiri itu aku penasaran main sama dia, makanya aku pilih Leon DZ.
Cho em tuyển cả 3 người luôn được không? Thứ nhất là Tony Kay, hai là Rosemary và KLUBLUG, tại vì cả 3 tuyển thủ đấy luôn luôn nằm trong những cái top player của các giải đấu và cũng có MVP của mình nữa.
Saya akan ambil TODAK Naim sebab dia punya backup laju and then sharp shooter.
Gue maunya Yami sih. Karena alasannya gue pernah SEA Games bareng Yami. Gue ngerasa klop main sama dia, berasa kompak, chemistry gue kayak ada sama dia.
Untuk Red FaZe, jangan maju mulu ya. Karena gue bakalan maju dan gue yang lebih jago. Jadi jangan sosok maju. Untuk Firman juga sama, begitu pula juga Pepeng. Untuk Boboho, banyak ranking lagi.
Đồng đội của tôi như cái radio vậy á, tại vì kiểu không thể tắt được á.
Manzi sebab dia ni macam star syndrome, selalu siap lambat, orang kena tunggu dia. Dia dah macam raja dah dekat dalam tim ni. Asyik nak kena tunggu dia je, semua dia siap lambat. Confirm kena tunggu dia.
Oh, Asa sih. Karena kalau Asa nih, kalau di GH, kalau di gaming host, dia tidurnya tuh ngoroknya paling kenceng. Jadi gue keganggu banget tuh kalau tidur. Jadi dia ngorok tuh berasa kapal pecah.
Hello, PUBG World people, and welcome back to the interview session. After the first half, after 3 games has done, we are going to the second half. 2 more maps, Erangel and Miramar, and we are going to settle the last day of the group stage. But right now, join with me 2 players from the same team, TALON ID, Boychill and Yoru. How are you guys? Apa kabar?
Baik.
Baik. Let's go. And also John's also the translator right here. So, as usual, we are going to have a little bit chit-chat before going for the second half, starting from Boychill. Boychill, Last split, Talon missed out on the grand final, but this time you're looking strong. What adjustment did the team make to turn things around?
Oke, Boy Cil, di season lalu Talon itu nggak lolos ke grand final kan, dan sekarang kalau kita lihat dari hasil 2 minggu ini, Talon itu perform dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Apa perubahan yang dilakukan oleh pasukan Talon sendiri?
Paling dari segi ini sih, kayak kita lebih try hard lagi sama dedikasi lagi lah. Yang dari pre-season kita fokus untuk selalu menang di turnamen apapun, makanya kita bisa lebih step up.
Yeah, I think all of us since pre-season we already trying hard so much, like we already trying so hard, and then we put all the dedication towards it, and then we just want to win every single tournament. So that's how we improving right now.
Boy Chill, 1 to 100, how confident are you with Talon right now?
Ya, 1 sampai 100, seberapa pede kamu sama Talon sekarang?
Unlimited.
Okay, love the answer. Next one, Boy Chill. This is your second PMSL split with Talon since moving from Alter Ego. Can you elaborate on some of the main differences and how is the vibe around the team?
Ya kan kamu kemarin sempat di Alter Ego juga, dan sekarang kamu udah bersama Talon 2 season. Ya, bisa ceritain dikit nggak apa ya perbedaannya, apa suasananya sama Talon ya yang kamu rasain sendirilah.
Beda tempat aja sih. Kalau AE di Jakarta, kalau Talon di Tangerang ya. Kita doang apa gitu.
Yeah, I think we just like the difference is basically it's just a place. I mean, the gaming house in Alter Ego is in Jakarta, and then for Talon ID is in Tangerang. That's all. It's just a place. It's the same, but it's a place.
Just a place. Okay. Last one for Boy Chill. Talon reminds many fans of CelcomDigi Alliance. Consistently strong performances, but still no trophy. What keeps the team mentality stable and motivated to keep pushing forward despite many failures?
Oke, jadi Talon itu ya mirip-mirip lah sama CelcomDigi Alliance yang performanya bisa dibilang konsisten tetapi gagal mendapatkan trofi. Ya, apakah yang membuatkan kalian masih bisa tetap maintain performa, maintain dari sisi mentalnya? Gimana kamu bisa tetap stay di setiap turnamen itu dengan keadaan perform?
Mungkin kalau di saat mereka lagi di momen Talon yang dulu waktu konsisten, saya belum ada juga sih, jadi saya belum bisa jawab itu.
Okay, I think for that part, I mean it's a previous talent, I would say. I mean for now, we just gonna try our best. I cannot give answer for that, but then coming from me, I just gonna do our best and give our best.
Okay, before moving to Yoru, short message for Alter Ego right now.
Ya, jadi sebelum kita geser ke Yoru, sedikit pesan buat Alter Ego sekarang.
Banyak-banyak berdoa.
Ya, just keep praying.
Okay. Next one from Boy Chill, moving to Yoru. Yoru, first one. Last year, globally, Talon did really well and finished 6th place at PMWC 2024. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you about making it back to PMWC this year?
Oke, Yoru, di PMSC kemarin Talon mendapatkan tempat ke-6, posisi ke-6. Dari 1 sampai 100, seberapa pede kamu yang Talon ini bakal melayakkan diri ke PMSC sekali lagi?
100% sih, karena kita tujuannya sama buat balik ke global.
Yeah, it's just like 100% is because of the goal is still the same. We're just gonna go back to the global stage.
Confidence level is huge from both of the players. Yoru, this is your first time playing without mastery or previously misery as the IGL in Talon. How does it feel to play with your new IGL Achul right now?
Oke, Yoru, ini pertama kali kamu nggak bermain bareng mastery yang dulunya dikenal sebagai misery. Ya, gimana rasanya bermain dengan IGL baru yaitu Achul?
Sebenarnya kurang lebih sama, mungkin ya karena Achul lebih fresh aja, jadi bikin kita semangat baru aja sih.
Yeah, it's just the same. I mean, compared to mastery compared to Achul is the same. It's just like Achul is fresh, and then we got a new vibe, we got a new situation, and we just got a new fresh player. That's all.
Okay, last one for Yoru. Now that Mastery and Redface, your longtime teammates, are no longer on Talon, do you have any friendly trash talk, quote-unquote, or message you'd like to send their way?
Ya, sekarang Mastery juga udah gak ada, Redface juga udah gak ada, yang dulunya lama banget bareng kamu. Ada gak pesan-pesan buat Mastery dan juga Redface lah?
Siap-siap ketemu di medan tempur aja sih.
Ya, just be careful and see you in the battleground.
Okay, that's the answer from Yoru and also Boy Chill. Thank you so much for Jans too. So we are going for the second half. 3 more games, 2 more matches. Again, the tense is high because this is the last chance for the Super Weekend. So without further ado, we are going back to the casters. So casters, take it away.
I really like the part where he says, so alter ego, pray hard. That's like really like taking a jab onto his old friends.
Well, that's what they really need right now. Things not doing great for Alter Ego because we have to agree numbers-wise, they're not pushing it up there, Cloud.
Yeah, they really need to not only pray hard, but play hard as well because now we have 3 more games to go. And Alter Ego is still in a position that they're unsure whether they'll be able to make this Super Weekend or not. But same goes for some of the other teams, including our favorite team right now, KHOI Esports, that's praying hard in their rooms, hoping that they still maintain top 16.
That's the only thing they can do, pray. At least Alter Ego, they have the options of play harder and smarter. But for KHOI, all they can do right now is just pray. Because based on the current standings, they have to pray hard. Nobody going to take over their 10th position because we talked about the gap points. It's not big.
Yeah, 10 points, 3 more games to go. Praying hard for the teams below them to be eliminated early. So now they're rooting for the teams above them. Like PTR, Point Donkey, do well, take a lot of eliminations, eliminate those teams below. 3 more games. 3 more games and a dream. I mean, I know it's 10 points, but you know, it's a hopium right now that they're having in their room.
Yeah, but it's not copium or hopium, which I try to avoid to use in this case. But it's going to be a true hope for you guys to get into the grand finals yourself. Don't forget to grab your ticket on 15th of June, which is going to be this Super Weekend and this Sunday as well. It's going to be in the Basket Hall GBK at Jakarta. If you happen to be one of the people that's nearby the place, don't forget to drop by because there will be plenty of stuff you can grab and so much memories you can actually make because there'll be plenty of the on-site booth there.
Yeah, memories you can make here as well with your favorite teams. Together with Tacto as well, as Tacto will bring your favorite teams and players to their booth so that you can make your memories, snap photos with them, and win team merchandise at the same time. So definitely do check this one out. Of course, if you're there and if you don't visit these booths, I don't know what you're there for. It's definitely an experience that you don't want to miss out.
Back to the business we go. When it comes to the teams that still can make it to the top 16, now the margin is not that big and the benchmark is not that high for this week. So it's everybody's within reach to get into the top 16 spot by now.
Oh yeah, I know, right? The top 16 spot right now. A lot of teams on pace number 3 can still make it, but of course it's a duel to the death for all of them. That includes like HOMEBOIS, 3 more games to go, you know, BTRS performance for them to have a chance to be there. And it's not only to be in the top 16, it's not only to be in the grand finals, but also a chance to be at eSports World Cup. Only the top 3 teams will move on to PMWC that will be played in Riyadh, and it will feature a lot of prizes.
But do drop us your prediction. Who do you think will be that top 3 teams that will represent Southeast Asia region to compete at the world stage in the PWC with the bigger prize pool, of course? But nonetheless, we want to thank none other than our sponsor Tecno with the POVA 7 series, the latest one with the Ultra 5G connection. Also, when you have this device, there's no way you cannot perform because it will be your ultimate friend and your ultimate ally to make you push yourself beyond the limit. And you can test it out yourself if you happen to be at the grand finals too.
Yeah, they will have a booth specifically for Tecno, and you can win merchandise there. You can take photos with your favorite teams and players as well. And at the same time, Zudemo, the phone that's being used by these players on the PMSL SEA Summer stage, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss out on that opportunity. But these teams, are they about to miss out on opportunities? well for yours. BTR, okay. TODAK is, it's okay, but Vampire is actually one of those in danger.
Yeah, that's why I want to focus on this team right now because they always surprise us in the very last minute. And don't forget, last Super Weekend, they're actually one of the best team too. There's no way they want to miss this Super Weekend, right? There's no way they're going to miss it. And BTR, I mean, after VOIN Donkey cut off their back-to-back chicken, they definitely feel challenged.
Well, if they are willing to take up the challenge and put in a BTR-esque performance again, then the happiest one would be KHOI eSports, of course, as they are still hoping for the best here with 3 more games to go. And of course, for like a team like Vampire, I mean, you know, Vampire, if they miss out on this week's Super Weekend, it's going to be pretty weird. But of course, all the other teams will be cheering for the fact that, oh, they're not in Super Weekend. Okay, that's great. So maybe there's this sort of a plan to try to block Vampire from seeing the Super Weekend.
I mean, they got first place last Super Weekend, so definitely they're going to get into the grand finals, no question and no doubt at that. But yeah, I agree, it's a bit awkward without them this time. So, I mean, they definitely want to push themselves even harder now. With only 3 more maps remaining, we're going to head over to last Erangel after this for the entirety of League Stage. But for KHOI, keep on praying. Alter Ego, you have to play and pray at the same time because right now, they are in trouble as well because we're heading over for our last Erangel in the PMSL Summer season, and it's going to be the league stage before we're heading into the last Super Weekend. Let's fly!
But if summer and spring comes together, then I'll be a little bit worried with the global warming. But
I know you won't let that one go.
I just have to, right? Reminder for everyone, you know, take care of the environment because global warming is a thing. So that's the public service announcement for you, ladies and gentlemen. And announcing the flight path, it's going to be from Kuwari all the way to Svalbard. And we're definitely going to see Vampire eSports dropping back at Primos. It's a flight path that we have seen before today. But will we see a similar circle? Come on, it's going to be the last Erangel before the Super Weekend. Made to the base, let's go!
You know, we always miss the story of a Cinderella story. Which team do you think for this season will be a big Cinderella story comeback?
Wow. At this point, it's KHOI. Yeah, KHOI, unless Homeboys can go insane this round, then we're probably talking. But at this point, because what makes it a little bit more unique because KHOI is not playing. So I would say KHOI for me. Which team would be yours?
Probably going to be the same. I feel the same way too. But you know, let me do one stupid joke for once, okay?
Okay.
Because you're like a Cinderella story. Why was Cinderella so bad at soccer?
Because she had glass shoes on?
Because she kept running away from the ball.
Oh! I like that. I like that one.
We're the same level of awkward and lameness now. Thank you. But we have a very strange circle as a start, divided into SMB and also the mainland. But we do have first blood already made. It was less than 10 seconds when it actually flew out from the plane.
Hey, and KHOI is cheering. They're like, yay! Take out another team below us. Yay! And first blood to BTR, and guess who? The master of dark arts, Snape, got it.
Oh, again. And Voxy is playing this time, so...
Oh, yeah.
I still see Federales. Raisy's still in there. Snape, so the one that's not playing... Ryan, of course, still not going to play today. And another one is... Let me read... Okay, there you go, Satar. Well, okay, you mentioned about Satar being swapped in and out before.
Yeah, and BTR can do anything they want right now. Even if they want Ken to play, it's fine. Okay, replay. With a pistol on the rooftop while he was trying to grab that buggy. Okay, that's how he got the first blood. But yeah, BTR, pretty much they can do anything they want right now. They want Voxy to have a run out, that's fine. But of course, KHOI will be hoping for like, okay, please, even though it's Voxy, please, eliminate all those teams below us, please.
I don't think they want to go to the extent you have to eliminate all the teams below us, but not making them have too much progress is going to be the key point. You look at the scores right now, right? Okay, SK will be around 52 points, but Vampires, I think they're going to push their numbers up. They have to by now. XSOPHERE 44 at the same point with Claw. 43, that's 1 point different within like what? 2 teams. Secret and MEC. That's too close.
Yeah, and then you have some 9. But looks like we're going to see our beautiful, handsome looking players again. And you know what that means.
Back to jokes.
Back to jokes. Are you ready for more?
Let me throw you a couple this time.
Okay, please take the stage this time.
Okay, we do have bicycles in the game, right?
Okay.
So why did the bicycle fall over?
Because it has 2 wheels.
Close, because it was too tired.
Oh, okay. I like that one. Okay, that's a nice one.
Oh man. Okay. We have cats too, right? And you gave me a cat joke just now.
Okay.
So what do you call a pile of cats?
Caterpillar.
It's so weird. A mountain.
Oh, mountain. Okay. A pile of cats. I like that.
Yeah. Do you want more? Are we doing this the whole night?
Yeah, we want more cat jokes. Okay, bring it on.
Oh, okay. I don't have a cat joke. I do have a bear one.
Okay.
What will happen to bears without bees?
They bear be survive.
Ears.
Why ears?
Without the bees.
Oh, I get it now. I get it. Without a B, they become ears. Okay.
And it's weird. English is weird. Why is it not beers, but it's spelled as BEER for beer? Why berries?
Yeah, what berries?
English is basically weird in that way, don't you think?
So that it allows you to do that joke, you know. If it's beers, then you can't do the joke. So
that's
I'll
gonna
give you one.
Okay. What do you call a shoe made out of a banana?
Oh, slipper.
Hey, that's kind of right.
I got it right.
Literally a slipper.
Wow, not bad. Okay, I score 1 point. More points than the first 5 games of Homeboys yesterday.
I'm gonna finish up my puns and stupid jokes.
Okay.
With a bit of roast later. How bad were the fish's grades?
Depends on which school of fish they go.
No, they were below sea level.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna happen, and that's gonna happen to Alter Ego if they don't swim back up.
Yeah, below sea level. I like that. That's a good one.
And it's bad. It's bad. We do know it's bad right now.
That's a good one.
Are you entertained at least?
I am.
I'm glad.
We clearly have time for more.
Oh, should we be worried now again?
We don't hear anything from Mr. Producer Tiger yet.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's good news or not.
Before we start, you heard me shouting for our producer, and this is why I want to ask: are we expecting this again? We need more jokes.
Yes.
We need more jokes.
Yes. We need to put out more. Okay. Which is faster, hot or cold?
Or cold.
Why?
Which is faster? I guess hot because it's steaming.
Oh, steaming hot. I like that though. But it's cold because you can catch cold.
If you can catch it, it's not fast enough, no?
Oh yeah, so it's hot. So you kind of got it right. Nice.
you can catch hot chicks. That's a different one.
Oh, I clearly can't. So yeah, I don't know. They are faster than me.
You know, guys. You know why he's still single? Cloud just want to catch only the hot ones. I asked him, what's the quality or the criteria he needs? Angelina Jolie. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you guys happen to be Angelina Jolie lookalike, hit up Cloud's DM.
Yep.
Is happy to receive your sliding DMs anytime soon.
Yep. Slide into my DMs, people. And then I will start off with a question. Why don't sharks eat clowns?
Why don't sharks eat clowns?
Yeah.
Well, clowns are scary.
Well, but because they taste funny.
That's... What the heck?
Yep. There you go. Because they taste funny. They're clowns.
It's so stupid. Okay, what do lawyers wear to court?
A suit? Huh?
Close. Lawsuits.
Oh! Okay. Lawsuit. Okay. I get that word. Okay. Let's see here.
I'm waiting.
I'm figuring out one. Okay.
Okay, I got one for
okay,
you.
go first.
This is very, very close to the previous one. I think a different one.
Okay.
About the race again, okay?
Okay.
How did the barber win the race?
Oh. By cutting corners?
Close. You're so lame that you pretty much know all the jokes. But yeah, he knew a shortcut.
Okay. All right. Barbers, no shortcuts. Okay, I like that one. Okay. What's the best smelling insect?
What? Best smelling insect?
Yeah.
Insect.
Yeah.
The best smelling insect. I cannot figure out this one, really.
It's a deodorant.
Might as well ask what's the branded what the branded insects can get. Deodorant.
Yeah, deodorant. Yeah.
Oh, I think we can put jokes aside. I'm sorry, guys. It is what it is. Feels like Ishi's probably gonna be settled down as the players already put up their gears. So I assume this is gonna be a green light to go, hopefully.
Not all of them putting back their ears yet, so yeah. So we can still ask this question, right? Like, what's the difference between a hippo and a zippo?
The alphabet, I guess.
So one's pretty heavy, but the other one's a little lighter. Get it?
That's it? That's the answer?
Yeah. Get it? You know, lighter?
Oh!
Yeah! Like fire lighter? Yeah.
I don't use a lot of lighter. Now you remind me of a Zippo brand. Finally, I get to register it in my brain.
That's one.
Oh.
Okay.
How dumb can we get with these jokes?
What did the mayonnaise say when the refrigerator door is open?
What?
What did the mayonnaise say when the fridge door is open? Close the door! I'm dressing! Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about that one.
Well, if you eat a lot of salad, then you would know.
I don't take mayonnaise because it's too fatty.
Oh.
Usually I take mustard. Sorry, salad people.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, at least we don't need to fight over mayonnaise. I love mayonnaise. Extra mayonnaise on my burgers. I'm hungry right now. So let's get the game going, people, so that we can finish up the last 3 games and lock in the top 16. Finally, Wrangle. Finally, we're jumping in. Headsets on. Timers up. You know it is time. Let's go.
Wow, we have a very self-flight path coming up from the east to the west. Just now we had a very beautiful circle, by the way, Claire. I was hoping for us to keep on moving on with the last circle because it was so decisive between the 2 main peninsula and also the small island. But at least they compensate with the flight path itself. You know, it's more towards the south side. So whichever teams that want to drop themselves in the north, it's going to be a bit of a hustle.
Yeah, the circle was so trashy that we loved it. But yeah, we're going to get a new circle. Hopefully we get a similar circle. I wouldn't mind that. But with this flight path, of course, we will see like teams like dropping somewhere to south. I'm looking at the right side where Alter Ego is at. Okay, FaZe Clan is going to go to Milta. Alter Ego is going to go to Lipovka. So they should go all the way up and not take that risk to fight an early skirmish with FaZe Clan. If not, then like what Voki said, you know, pray hard.
But it would be super interesting if the circle actually pops on top of Stalber or Severny because of how far the players actually have to go. It might be a one direction navigation for all the teams coming up from south to move to the north. That would be interesting to watch as well.
Yeah. Oh! Wow! You know, the circle is always fair. If we give you a stinky circle, we will give you a stinky circle. Let's go!
Double the stinkiness in this one because now it's on the right side. Usually it's always on the left side, no? And also, at least it gives some consolation for the teams that, hey, you don't have to travel too far because the flight path itself just now was down south. So I assume it will be a total empty north all this day right now. But don't forget to get your ticket, guys.
Yeah, travel to Jakarta to watch it live because there's amazing stuff there. Whoa, 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 calm down. Calm down. Rosemary, first blood.
Good sign. They did pray hard and now play hard as well.
A bad sign for SK though. They'll be like, why Rosemary got it? You know, it should have been FaZe Clan getting it.
It's bad news for SK if XSOPHERE, Claw, Team Secret, MAC, and Vampire start to push the numbers, and even Sun9.
Well, including Claw, maybe not so much for HOMEBOIS, but they fight against Roy. So this is where SK, they'll be watching this and rooting for HOMEBOIS. It's like, come on, HOMEBOIS, you can do it. Well, they were started off with 1 elimination onto a member of Roy, leaving with only 3. Let us see if Shamil, senior player for HOMEBOIS, can do it. And he actually did it. 2 knockdowns back-to-back for Shamil, the big boy.
A big swing at that. I mean, he barely got a helmet, but he's not getting a headshot at all. But Shamil couldn't last long enough. He's going to be called the last man standing for Roy. And Roy, they need this super weekend too. They barely got points to solidify their grand final slot. They only got 2 points last super weekend. We cannot discredit or completely forget about Roy's condition as well. Despite they got the first super weekend, but it's not much of a point.
Yeah, so they still need to make it through. Right now, only 1 player left. It's going to be Car and HOMEBOIS. Okay, they have the numbers against him. And not only in front, behind as well. And from the side, they will show up. Miros will land the final blow. And Roy gets eliminated.
32 points. No addition to that at 19 spot. Trying to count if they can actually still do it with 2 maps, though. 10 points each map, 42, still pretty hard.
Yeah, unless they bottle the next one, right? Then, it's going to be a different conversation. But so far, 2 games, can mathematically still possible for them. So, don't give up yet, Roy. King Roy, finding a way into the top 16. But now they're also hoping for like the teams above them to not gain further points so that at least the benchmark will be lower. But for TODAK, as they cross this bridge, Sem9 is the one waiting for them. And Sem9, okay, TODAK counterfires back. They get 1 player out of Sem9. Trexie will be eliminated. The rest of Sem9 following up soon.
Left side of the bridge. towards SMB will be gatekept by Sem9 heavily. And I don't know how fast they're looting up for Sem9 to wait the rest of the team to cross over this bridge. Because that was like, what, 3 minutes that you can actually secure all those loot. Despite it's just only level 1 vest and a helmet for their gears. It's more than enough to take down any team that tries to step past this bridge. And TODAK, they did not expect any bridge trolls this early.
Yeah, normally Sem9 they will be on the other side, but because of this kind of circle, they make a quick rotation into the military base first. So now they're going to block out TODAK. But TODAK's not out yet. 3 players still in this. Sem9 not really following up after that earlier clash. So both teams now at a standstill, 3v3.
Yeah, the only one that can actually go part ways is going to be TODAK, but I don't know how. Either they go swim or Sem9 just going to, you know what, we don't want to waste any more time and get into the center. Because right now, left side of the circle, probably going to shift over to the right. There's a lot of water ratio in it, but we have another fight towards on the south of Milta. It's going to be FaZe Clan versus MEC for now. And I assume there might be some teams that taking a boat ride by this is happening.
Yeah, they should be. They should be. Last we saw teams got creative, like using boats, using the glider, like Alter Ego from what we see here. From Milta, cutting across, probably going to land in Novo to continue on their loot, which is fine. I'll take the longer routes, much more safer for Alter Ego. That's something that they will appreciate, not meeting other teams now since they need the points. And so far, we don't see any other team close by.
Quite a clear flight on the side of Alter Ego with the gliders. But I don't know how they want to enter around Novo Repnoy because they actually fly towards the right side of the circle. And I do know Claw. There's multiple teams already in SMB way early on, thanks to the flight path that sort of directly facilitate the circle in a sense. But for BTR, are they playing hide and seek and just wait it out? But for the Rallies, just don't want to play that hiding spot anymore. They just want to hunt for people.
Yeah. At this point, BTR can do anything. They have the license to. But I think Federalis, he has a bigger goal, right? He wants to be the FMVP. So he'll play his heart out here. But on the elimination feed, TALON just took out Miros from HOMEBOIS. Not out yet. Still down. BTR getting closer and closer to VOIN Donkey. While TALON, they are playing the fishing game.
Boys. This is hard. We're starting off the day with 7 points, 11 points across 4 maps right now. 4 elimination, at least they secure 4 points out of this. But we'll be realistic for HOMEBOIS. I don't think they can make it through for this week as well. But VOIN Donkey versus BTR, this is what we've been waiting for. The top teams in this group B fighting against each other. It's all about the fight of power.
Yeah, this is going to be the one fight that is a flex fight between the two. VOIN Donkey still down without Potato. And BTR, they have arrived. They're circling around BTR. Razy right in front of him. The 2 members of VOIN Donkey. They try to fight back. QBZ onto Razy. Razy needs to reload.
Needs to reload for both. Even his shotgun is not being reloaded just yet. But at least they secure a couple of points for those knockdown players of VOIN Donkey. Now it's 1, 2, 3, YZ4K5 trying to actually do some plays here. As they are down to only 1 single play for VOIN Donkey. That's going to be Vaxi. Nope. Bye. Yep.
Will not continue on the fight. But if he wants to, I mean, he has the license to do that anyway. Because VOIN Donkey is fine. But this circle! We still have a bit of Milta up there. Very scary.
Oh, I do wish we had the previous season circle where it bounced back to Milta till the very last minute. That would be fun to watch, Cloud.
Oh, there's a chance. There's a chance for that, okay? So, not only Alter Ego is praying hard, us too, for that kind of circle. But BTR, well, they have the numbers. They have skill. Now it's only Vaxi on the hilltop. Headshot on the Vaxi with a level 1 helmet. And he backs off immediately.
There's an effort of Vaxi try to retrieve his fallen teammate. Because it's difficult for him to go solo here on. But at the same point, this is difficult. I mean, 2 different wide angles for him to just charge into. He's going to go in anyway. Vaxi, is it worth it, Cloud, for him to actually do this one now? He can exit and just try to play for the position ranks. Well, he tried to save his mate that way, but it didn't turn out okay.
Oh.
One more bullet will actually explode the entirety of Von Donkey, and Razy will not let him go.
Okay, the chase is maybe on. But anyway, whatever decision that Vexy chooses is like, yeah, well, we're at 85 points. We're cool. But maybe not so cool for GLU squad right now because XSOPHERE, they infiltrated into the building and they will finish off Noel. That's going to be point number 1 for XSOPHERE this round.
They will be fighting the blue zone, and there's only one bridge that's inside of safe zone right now because the left side is way far from the circle here. And last time we saw Semna was around that corner, but I don't know if Semna is still in there. I think they already start to move. But talking about blue zone teams, GLU is also in here somewhere. They are fighting against XSOPHERE now.
Oh, and here comes Hexas, okay, from the side, getting that knock. All right, but they need to get out of the blue. Okay, they're tanky right now, still stage number 2. And Hexas, he does have 1 first aid, but XSOPHERE, they also want the points as much as GLU. So it will be an interesting fight between the two teams now.
But GLU have the more comfortable space compared when it comes to ranking compared to XSOPHERE, because these two teams pretty much in the same boat when it comes to their first Super Weekend, didn't manage to push it through. So both need to get into this week's Super Weekend. But there's so many teams in the blue zone right now. Probably going to be 6, right? Or 7, including TODAK up there. But for XSOPHERE, they need to budge, they need to move, including Glue. They cannot overstay themselves and extend those fights ever, because the circle will be right on top of Novo at the end of it. But Alter Ego is playing another game just like in the Sunhawk early on.
Okay, here we go. Looks like it's going to be a Novo circle. And now all the teams are pretty clear that they need to cross in onto mid to the base. And this is going to be Yoru stopping one of the players of FaZe Clan. Red Bull currently down and they're not in the circle yet.
Oh, but Yoru start to fire to a side of Canary. FaZe Clan, they're being swarmed by TALON right now. As TALON try to finish off with hand grenades, GLU still catching up the tails of XSOPHERE from the back. Chaco is down and Chaco got finished brutally by running down of Hexa's vehicle. FaZe Clan on the other hand, Canary now joining in sharper. Axel and Boychill will take the lead. Canary is down as well. This is not great. FaZe Clan losing the members like flies now.
And for TALON, they're winning this fight so far. FaZe Clan only Chopper left. Let's see if Chopper can actually pull off a big one here. Canary is calling up for help. Same goes for Red Bull. Boychill's on the other side coming in, and Axel locating his final target within the smoke. Okay, he sees him. Okay, they're going all in. Boychill with the DVS. Boychill comes in, and Boychill makes quick work out of him.
FaZe Clan, are they really safe up there? But I do know SK being pushed down because Glue just swapped to 10th place, so they're now in 11th place. So SK, keep praying, brothers, because things are not doing great at the end as these teams keep gaining points. While GLU, they scored 3 right now, despite they being fighting against XSOPHERE early on. But for Vampires, we don't see them making a lot of actions yet.
Yeah, they're still playing the chill game here around the area of Novo. Hoping for exit frags from Claw, but because they're all in the circle, so they will not be exiting anytime soon for sure. So they're just waiting for if there's any opportunity, then it's great. If not, then, well, we'll see what happens next. Because right now, Vampire Esports 46 points. I'm sure they wouldn't mind a few more points there if any other player would cross their path. Outer Eagle, interesting. I thought they already crossed, but looks like they haven't.
They're taking the gliders from the northern side to just get towards the outskirts of Milta. And now they're swimming over. I don't know how many Marines actually waiting at the coastline of Nova Rapnoye. Gonna have to wait and see. MEC is around there as well, but I don't know if the rest, like Vampires, will start to see the teams are actually swimming over. And I'm not sure if anybody expected somebody swimming over to Nova Rapnoye because there's so many teams in the center already by now.
Yeah, right now, timing-wise is a little bit late, so whoever who wants to go straight into Novo, then they have to expect that, oh, there are a lot of teams there. Just look at this. We have like, what, 3-4 teams in Novo, and we're still going to get the Novo circle. It's going to be difficult for the other teams. So they have to play from the outside in, play by the side of the river, maybe try to find those angles, just to stay away from teams who can see them from the inside.
And also, when speaking of Nova Romnoya, the terrain, it's XSOPHERE Lobby X, the last one. Well, at least that's good news for SK. Nobody's catching up to their points for the time being, but Claw, will they be the next one? And we talked about the place, Nova Romnoya. There's so many structures, so many buildings in between. There's a lot of mazes of containers. And also there's the high ground still included right outside. That you can see the mountain here right now. Whoever wants to be on top of the mountain, they can because they're still in the circle. But if we ended up right on top of Nova Romnoya's town, that's going to be a lot of buildings in between.
Oh, yeah. And that will be an urban warfare if the circle continues to go there. But for HOMEBOIS, they're not thinking about the urban warfare yet. They are thinking about like, okay, how are we going to cross this road with the team in front of us?
Oh, this is tough. Can't even swim over. Rosemary knocked down next. This is just Thanksgiving Day for the side of MEC. 3 points. They cannot even fight back at the end for the side of Alter Ego right now.
Yeah, and Kido, yeah, there's going to be a fishy moment for him from on top of this building. He's going to get a good clear shot. It's just a matter of time now for Alter Ego. I doubt they'll be able to make it across.
Reeling in the points, reeling in the fishes. Kiddo, down to only Alva on the side of Alter Ego. I was really hoping. I think we both have the idea that, hey, maybe they're just going to fly with the glider all the way to Novo at least. But we're both wrong. I mean, they took a liberty to swim instead.
Yeah, I thought that they would just go with the glider, right? But yeah, not too sure what was the decision that maybe made them U-turn or something like that. And because of that, right now, they are caught out. Even if they're able to land, like, they'll be taken out. So MAQNA decided to drown himself. I think they're just going to deny away the point.
Left, right, center. There's so many eyes by MEC just shutting down Alter Ego. The thing is, they didn't even get to shoot something before they actually go down. That's the worst feeling when you actually in the game, you cannot even perform yet, being shut down completely now. All that's left is only Alva with barely enough health remaining. And I think MEC knows exactly where he's at. He's at the jetty around the dockside. And I think Manzi is already running out to find him. But Alva, the moment he docked himself around the shoreline, there's TALON on the other end too. So there you go.
Yep, just as you mentioned, TALON, they had to join in the business. Well, the only elimination that they got was from Rosemary at the very, very beginning, and that's about it. Well, Alter Ego now 27 points, 2 more games. On the elimination feed, VOIN Donkey. Looks like they want to try to stop BTR again, but anyway, it was just only 1 player. BTR still has other 3 players, but we're not too worried about them. TODAK, on the other hand, okay, by the edge of the circle will shift right now, and they won't have it. It's going to be a Novo circle.
Yeah, it's still slight high ground. The Vampires try to catch those high grounds as fast as they can, but they have to deal with a lot of teams coming up from behind. TODAK, at least they're a bit busy against Vikings. But GLU will be the game changer in this one, but they are swerving towards Team Secret. They go up north and try to stop Team Secret from entering towards the mountainside. But whoever's actually inside of Nova Romnoya right now is not easy either. Seems like there's some fire opens up in right on top of Nova Romnoya right now. I think there's a lot of collision down there as well.
Well, GLU is the one on top and Team Secret is the one down there. Trying to stop Team Secret from going away. Okay, Hexas now spraying. Superman got 9. Okay, that's somewhere else. Team Secret still praying hard that GLU does not take out any of their players while they're traveling across, trying to get into the circle, but there's also another team in front of them the moment they arrive. Zeros, unfortunately, will fall to the hands of Voki. The point will be stolen away by Hexas.
But GLU or GLUE, they are pretty much running dry with their resources. They don't have any ammunition, but Team Secret just come in and look at the greetings coming up from the side of Vampires and Claw. That was very warm indeed and very hard for the HP. They're down to 20-30% of HP, but at least they got themselves the warehouse to take covers. But it's so difficult to defend a warehouse with only 2 players, Cloud.
Yeah, it's so hard, right? So you have to hope for teams to not crash in. If not, it might be a clear outnumber there. But for MEC, okay, they will get real. Look at BTR. Okay, they came out of their compound. Now they I don't know if they're finding their way into the circle or are they just finding targets to shoot. Well,
They're running
if they're
away.
looking for targets, then they have vaccine, right?
Oh, no, not really. Voki is there to take the day as well. Here comes BTR. They had enough there. You want to fight? We fight. They lost Razy way early on, but Claw managed to shut down on Vaxi. It's going to be a three-way war between GLU, VOIN, Donkey, and BTR. Hexas on the ground. But what a nade! Box, really box out the players. Leaving Federalis down to them.
Bam!
No way! Box wiped out the entirety of BTR by himself with a double nade.
2 nades is all it takes to finish off BTR. But BTR, well, they're okay. I mean, 111 points plus 3, 114 points, they're fine. But that was a nade by Boxy. And because of that, now GLU has 10 points in total. 16 points for GLU. They will push down SK.
Oh, they already did early on with only one player remaining. I mean, they are more than satisfied with their performance thanks to Box shutting down BTR with those golden nades. I have to say that's the biggest play in this match right now. But on the side of Vampires, it's going to be a bit of urban warfare. For Claw also got themselves their own neighborhood compared to Vampires. So they a bit of a peace treaty right now. But I don't know for how much longer. It depends on the next circle still.
And you ask for the next circle, we're going to see it. Is it going to move away from Novo? Is it going to be 100% Novo? MVKE is on the south side alone and looks like it is shift away to Novo. MVKE has that circle down south.
And also Vampires, of course. But whoever wants to get to Vampires, they have to fight Claw first. I think Vampires will actually gain so much elimination points by just being a third party sitting at the back line. Look at this. The Vikings were actually on the south, but they drive all the way to the center. They don't need to do that just now.
Well, let's see if they will get any dividends out of that by trying to block out the teams from coming out, try to get those exit frags. As Vikings, they need the points, so they're kind of desperate right now with the remaining 3 games, including this one. As for Claw, by the edge of the circle, in front of them is going to be 7-9. 7-9, they also need the points.
Oh, you high. For the side of 7-9, that's going to be the last player standing, Chipeng from Claw. But I did mention about Claw will gatekeep whoever tried to push themselves to its side of Vampires. And basically, it's a body shield for Vampires that's Claw right across them as well. So I'm waiting for Vampires to be a third party because the nade being tossed by Chipeng, a long toss at that. Yoru almost completely now finally knocked out by Chipeng's nade just now. Boy Chill coming in to rush towards a Claw's compound. They try to flush out the entirety of Claw, but nobody's getting on Redface. He's the one that will actually try to shoot down all talent players from off angle.
Yeah, the big off angle guy, Redface. And that's going to be a big problem for Axel. Okay, he's cooking up this nade, but he's lobbing onto where Zuxi is at. So he does not know that Redface is in front of him. Anyway, Boy Chill, get away his teammate. Yoru will now try to rush in onto the second floor. And this is Zuxi. The moment they see him, they take him out.
Claw down to 3 players, but the one in dire need of survival is going to be Claw. They're losing so many men in an instant, but Yoru also still need to be picked up. Same goes for Boy Chill. It's going to be a 2v2 between Claw and Talon at the current being. Redface, did he actually left that off-angle position here? Because Chipeng would probably need some help at this point.
Yeah, he could use some backup. He does have 12 bandages and he's using them to heal up himself in preparation for Talon when they start to push in onto him. Talon, they are resetting as well. Yoru is pretty low, but he does have a little bit more time. Now, both Claw players, they're going to meet up with each other into this building area. Okay, Redface in the hovercraft. Maybe he's going to play that surprise role inside of it. While his teammate, it's going to be the lookout guy in that building. Still, for Talon, they need to move a little bit forward to be in the circle.
But Talon already scored 80 points by now with 7 eliminations. I think any win at this point for them is just a bonus, an extra, just some insurance to make sure that they solidify the position as a start for the Super Weekend. But Claw is a different story. They're the one that needed point more, but they barely get enough from that skirmish between TALON. On the side of MEC, they're still alive. They managed to squeeze in, but they are separated. Zone out the moment that Vampires start to open fire against them. And the Vikings, they want to fight against Vampires. But Vampires, we haven't seen any action yet, but the circle do favor Vampires. I feel like they have the sweetest spot right now.
Yeah, they can. From the inside of Novo, they'll block out all those teams that's still in Novo itself. And what an insane circle this is. All of a sudden, Stage 7 starts to move away from Novo itself. Potentially Stage 8, it will be 100% out of Novo. But right now, the challenge is for TALON. Going up against Claw, they're going to push it in. T-Pain together with Red Face. Going up against Axel and Yoru. Let's see who will win this one.
Chipping. Oh, Chipping is down. Down to only one player. That's going to be Claw Red Face. Fire reloads. They back at 2 people. But look at how Vampires Mela keep tossing those nades. He wants to steal away those eliminations out of Talon's hand.
And Redface now shows himself. Coming out of the hovercraft. Okay. A little bit of a stun grenade on the Yoru that blinded him. He took advantage of that situation. And now Redface rushing in. One more to go for Redface from the inner side. But from the outside, it's Axel to win the 1v1 against Yoru.
8 eliminations in the hands of TALON, thanks to Claw that keep giving them the points. Despite we can see the valiant effort showed by Redface just now. But for MEC, I did question why did they leave so fast early on, but now the rest of the team will join in Voki, who wants to get points. They want more points, not just sitting and wait it out for the circle. But for Axel, that was heavy toll onto his team. He's left by himself with the Blues and start to close in.
And where is Axel going to go? Because the moment he shows up, okay, that's your answer there. Vampire Esports on Zone will secure that point, but yeah, TALON, they are okay. Not to worry about them. Maybe slightly worried for Vampire Esports. 46 points at this moment, and Juhai, the final player of 7-9, nailed down by Onzens. That is it for 7-9, number 5 with 2 elimination points.
Yep, the only teams that without a full squad is going to be Team Secret. Trung and GK try to do what they can do best to survive, but the Blue Zone will not allow them to do so. Clock is ticking and time is not on their side. Mela keep pressure. They're being pressured left and right here. Team Secret, they're being sandwiched so hard by MEC and Vampires. There's no way out.
But they have to find a way out now because Circle is all the way out in the open. And that's good news for the Vikings, still with the full team. MEC as well on the outside. They are on the right side of the circle while Vikings is on the left side with a little bit of elevation. But Vampire Esports, now, they can still move slightly forward, so they have a little bit of space. But this could be their last space because it's going to be stage 9 after this. For the Vikings, waiting for exit tracks on this high ground.
They're popping abundance of smoke for the side of Viking. Try to cross over to the side of Vampires. Tony K is holding the ground and angle towards Viking. Keep spraying. But so far, he got himself a 4 hand grenade, which he will start to toss them out. Give a warning shot not to cross the street. And it's Tony K alone to deal with Vikings for now. But I think Shrap's going to do the same thing here. The nade's being dropped, but the Vikings not taking any warning anyhow. They rush in and try to flush out Vampires. Vampires have to react right now, and they're reacting it strong. They're still defending the compound.
Oh, and they want the points. That's why they're pushing on the Vampire right now. But Vampire, they're defending the ground really well. With Onzens taking out Superman. It's going to be Shrap's with the jump shot across the wall to try to get his target. Tony K will get Wounty. That is the Vikings out. 6 elimination points. Vampire, they did it.
They managed to hold their fortress, and that was a good and brilliant defense. But it's not done yet because they have to deal with MEC from an off angle, and Team Secret is still there as well. They're sharing just next a door. But for MEC, the downside for their position is not too much to barricade themselves with, except for the contenders, but at least they got one on Tony K, and they managed to finish him off straight away, leaving Vampires with only 3 players. But MEC, they do have full men alive.
Oh, yeah, MEC. And they're on the outside. So now they can play the gatekeeping role. Whoever walks into MEC, they'll face the wrap for MEC. But before, speaking about Vampire or Team Secret, they need to cancel out each other first. As GK right now here all alone, Trung is on the other building. GK moves on to the 2nd floor to buy a little bit more time for himself. But Trung on the side, the blue just right beside him, and the blue will force him to show up, and that's where Kim will take advantage of it. And Trung, his point will go to MEC.
7 points in the back of MAC right now. They keep the numbers up, but Kim will be finished off in the hands of GK. And GK have to deal with it by the same time. Oh my god, what a swing just now. You have to deal with what's coming up from the back and the front as well. Now he needs to deal with one player. That's going to be Omzas for now as Vampires rushing to the side of GK. MAC will not waste any time as well. They'll stop to push and want to finish off and take advantage of the turmoil fallen onto Vampires. Shrev's almost entirely being shot down. Ozan trying to cover fire, but the smoke will blind Omzan instead. And Voki keep pushing forward. He will try to prove they're still in it to win this.
And here comes Voki at the forefront. He does have that one first aid, but here comes the rest of MEC as well as GK defending his own house all alone against MEC. Here comes GK with the DBS, but GK nailed down by Kiddo. Now it's MEC against the final player of Vampire Esports on the other side. He can potentially deny away the point, but no, the point is still given to MEC as they find their way in the top 16 with this chicken dinner.
What a call by Voki just now. I was questioning, did they need to leave from where they at that early on? It shows why right on the spot. If they haven't moved in early, there's no way for them to actually be at where they at and to cover the position as much as they can. MEC, what a call. And that's what experience get you with the IGL Voki. But nonetheless, Vampires, they got the circle since the start.
Yeah, Vampire, they had the circle because they were at Novo. And the second place finish is not too bad for Vampire. And they managed to gather a good amount of elimination points along the way as well. So that's okay for Vampire. I wonder have they done enough. But I'm also worried for whether SK is still in 16.
With Vampire, I don't know how much Vampire secure for those eliminations. If they gain a double digit and MAC also gain a double digit, there's a high chance they've been pushed down. But I still think they probably ended up in 12th, 13th place. But for how much longer? It depends on the next two maps.
Yeah, I know, right? Two maps. It's so hard to tell right now because it was very chaotic this round. We did love this circle. It's a trashy circle from the start to the end. Even when you thought oh, okay, it's going to end inside or no one. No, the circle says, nope, we're going to go out. And we're going to force you all to fight.
But the saddest part, it's going to be Alter Ego, though. They didn't actually get to fight yet to meet their demise in that circumstances. That's the worst way to go as a player. You don't get to play for a bit.
Yeah, well, that's the sad part about Alter Ego. So they did get that 1 point. Okay, the first split by Rosemary. Still at least something, but the something might not mean anything if they don't make the top 16. The two more games to go for Alter Ego. They have to come out with a big performance in the last two rounds to have even a chance, because now the gap could be, well, from the benchmark of 60 points, the gap is almost 40 points for them.
But I feel like Alter Ego Ares, we're still going to see them in the grand finals, right? Because they got themselves 6 points last week for the Super Weekend. So at least we know that, they still have a shot for the grand finals. It's not completely out yet, despite they might not get the slot to the Super Weekend this week. But it will be dangerous for the teams like TODAK and BTR, even Roy, because they got only 1 or 2 points last week, though. So if there's a new team that will actually get the slot of Alter Ego this week, that will push down all the teams that, even though they got their first Super Weekend and didn't get into the second one, that's a bit shaky.
Well, it will be shaky if you happen to be in Jakarta, but you don't visit the venue of the grand finals, which is at Basket Hall GPK. And you can get tickets for free. All you need to do is stand by on the 15th of June, which is Sunday, at the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports, and you can claim your free ticket into 2025 PMSL Summer. Definitely not an event that you want to miss, especially if you're in Jakarta, but you can also make your plans to travel to Jakarta. It's going to happen next weekend, ladies and gentlemen. But most importantly, don't forget to claim your free tickets at PUBG Mobile Esports' social media.
Yeah, because if you get that ticket, you get the access to be at the on-site booth as well, where there's going to be so many good teams, legendary ones. You get to meet all the players, your idols, your stars out there too, and take pictures with them because you can join in techno fun activities by winning team merchandise for free and snap photo with your favorite teams and players, and also collect their jerseys. I mean, especially the jackets, right? Indonesian region teams, when it comes to the jacket, it has been so creative and so cool. I never get one myself.
Yeah, so we're calling out to these teams, right? You know, your talents, your RRQ, your GRU. I would love that. But you guys will love this as well because this is the current event inside of PUBG Mobile itself, which is the PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan. So log into your game and check out this new event that will feature Titan transformation, ODM gear, and a lot more goodies inside it that you can enjoy and try it out. There was a bit of a teaser to the trailer during the break time, but why tease yourself when you can actually enjoy it inside the game? Don't forget the hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBGM X Attack on Titan, hashtag Attack on Titan, hashtag AOT when you create any content.
And when you're trying to run away from a Titan, the best vehicle you to have is going to be the Shelby American collaboration with PUBG Mobile, because Shelby GT500 and 427 Cobra, especially on the right side one, I think that's going to be the GT500. And that's the one that we call it as American Muscle. I don't know if you know, like the one they put hydraulics sometimes. It's very similar to that car, right? So it's really cool. When I see once in Malaysia, just one. That's like my entire life. It's so rare to see Shelby in any of our regions. But you guys can catch it out in the PUBG Mobile game itself.
Well, this is not rare. This is available now as part of the World of Wonders. And this is the Elimination Skill Fest that you can join. All you need to do is key in this code 12886867. 12886867, and you can show off your skills and push your limits and be the brightest star on the battlefield. And if you happen to create any content, don't forget the hashtag PUBG Mobile, because this is the area where you can show off your skills, and who knows, you might be scouted by any of your favorite pro teams and they might offer you a contract. Just like how some of these players, they started their journey creating content, showing off their skills, and now they're here at PMSL.
1, 2, 8, 8, 6, 8, 6, 7. That's gonna be the number you'll be calling now, because that's the number for you to get into the map. It's a mouthful and a lot of numbers for you to remember, but I know you guys are gonna be fine. But what's not fine is gonna be the teams that's not still securing their slot for this Super Weekend, because right now things getting heated up. Now BTR, they have explosive opening for today, but then suddenly being shut down thanks to the circle that make it so difficult for other players, but make it fun for us to watch.
Yes, and I think what's being fun right now is that the fact that we are not shown the overall rankings. So now we are all guessing, is Decoy safe enough? Are they still safe? How far is the gap? Oh, so many things to consider, right?
They're gonna put up the scores later, right? On the right side, man. So well show us the overall ranking and standings by now, man.
Or they can hide it.
Can you not do that?
Do the scam.
Please. But at the same time, I feel like SK is still up in the running for getting themselves into the Super Weekend. But I don't know about the last few maps though. It depends on the bottom teams whether they start to rise up or not. Because right now, I mean, we don't see them rushing up there yet. But it's Miramar. Anything can happen in Miramar.
Yeah, because it's a whole new map, and then it's the first time A and B will be meeting in Miramar. So these teams, they probably don't know what to expect. Well, I'm sure they have some data on like, okay, this is maybe what's going to happen, but until it actually happens, sometimes you don't know. So for Decoy, you don't know if you're still in the top 16. My hunch is that they are still for now, but there's 2 more games. So by that time, it's super scary.
Imagine we finish the day at them barely survive at the 16th slot. And only 1 point can make a difference. That's going to be tough for them. I mean, everybody else like CelcomDigi Alliance, Boom Esports, and eArena. These guys, they have a great day of vacation. Don't even think twice about what they want to do today. But for KHOI, they've been watching the entire day, cannot even leave their seats because they don't know what will happen by end of this week, whether they make it through or do they have the longest vacation ever.
Yeah, whether they need to check out tomorrow or they can still stay in the room. They don't know right now. Like imagine like if you're going on a trip, right? And then you'll be wondering like, do I pack my bags or do I not pack my bags?
That's the worst feeling, man.
All right.
Do we get breakfast tomorrow?
Do we get the hotel breakfast tomorrow?
Do we still get breakfast, man?
Are we going to get our bento box lunch? I don't know what they eat, but maybe. Are we going to get our lunch? Are we going to get dinner? Are we going to play?
Do we get ejected ASAP?
Do we not have a chance to be in the grand finals crowd?
Do we get to do any booth, activities too?
Do we not get to interact with the fans at the booth? That's
man, it's painful to be them right now. The only team that's actually from Group C that didn't secure 60 points of benchmark and still waiting it out. They have to pray BIGETRON go back and big just to make sure everybody else cannot secure any more points, or at least the teams that are right on top of them, right? Because right now we do know BTR is one of them. VOIN Donkey also up there. They just have to hope that these two teams will go crazy in Miramar.
Yeah, they're hoping for BIGETRON to be BIGETRON after this. Like, go big. Don't go home yet. Because you need
we're
teams
not done
like
with the
that,
puns, aren't we?
Points. Yeah, I'm trying because now we're back onto the podcast, people.
Yeah, this is anxiety kicking in right now.
Yeah.
It's a battle for us as well. All of us watching. We're pretty much in KHOI's position here. Do we have next game?
Yeah.
Do we not?
Do we tell another joke?
Do we have Miramar?
Do we have more games tomorrow?
I don't know.
So many.
Oh man, there's so many questions unanswered right now. But this Super Weekend, I feel like it's going to be tough, especially for the teams. Now, we do know there's 100% that the teams that will not make it out, right? Example here, for 2 weeks in a row, ETN definitely being pushed down. After we watch it half day through, we already know that ETN already out from the race. New Era as well. And then RRQ is the first one to confirm they got ejected. But we have to thank all these teams to make it such a good season still. So out of these teams that did not make it through this Super Weekend, they did not just not get a slot for this Super Weekend, they didn't get into the grand final straight, which means 3 slots already not available. So only another 3 teams were not joining. Or is it another 3 or 6? 5 more teams, yeah. I'm bad at math. But another 5 teams will join.
5 more teams.
I'm bad at math, man.
5 more teams, people. 5. Yeah, that includes this. That includes this and this. 5 more teams. Yeah, I got your back. I got your back.
Thank you, brother. But it means out of the 24 teams, 21 teams left to fight for the slot of grand finals now.
Wow, and that will be interesting, right? And Super Weekend, smash it, locking out some of the teams that did not manage to catch up. Oh, of course, that will be the conversation for Super Weekend. That's a fun one.
And I do know, like, PMNC did have this smash rule. I wish the same for PMSL SUMMER. So we get to see the moon for once. I finally get a good romantic dinner for once.
Yeah, and I'll have a good romantic dinner with myself.
That doesn't sound so bad. I mean, you can ask for our producer to join you.
Yeah, I mean, Tiger. well, Tiger doesn't have a Japanese girlfriend anymore, so maybe
Wow. That's too personal, bro.
Well, maybe we can trade stories. Pillow talk. It's been a while.
Okay, the biggest pillow talk I want to know right now. Are we heading into Miramar yet?
Okay. We get the pillow talk says almost.
Oh man, this is gonna be tough. This is a bummer. I think is this the main reason why BTR they couldn't push their momentum anymore, because the break actually will hurt the high momentum, right?
Yeah, they need the pillow talk as well. Can you imagine Federales having pillow talk with Sata? How would that sound?
I wouldn't mind. I've had great chat with those guys, so yeah, I can imagine pillow talk, but not with Federales, no.
maybe Federales will go pillow talk and they're like, Sata, makan bang. And
that's the only thing. It's not pillow talk. Now that's gonna be a different talk. Foot talk entirely. I bet right now. I want to have if we can have a content team behind BTR scene, right? To ask what's the favorite food or what kind of food he already tried for Federales, because the culture is very different in the Philippines, and I tried a food from Philippine side. It's not too spicy. I don't know how Federales survive, because we do know Indonesian food. It's so good, but it's so darn spicy.
Okay, we'll ask that question again after this highlights. Let's roll it! Well, MEC, 20 points, 20 important points needed for them to qualify into Super Weekend. And then you have Vampire with 11, so that's kind of nice. GLU could use a couple more points, 11, so that's okay. MVKE, also one of our other suspects, 10 points. With so many of these bottom teams getting it, I don't know about SK now.
5 teams getting double digit. Yeah, and there's going to be a major shift when it comes to the overall rankings later on. I agree. Homeboys, at least they got 5 more points now. They're slowly climbing up, slow and steady, but they have to bring their A game in the Miramar map later. 7-9 scored a 5. I'm looking for the second page. I want to see how many people actually scored a 0, because there's plenty of teams. These are the teams that actually overstayed themselves in the blue zone just now.
Okay, only 2. Okay, so that's FaZe Clan. Yeah, FaZe Clan is fine. But Roy, 0 points. So that's not good for them. Alter Ego, we knew 1 point. That was the first blood by Rosemary. And then after that, they went swimming and they got eliminated. XSOPHERE, 1 point. Okay, so those are the key suspects here on page number 2. Now, just to get a clearer picture, overalls.
Oh, we don't care first page.
Yeah.
Never mind. They're going to get into Super Weekend. Fine. Well, at least we get to see the scores. The gap is decent enough. And BTR, we were hoping for them to actually break the record. At least they got the most chicken dinner, but they haven't break the record of CelcomDigi Alliance last week. I think these are the teams that's pretty much secured 100%. Like, they can just chill and play casually. And this is going to be the team that too casual that they don't have pressure anymore, Cloud, for the next couple of games. They will ruin all these teams right now in the middle pack who's striving for their life. Claw, 47. 45 is the number right now. Where is SK? 13th place, bro. 13th place.
Okay. 52. How many is, what's the points at number 17? We got to flip over right now. XSOPHERE, at least they're still playing, so they can still control their destiny. Same goes for Claw, so they're okay. But the one that we want to see, okay, 52. So it's 9 points away from SK. But it's of course not SK their goal, right? They want to be in at least 16. But SK, 2 games to survive.
They should worry it right now because it's going to be Sam9 pushing up later on if they want to. And the gap, Vikings still can make it though. Vikings can push down a lot of people down up there. And not just that. Do you think Alter Ego still make it through right now? I put aside HOMEBOIS, okay? Because I feel like it's difficult for HOMEBOIS based on their current activity, their productiveness. There's not much going on. But Alter Ego, we do know they can go crazy big in one game.
Yeah, and they have to go crazy big this game. If not, it's going to be really, really difficult for them. Alter Ego. Ooh, I don't know about it. I'm starting to be like kind of doubtful about Alter Ego's chances.
I think this season is the most extreme season. We have two extremities between teams that's really performing up there. There are a couple of names. Make it around 6 teams. eArena. We can put up, who else? BTR. And there's also another one like Boom Esports, CelcomDigi Alliance. VOIN Doki will be one of them as well for this week. And CelcomDigi Alliance is going to be 6 teams, each of respective group, A, B, and C, all 2 big names. But it's just so different. You see the gap between the teams on top, and the rest of them is just so different. It's too extreme of skill gap.
Yeah, that's where CKHOI will be hoping for, like, okay, make it extreme at the top. Go, make it extreme at the top. Take everything. They still have a lifeline here. If they do that, okay. Our players like, of course, for Claw, they need a couple of more points and they'll be okay, but that's going to be bad news for CKHOI. Roy, like what you said, they are close to getting it. So this will be an important round for them as well. But for TALON, they'll be like, yeah, it's going to be cruise control.
TALON, all they need to just solidify the position going up and up. But the rest of them, like Claw, Roy, and the rest of the team, Glue, I think they're going to make it through because they didn't make it last week. But it means that TODAK in trouble because TODAK only got 1 point last week. They need to make it through this week as well. We're down to the first Miramar and second last map of the day. Let's hit it, Miramar.
Hitting it into Miramar. This is going to be the first Miramar featuring Group A and B. Let's see what sort of drops are we going to get. But we're going to start off with the flat map. I see Impala just right below the plane. And it's heading up north. Yep, going to La Cobera. So expect a lot of teams to drop fairly early. We're going to see TODAK. But I believe that TODAK, they have enough points. So I'm not too worried about TODAK to enter into this super weekend.
That's right. I mean, TODAK has been consistent. The first day they're performing in week number 2. And they're doing pretty okay. At least they gain points in every single map just to maintain their statue. But for the teams that... I feel bad for SK right now. It's too close, man. They cannot sit comfortably right now. I swear to God, they're biting their nails right now.
Oh yeah. Still by the edge of their seats. Hoping for like, please, top teams, take everything. Take everything. Don't give them anything. Okay. Where are our top teams dropping? Okay, it should be Power Grid for BTR, regular drop spot. For VOIN Donkey, they're gonna go all the way up north like Cobera, where the circle happen to be at. So it's gonna be centered around Crater Fields, the high grounds of Crater Fields. That's where all teams will go for.
I love this. It's so hard to get a northern circle these days. We're finally getting one, at least in Miramar. And I have a feeling Power Grid, it will be a lot of collision for the teams that try to get themselves towards the northern side. And XSOPHERE versus BTR. XSOPHERE, do you want to do this? Really?
And happen to be BTR is that team. Of all the teams, right? And XSOPHERE, not like they're safe, right? They had number 16, 45.79, just behind it by 2 points. And they happen to be BTR.
Oh man, this is tough. I mean, they don't know who's beside them. Not like we do. Like the audience can see the name tag of each of player. They don't. They will try to fight whoever they can face against. That's the thing. But it's all about looting, right? And I don't see a lot coming up from BTR. Satar barely got enough. Voxy will be swapped with Satar. And we talked about Satar just now. They're back with Snape lineup. So Ryan possibly be saved for the best or for later during the Super Weekend, I assume.
Yeah, he already had his game today, right? So I guess he'll be saved for maybe the Super Weekend. But the fact that when Snape came in, he still put in a performance. So the coaching staff is going to have a good headache of deciding on who's going to be the starting lineup for the Super Weekend later on. But of course, that'll be left for later. Now, I wonder if BTR will just go and push it.
I do want to see Snape and Ryan actually in the same lineup for once. That would be interesting to watch as well. But BTR, here comes the rush. We're talking about BTR here. XSOPHERE, this is the worst start possible. They are surprised by the attack based on how they were standing themselves just now. They barely got enough. And BTR, they work with what they have. They barely have enough for themselves. Not even a pass on the side of Snape. But it's still going to be them crushing over XSOPHERE. That's down to one last man. And KNS, can he actually clutch for his team?
Yeah, they're all in on the KNS now. Oh, but wait a second. But KNS lost 10% of health and Satar will not miss his final shot. That is it for XSOPHERE. And the team that's cheering is CelcomDigi Esports.
Yep. They definitely going to be it. And it's BTR like they hope for. They're definitely going to be best friends forever with BTR right now. Or even VOIN Donkey or TALON. Whoever is right above them, they were hoping that they will actually crash all these players down there. But for VOIN Donkey, we have a swap with FaZe. Consulate is in.
Finally, we see Consulate. It was asked during the interview that, will Consulate play? And now he will be playing. Okay, finally. Making his debut here in the PMSL when VOIN Donkey is very comfortable up there. But that's fine. But TODAK, okay, they're fairly comfortable to 73 points and they're going to rest Real for this round at least, bringing back Brian.
Interesting. Well, Real has been performing today as well. I think it's just they don't want to over-exhaust the players to make sure that they are well prepared for the Super Weekend. TALON also have a bit of switch with Boy, Chill, and Linux. It's been a while I actually see Linux. I think this week, this is the first time I'm seeing Linux.
Yeah, I think we haven't seen Linux throughout the group stages. 83 points, yeah, bringing in anyone, including Linux, that's absolutely fine. And they can, they can also pretty much do anything they want for TALON. But of course, for CelcomDigi, they're hoping that, okay, we know you made this swap, okay? But please, still, take away the points from all the bottom people.
But what about Roy, Cloud? I mean, Roy, they had the first Super Weekend, but they had only 2 points though. And we talked about teams that didn't get into the first Super Weekend will take over the teams at the very bottom, despite they have a couple of points in the first Super Weekend. But if Roy didn't get it through for this one, it's going to be tough as well for them to get into the grand finals.
Yeah, so Roy is in a similar situation as like MVKE, like Sem9, maybe like Alter Ego as well, that they must win fights. So yeah, they're in a situation of like, we need the points. They're clearly now outside the top 16. So if you're outside of 16, it's very clear that you don't have enough points. It might be about like getting the 60 points, or it might not be about getting the 60 points. But that one clear indicator is that if you're still outside of 16, then you're in danger.
Well, the one that's definitely in the 16th spot right now is going to be Claw. He got himself already in the 15th slot here, but it's going to be going against a Vampires. Now, Vampires, they will try to just get the enough points to get into the Super Weekend. I don't feel like they're going all out just yet because, well, the group stage is all about getting into the Super Weekend. And then from the Super Weekend, the points going to be crucial for them to get into the Grand Finals. They even secured the slot to the Grand Final at this point for Vampires. I think they are not showing and not revealing too much of their strategy for the Grand Finals.
Yeah, you kind of have that license, right? If you're them, so you can kind of save up a little bit there, and also kind of maybe save up or like, okay, maybe we have a secret player that we can bring on. Who knows, right? Wouldn't be too worried about like the teams at the top. Like, even if they like, okay, they go into Super Weekend, but they do just okay. I mean, like, yeah, we're still in the finals, and maybe the point gap isn't that big. Yes, it's always nice to have a good amount of starting points, but even if you have like not like number one, but you're somewhere in the middle, you're okay. But not okay for Alter Ego. Not like this.
But for Alter Ego, as consolation, at least for the Super Weekend first week, they scored 6 points. If they didn't make it through for this Super Weekend, they're still possibly eligible for the Grand Finals here. On the side of FaZe Clan, now we get to see if FaZe Clan want more, because last week they performed better than Alter Ego. It's all about the battle who's better here. Rosemary tried to take down on Red Bull and managed getting on a GUI as well. This is the Rosemary that we're talking about. This is what we've been waiting for.
Well, they need more of Rosemary now that they don't have the circle. Okay, but they need to win this fight first. Well. There goes Rosemary on the ground. No way he'll be safe, and Chopper will finish him off. Here we go again for Alter Ego.
Down to 2 players. Chopper managed to finish off Alva next. HOMEBOIS still taking the blue zone. I assume they're coming out of Batona now, joining into the circle anytime soon. But for Alter Ego, MAQNA will revive on Alva. But FaZe Clan, that's an uneven terrain drive that is difficult. Took them some time to find a reach out towards the rest of them. Remember, they managed to reset. Alva trying to just randomly blow anything within the bushes. But Alter Ego. I mean, I wouldn't worry too much still about them at this point, because we do know they might actually get into the Grand Finals. 6 points still a lot for the Super Weekend last week. They managed to garner it.
You know what I'm worried about Alter Ego and the players? Is their Instagram account.
I get that one.
Yeah.
I totally get that one, bro.
Be prepared to be deleted. Unless they, they hide it first.
We're gonna wait and see, because we still have to wait for the entire season to be over for that to happen, because they still have a shot at the Grand Finals, no?
I worry even their personal accounts get deleted by then. But yeah, I mean, get into Grand Finals, prove it back, and then everyone will forget all this has happened.
But the one should we worry about their accounts right now is gonna be HOMEBOIS.
Oh.
They didn't get it through last week. Now they're in the blue zone still. FaZe Clan is also in the blue zone. But I think FaZe Clan is more towards the northern side. They're coming in late. While HOMEBOIS, I think the only team that's later coming from the south of Miramar just now. But FaZe Clan, they're just going to meet up with MEC. And this is going to be a fun time. But Chopper made a U-turn instantly the moment he saw there's somebody else on top of that compound.
Hey, and you know what? MEC 63 points, so they're pretty nice up there now. Of course, not so nice for KHOI, but yeah. But nice for MEC. So it's very likely we'll see them in the Super Weekend this time. Now, between TODAK and TALON, both teams, they're pretty okay. So it's more of a flex if they win against each other.
A bad feeling for KHOI right now. Look at the scores. Semna is still alive. MVK can catch up. They are at 52 points. At 13th slot, but there goes a shot from TODAK. TODAK, they pretty much comfortable up there. I think as you get more points, more than 60 points, it's pretty much, okay for them for now. But when it comes to the circle, it'd be comfortable for the players. Oh no, there's going to be a different level of terrain entirely right on the outskirts of water treatment and crater fill. You can be at the edge of the crater fill, or you can be down there at the water treatment area. Which one do you pick?
Yeah, pick a spot now, right? It's still quite a good spread, I would say. And the circle, the next one could go either way. It could go all the way down. It could go all the way up. It could still go to the high ground. VOIN Donkey's there. It could go there too. Yeah, not to worry about VOIN Donkey. But, we could be worried about Claw and the Vikings. Both teams, they could use points as the Vikings. They will zoom past by Claw into the sunset safely. But there are more teams waiting in front.
I think Vikings need it more than the rest of the teams out there. For the Vikings, they want to get as much elimination points. The Alter Ego replay on Rosemary. What a swing just now. That was a big one, by the way. But unfortunately, that did not last long enough for Alter Ego. But back to our mini screen. MAC and Vikings. And I think MAC is the ones not too much worried right now. But Vikings as well, if you compare it, right? I mean, Vikings, is it going to be enough for them with 3 points going into the grand finals?
Well, they're still in the game now. But 3 points, we need to calculate that later. Because right now, Roy is one of those teams that needs to get into the Super Weekend. And they're having a good one against VOIN Donkey. Ui Kwang will get potato. VOIN Donkey eliminated by the rest of Roy. Okay, just like that.
This is bad news for SK. Bad news for SK. 36 points and catching up to the Vikings. That's going to be Roy stuck to rise up without any trade of their players too. And that's going to be a turnaround event for the side of the teams that's waiting it out to get into the Super Weekend.
Okay, I'll give the simple logic calculation, right? If the number 16, whoever it is, gets 52 points and above, then SK is out. But of course, if it's exactly 52 points, then we need to look at the tiebreaker. But generally, if it's like 53 points, then confirm SK is 17 then below.
Yep, only 10 points for Sem9 to secure. Within 2 maps, that's definitely very doable. But can they actually do it? Because right now, things has been super quiet between the teams due to the circle itself. And the uneven terrain make it difficult for the players to see what's going on the other side. And they have this sort of ditch all by themselves and separated by mountains, make it difficult for them to even try to engage this fight because they know what at stake and what they will have to sacrifice just to start a fight here. But for BTR, I mean, BTR, can they break the record? That's the question.
Yeah, it's more of like, okay, can they break the record? Can they bring more eliminations to Federales? Because since he's been playing every single game for BTR this season, I guess at the back of his mind is that he wants to try to go for the FMVP. Last season's FMVP was Satar, by the way, and he's been kind of making way to Federales by sitting out on some of the games. But that doesn't mean that he cannot still gain more stats than Federales. So who knows, right? But there's still quite a long journey. We still have halfway of the season to go. And for FaZe Clan, now we have them on here, on screen, on the high ground, on the outside the circle. What is FaZe Clan? They're fine. It depends on what happens to MVKE.
MVKE, they're fighting their way into the top 16 right now as XSOPHERE bowing out early. I mean, XSOPHERE, I feel like they will be a bit more careful for the last map of our group stage because they still can catch up despite they're not getting any points out of this map. I'm not surprised if they go slightly crazy for the next one, but if they go too reckless, they will ended up the same story just like how they did in this map. On the side of Team Secret, I mean, well, they can try to reach out to 60 points if they want to. It's within reach. Glue, on the other hand, Glue, are they safe as well?
61 points. GLU, they seem to be kind of okay. Team Secret, well, they could use an insurance policy here. But by doing that, they need to fight against GLU, and Hexas will get their first knock. Nice navigation around this this kind of like a rooftop just to get that one elimination. And now Team Secret. Only 3 players left. Still sharing the same compound, and here comes Noel, and he found GK in the process.
Oh, Team Secret, limb by limb, taken out by glue. Definitely need some glue to reattach your limbs by now. But Zero's cooking up the nade, hoping it will actually toss towards some certain angle, but it's been cancelled entirely as the players of GLU forcing their way into the side of Zeros. He's going to go 2v1 against Hexas. Hexas is down despite having DBS in his hands. And Stickley, here comes the Molotov. Try to burn them all alive. But Team Secret will finish Jarvaxos just now. That leaves Glue with only 2 players. Noah's bleeding out as well. Glue, where would they want to get out from here?
And for FaZe Clan, looks like they're up against MEC. MEC now is 63 points. They're okay. But let's see who will get the flex here, because they're just next to each other in the overall chart. So it's going to be a flex between FaZe Clan. If Chopper can pull off a clutcher against MEC, the 4 players in front of him does have a DBS. Very clutchable weapon. And MEC, they're not really pushing the Chopper yet.
Yeah, don't forget about the Vikings out there. And speaking of Team Secret just now, there's also Vampires watching. They want to steal those points away out of the hands of Team Secret and Glue right now. Look at how they just keep on observing. All 4 of them is right on top of those mountains. While Glue still struggle where to pick. If you try to pick out, you're going to get headshot straight away by the Vampires. But at least the Blues will try to push Team Secret out of their hiding spot. But either Vampires or Glue have to, stop Team Secret from advancing here. But Team Secret, they build up the bridge of smoke with the circle just slightly pushed on the south. Team Secret, it's going to be tough, but they manage to get on 1. While on the side of Glue, they will try to fight back, but it's just inevitable death for the side of Team Secret. That settles with another extra 2 points.
Yep, and now 53 points. That means they will push down CLCOI Esports. And the fact that we still have Claw, we still have Sem9 and VKE Roy still in the game. So CLCOI, they are still sweating buckets right now in their hotel room. And on screen, Vampire Esports. Okay, 57 points. They're all right. But they could use a bit more points just to have that insurance policy, and they will have that chance against Claw.
Vampires still have a full squad. Claw, on the other hand, we don't see a lot of actions coming out from them because they need to push those numbers up, because anytime XSOPHERE or Sem9 can catch up to the next game if they don't score that much this game. So Claw, they couldn't sit this one on their hands anymore. They need to take some actions. On the other hand, Vampires were still waiting. TODAK on the rush. I don't know what they're planning to do as the Shack. But that's leaving Tom alone. It feels like they're willing to give away their bodies for Sem9 to shoot them down. And this gift point for Sem9. That will push down SK. Sem9 pushing XSOPHERE already on the 17th spot right now.
Yeah. 46 points now for Sem9. Okay, SK is sweating still. And final player for FaZe Clan, Chopper found out by Kim. And that's going to be the end of FaZe Clan. And number 11 for elimination points. Now Vampire Esports, Tony K. He wants Noel. But is Noel going to deny himself away to the blue? He's playing the killing game on the outside when it's at stage number 5, and it will depend on how many first aids does he has. While Vampire, they're still looking for him. But we'll check back on that later, because MEC, they just took out a few players out of BTR, but now they have the Vikings coming at them.
And there has been a long standstill between Vikings and MEC just now. Finally taking some actions into it. And look at the nade galore tossing over to the side of Kido. Menzi will turn the favor as well as Kido. But the nade, they will not stop raining on MEC for now. I don't know how much they have left on the side of the Vikings. But they definitely will be depleted to fight against a team to fight for the chicken dinner despite their winning this over. But for MEC, they already secured 4 elimination points. On the side of Viking, they did not score any yet. And they are the ones that needed to score more than MEC.
And MEC still with the high ground, still with the compound, while MVKE navigating around the smoke. Okay, they need the points. While MEC, they're okay. MVKE, they need the points a lot more. We're back onto Noel. Okay, 3 first aids. Made that 2 first aids. The Red Ranger. That's a lot of damage. Okay. Heal up in time still? Maybe he can still. Okay, not. Zone will take him out. Point denied.
Glue is playing a very dangerous game. Yeah, they got himself 65 points in total right now, but they didn't get into the first Super Weekend, so they have to solidify their position to make sure they're 100% getting into that Super Weekend without being questioned here. Not like the case of SK. They don't want to be that waiting game just to bite their nails at the bench. On the side of HOMEBOIS, now HOMEBOIS, I think they want to take things very slow now. They want to wait things out, but you know, whoever waits never gonna have a good result by end of the day. Vikings, they still try to clear up MEC for the longest time, and they're running out of their utilities. 0 for throwables, except for that last smoke on break. And for Vikings, they need to win this fight. They have to.
Yeah, they need the points a lot more than MEC. As Voki now waiting at the corner. Okay, Voki sees the opportunity. He gets one, he gets two! Voki with the SOK from the room will punish the Vikings.
Oh, Vikings down to one last player. And they're being eliminated with only 1 point, Cloud. 1 point. That's not going to be enough for them.
Yeah, so they are like what? 39 points now? Ooh, okay, that's kind of scary there. It's kind of scary. But one more game to go. One more game to go for the Vikings to come out with a miracle run there. If only they won that fight against MEC, then okay, cool. But the fact that they didn't, and they only scored 1 point, no further placement points, by the way. The last round is so crucial for Vikings.
But for MEC, that was a huge win for them. 7 eliminations secured out of the 2 teams they fought against early on. But BTR down to only Satar left. But it's BTR. I mean, BTR just going to take it easy for now. They just want to go for the ranking points. But for MEC, they spot it out across the other side. I think that's going to be TALON. That's a very long shot. Both them brazen quite a long shot that they tried to secure. Don't forget about Roy in the middle, because there's still Roy in there.
Oh, MEC now trying to cut across this road. The TALON is shooting at them, including Roy as well. Roy will get one. Okay, how many did they get out there? 7 elimination points now for Roy. Roy, they're climbing up now. 39 points in total.
Oh, good luck, SK. I feel bad. They're going to break into the 40s anytime now as BTR finally bowing out. We're down to only 6 teams left, with TALON have the most, as well as Vampires and Claw. Now, for Roy, they got 7 points right now. I mean, anytime they can take over on the top teams and get themselves in the top 16 here.
And they're also starting to gain placement points as well, so let's not forget about that. So very likely by this round ends, Roy can push down SK. But still, the easy calculation, number 16, if it's 52 points, then it's clear that SK is out. But if it's not 52 points, then SK is still in, still breathing. Vampire Esports, they want to breathe into the Super Weekend and they're looking for more points. But Roy, they should be able to gain another one and they will take it out of Red Face.
But don't forget about HOMEBOIS. They're the one that in the dire need of points. They didn't get into any Super Weekend yet. And if they keep sitting on their hands and wait things out right now, there will not be enough bodies for them to gain any point for the entirety of the rest of the league. They need a bombastic run, a phenomenal run with a double-digit elimination. If they keep waiting it out, there will not be enough.
Oh, great that you mentioned about HOMEBOIS because I kind of forgot about it. Ouch.
Ouch.
But yeah, okay, they're making themselves memorable right now by having a good angle against Vampire Esports. And Iron's trying to make the most out of this. And looks like they're sending one player at the front. It's going to be Limboy, but Claw, they want the points for themselves.
Look at the tap coming up from Boo with a mini 14. That's going to be hurting at the receiving end of Vampires. There'll be one to be in the position right now. They cornered down. And HOMEBOIS didn't manage to secure all those elements. They got 3 out of that. They're stolen away. All Boo-Boo-Hoo's hard work. And now Boo-Boo-Hoo's not really happy about it. They're completely devastated. All his bullet gone to waste for the sake of HOMEBOIS. Now, HOMEBOIS, this is a good run. If they can finish up with a chicken, plus they need so much condition to be meeting up with to make sure that they can get into the Super Sunday. Right now, 26 points. They need a chicken and a double digit to end their run in this Miramar map.
And Semnine could use a few more points as a insurance policy as well. And they're trying to take it out of HOMEBOIS right now, sending needs across. But it's going to be Limboy that gets Mika. Okay, but it's not out yet. U-High from an off-angle still spraying down into the smoke where HOMEBOIS is at, and Limboy will finish off Mika. While U-High still trying to find his next target. Trexie, the IGL, will be at the front. U-High continues to spray, but this time not getting anything out of it yet.
U-High repositioning himself. Bubuhu now being scared by the bullets of Hui Kwang. Roy fighting against Bubuhu. Barely got any covers. Left, right, center. And there goes Claw going out as well. We're down to 5 teams now. Can they gun more points for HOMEBOIS? Now 4 in the back. One limp boy who's limping out right now with the HP, but another one bites the dust. That's going to be Sam 9 eliminated next. We have 4 teams left, but 3 out of 4 still having a full squad except for Claw. Where is the last remaining member of Claw?
Where are you? I'm trying to see. Okay, okay, now we do have it. It's going to be Zaxi on the outside of the circle. In front of him is going to be HOMEBOIS, and HOMEBOIS knows that he's there. But he can still kind of move towards the right side, try to slide into the circle. While we look at Roy, they need the points way more than Talon.
But this is the best time for HOMEBOIS to intercept this business right now, because if they don't try to push the numbers up, Roy even got 10 eliminations by now. 10 if another additional 10 if they can get a secure a chicken dinner. But Ian's taking on Linux. Talon, they have to fight a 2-way war now against Roy and against HOMEBOIS at the same time as Mango pushing in. The other end is also sandwiching Talon into a very squeamish ham in between. This is going to be difficult for Talon.
And here comes Roy as the king of the hill. Talon, now only Yoru left. And where's Yoru going to go? He's heading towards where Zaxi is at. Okay, Zaxi sees him. Yoru, who shot up by Zaxi. But Yoru, okay. He has to turn around because Zaxi is there. And now the molly will be lobbed across by Zaxi. And Yoru is in big trouble right now. He is about 60% of health. But Zaxi has to be careful of HOMEBOIS at the same time. But the moment the zone comes in, he will be pushed out. It's going to be HOMEBOIS that takes him out. Yoru eliminated by Ka. And right now, Roy, 14 eliminations.
Suddenly, the sudden rise of Roy with the double-digit eliminations. HOMEBOIS fighting against Roy, who is having their adrenaline rush right now. They're on the high and even got themselves a high ground as well. Some advantage given to his side of... Not given, they gain it. They actually putting the effort into it. Those elevation will give such a big advantage to the side of Roy. Now, HOMEBOIS, how do they deal with this? They should be the one that be as aggressive as Roy to get those double digits up.
For the low ground, HOMEBOIS, Ians gets Mango. But there's Ka in front of them. Okay, here comes the name by Hui Kwang. And HOMEBOIS will be pushed by the blue. This is stage number 9. They cannot spend a single second in the blue. It's gonna hurt for sure. HOMEBOIS, they're clumped up together right now. Roy, 1 player currently down. Mango cannot be saved. He's way up there. It's down to the last 3 players of Roy right now to try to stop HOMEBOIS from moving forward. And Limboy will be cut down by 2K.
Limboy knocked down once more. HOMEBOIS, they are spreading. They're clustered up together as a tree. That's not the best one, as the Molly will try to separate themselves. And it's going to be Ayas jumping down towards the palm tree. He's trying to just spray within the smoke, hoping it will connect somehow. But the smoke confuses the rest of HOMEBOIS. And Juke on off angle got shot down by Ayins. And this is the time to know whether HOMEBOIS can wrap this up. Hui Kwang getting on Ayins. It's down to Shamil. Shamil can actually clash for the team. Kai is left behind, giving cover fire. HOMEBOIS, they score the chicken, but will it be enough right now?
Whoa. Let's not write them off yet, ladies and gentlemen. The final round might still mean something for HOMEBOIS if they can somehow pull off a miracle run here. HOMEBOIS just took away the hopes and dreams of Roy to gain the chicken dinner. But fret not, fans of Roy, fans of King Roy, because they are still able to gain a lot of eliminations in this round.
So unpredictable for the fate of certain teams down here. We cannot discount HOMEBOIS yet. They're back in the game. And they are in the 30s right now. Definitely more than enough to push slightly forward. If I have a bad feeling that SK gets pushed down later today. But Roy getting those double digits, 15 or 15 eliminations by the end of it. I think they secure slightly more, 15 or 16, because they managed to secure 1 more point by the end of it. But for HOMEBOIS, finishing off with 9 points will be enough. Addition to the extra 10 points from the chicken dinner.
Ooh, 19 points for Homeboys, giving them a little bit of hope for the last game. A small hope if they can actually pull off a miracle run to make a showing into the Super Weekend. But that also means that it's also very scary for CKHOI. We'll look at that later, because right now we're definitely going to celebrate Homeboys. And the big brother, Shamil, is the one that came out with the most damage and also part of the most eliminations here together with Limboy, which is 3 eliminations. Damage received, mostly out of the Ions and Limboy. They were the tankers of this round that opened up that space for Shamil to do his work as the big brother, leading his teammates, leading his younger brothers here. First time PMSL. Wow, we check out the highlights.
And that's going to be our top 4 teams. ROY, Homeboys, TALON, and MEC. These are the names that, especially Homeboys, we're loving this. They're bringing the drama back into the overall ranking.
Oh yeah, we love the drama, we love the intensity. This is what we live for, right? The last game matters for all the teams, especially those who are seeking the ticket into the Super Weekend. Looking at you, Roy, looking at you, Homeboys, it's gonna be real fun. But it's not fun at all for CKHOI Esports. How many are they still in it or not? I don't know at this point.
We won't be getting our Cinderella story, I assume. I guess the Cinderella love to run away from a ball now. That's gonna be CKHOI. But let's wait for the points to tally up. While we're waiting, we're looking at our MVP Shamil. Finally, we get to see Homeboys on top of the MVP chart. When it comes to damage, why he dished out so much, but unfortunately only 3 eliminations he managed to score down there, thanks to the teams that managed to steal it away under their noses.
The big brother Shamil as the MVP. Finally, like what you say, we see a representative of Homeboys up here. Of course, it has to be the big brother Shamil. 3 eliminations, 693 damage with a 6% hit rate onto headshots, 23% team contribution. And Homeboys, obviously, they got the chicken dinner. So they survived a maximum of 28 minutes, 49 seconds. Now, for the points, Roy, 22 points. Wow.
Is this the highest in this season with 16 eliminations by a team? Because the highest we've seen always 15, right?
There has been 20-ish.
Okay.
But Roy is definitely up there.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's Roy. They are volatile and they are unpredictable. But 19 points on, boys. This is the question that we all ask right now with Roy getting over 20 points. Now, it means that the overall rankings, it's going to be a mess later on with VOIN, Donkey, XSOPHERE. They didn't get any point cloud. They will be pushed down. They need those points to get into at least once in Super Weekend.
They'll be kicking themselves in the bucket. The fact that they had to meet with BTR. It was like another team that's desperate enough for points, then maybe it won't be an early fight, or even better, they don't meet with anyone at all. But the fact that it was BTR, they have no stakes anymore, so they can do whatever. They see XSOPHERE, it doesn't matter whether it's XSOPHERE or any other team, they just, you know what, we got nothing to lose, just go for it. And it happened to be the team that needs those points.
I mean, we wouldn't mind if XSOPHERE have to fight against HOMEBOIS or Vikings, the teams that really needed a point. It feels a bit more, fulfilling to watch that. But here goes. Okay, we don't want to see the first page. Just go straight to the third and second page. But TALON and VOIN Donkey keep on switching. Only these two actually make a change, where the eArena still holding without them playing. I mean, they definitely have a great vacation right now. I swear, the team is actually enjoying such a great delicacy from the Indonesia cuisine. It must be it right now.
Yeah, so we're not worried about teams of page 1. Even TODAK's here, no chicken, no problem, so it's fine. Oh! We call it Ngam Ngam Ho.
Oh, this is not nice. This is bad for SK, and they can't do a thing to change it. Oh man, how big of a gap between the 16 and 17? We gotta wait and see. Because Team Secret, at least they made it through. I don't see XSOPHERE up here yet, so they still can change things down there. 49 and 45. Almost 42. They have a shot.
Wow. Yeah. HOMEBOIS actually have a shot now. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? HOMEBOIS have a shot. 42 points now. Oh man, this is gonna be insane. XSOPHERE, 7-9 HOMEBOIS, MVKE. Well, ETN's out, New Era's out. So these teams can actually do it. Unless Alter Ego counts as something insane. But the closest one are those teams that we mentioned.
Okay, I'll be speaking as frank as I can be. I don't think Alter Ego will make it as like a weekend, but we gave the highlight to it, our top frankers. I mean, Roy, that was incredible run, and HOMEBOIS as well, making such a drama for us to live till the very end of this show today. MAC with 7 elimination and GLU 4 elimination. But speaking of the drama going on, and imagine Cloud, like we do know XSOPHERE, they need the points. They drop themselves nearby BTR, the one that actually don't have anything at stake anymore. They're pretty much going easy. And then we talked about also the team at the very bottom, like Alter Ego. I feel like it's almost impossible for them. I think it's totally impossible for them, even if they score themselves like what 20-ish elimination. It's still not going to be enough. Still, they're going to end up in the 50s, right? Now, these two teams that they should watch out for, because these teams have nothing else to lose. They will disrupt the middle pack here.
Yeah, the ones that already cleanly qualified, they'll be like, yeah, we'll do whatever, right? So the HOMEBOIS, they need to be extra careful. And of all the teams that scored a chicken dinner today, well, MAC at that point, they needed the points, so they're okay now. HOMEBOIS, well, they're not that okay yet, but they are getting close. But it's also very close for you guys to watch the PMSL SEA Summer live at the Basket Hall GPK, and you can get your tickets for free on the 15th of June, which is this Sunday. All you need to do is check out the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports, and you can stand a chance to grab your free ticket on that day itself.
Yeah, when you guys go to Jakarta, make sure you try all the food down there, especially kondro bakar, which means grilled ribs. It's one of the best thing ever happened in this entire universe, okay? I promise you that. But why you have to go to Jakarta, not just for the food, of course, to watch the grand finals, and also to have your collections of all the jerseys and jackets and everything that you can ask for a team merchandise, because we're gonna have TALON, RRQ, GLU, Alter Ego, Boom Esport, BTR by Vitality, and VOIN Donkey ID to have their booth on site as well as Techno, our sponsor, that you can try out their own device and try have that feel of a professional player, which they're using Techno PUBG 7 series right now. But you know what? Can they make it? But HOMEBOIS, there's so many conditions to be met up down there.
Oh wow! From when we said yesterday, we're like, HOMEBOIS.
You even forgot about them.
Yeah, at some point, I'm like, HOMEBOIS is playing, okay. And then they scored a chicken dinner. But you know what else we'll score? A break time. So we'll be seeing you guys after this for the final round. Stay tuned.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase. Shelby as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase.
to that top. New line reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of SEA already here. Rocky out the open. The smoke. Strategic. Go! The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sadhak. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
Paling untuk 3 yang lainnya, kalau misalnya kita kalah berada di hashtag 2 dan kita nggak bisa dapat hashtag 1, yang pasti nanti ada hukumannya, ya paling traktir sih atau enggak ya challenge-challenge rank lain. Tapi jangan sampai dong hashtag 2.
Mọi người hãy tưởng tượng tôi như kiểu một cái chùa đấy, với lại cái team của tôi như là một cái chợ ấy. Chùa thì muốn yên tĩnh, còn chợ thì lúc nào cũng ồn ào.
Okey, kepada teammate saya, kalau tengok video ni, harap tak ambil hati sebab semua perkara ni benar.
Solusinya ya gue tutup aja pakai bantal mulutnya Asa biar dia nggak berisik.
Ngenokin teman sendiri sih, itu ada bisa pakai bom, bisa pakai bensin, itu sering terjadi dulu di zaman-zaman RA. Nah kalau di zaman-zaman itu kita sering ngemoli teman kita sendiri, itu sering terjadi dan tapi kita ya ngebawa itu jadi lucu aja sih.
Điều ngớ ngẩn nhất cả đội từng làm chắc là những one net và những quân lửa, tại vì thay vì chúng tôi chọi vào địch thì chúng tôi chọi vào nhau.
Diorang selalu tinggalkan saya seorang-seorang, saya rest seorang-seorang, diorang memang lembab gila.
Wah, kalau itu gue pernah sih, waktu itu nge-push kompon, terus si Asa ngebom diri gue, bukan ngebom musuhnya, jadi malah friendly fire. Ah, parah sih dia.
Satu pemain yang aku bakalan pilih itu, aku bisa bilang LeonDZ, karena LeonDZ itu selain dari pengalaman dan juga skillnya dari tahun ke tahun itu udah cukup oke, dan jujur dari diri aku sendiri itu aku penasaran main sama dia, makanya aku pilih LeonDZ.
Cho em tuyển cả 3 người luôn được không? Thứ nhất là Tony Kay, hai là Rosemary và KHOI, tại vì cả 3 tuyển thủ đấy luôn luôn nằm trong những cái top player của các giải đấu và cũng có MVP của mình nữa.
Saya akan ambil TODAK Naim sebab dia punya backup laju and then sharp shooter.
Gua maunya Yami sih. karena alasannya gue pernah SEA Games bareng Yami, gue ngerasa klop main sama dia, berasa kompak, chemistry gue kayak ada sama dia.
Untuk Red FaZe, jangan maju mulu ya, karena gue bakalan maju dan gue yang lebih jago, jadi jangan sosok maju. Untuk Firman juga sama, begitu pula juga Pepeng. Untuk Boboho, banyak grinding lagi.
Đồng đội của tôi như cái radio vậy á, tại vì kiểu không thể tắt được.
Manzi sebab dia ni macam star syndrome, selalu siap lambat, orang kena tunggu dia. Dia dah macam raja dah dekat dalam tim ni. Asyik nak kena tunggu dia je, semua dia siap lambat. Confirm kena tunggu dia.
Oh, Asa sih. Karena kalau Asa nih, kalau di GH, kalau di gaming host, dia tidurnya tuh ngoroknya paling kenceng. Jadi gue keganggu banget tuh kalau tidur. Jadi dia ngorok tuh berasa kapal pecah.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for one more round. One last shot. Who will make it for our super weekend?
Can CKHOI actually make it? Yeah, that will be the biggest banger question of all. Can HOMEBOIS create a miracle comeback? That will also be another bigger banger question.
That's kind of true. I mean, 42 points. They need another extra, like, the safest bet, 20 points. That's going to be another chicken back-to-back for HOMEBOIS if they can score that one now.
Ooh, and break CKHOI's heart? Yeah. Very close now. Very, very close. There's only a handful of points. And 7-9, they also need the points. I mean, everybody at 17 onwards, they all need points. So CKHOI, they're still at the edge of their seat. They'll be looking at all those teams below them, 17 onwards. If CKHOI can actually touch that magical number 16 that they very, very need. Because they didn't make week 1. So week 2 is a must.
They are touching the 16th spot right now.
Yeah, I mean, after this game, of course.
After this game, I don't know, man. There's a chance that the gap is just too small. And with Sem9 start to, you know, we do know Sem9 can catch up anytime soon. But HOMEBOIS is the bigger question. I want to see At least we have one Cinderella story by end of today.
So it's either Sequoia or Homeboys. But it could be neither of them too. So
That's sad.
yeah. It could be. It could be. Wow.
Oh, well, it was unusual circle in the north just now. If we get another circle that's unusual, I would not mind just to test it out. Or maybe just give the circle all the way towards the teams that either they're already up there, they don't need the points, and so Sequoia can stay where they're at.
But do you know why crabs never volunteer?
Are we going back to this? Why?
Because they're shellfish.
Oh, they are. That's true.
Yeah. That's why they never volunteer. They're very shellfish. Shellfish people.
And then we ate them.
Wow.
So what are we?
Then you are shellfish eater. Shellfish eater. Shellfish
Shellfish eater.
Yeah.
Shellfish. What do you call a fish without an eye?
Fish without an eye. Can't think of it. Okay, what's that? What? Oh! I don't know. I don't know. It's FSH.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah. Okay. All right. A fish without an eye. Okay.
Give me a food that have martial arts skills.
Wow. Food that has martial arts. Wait, Kung Fu?
Oh, there's so many though, actually.
I know.
Kway Teow Kung Fu is not wrong, but
That's not right.
pork chop, chicken chop,
Oh. Okay. We're going to food
lamb
now, right?
chop.
Okay.
We're that hungry.
But
I would
of-
love to have
of-
a great
of-
lamb chop.
Of all those foods, right? Which vegetable has the best kung fu?
Best Kung Fu. Best Kung Fu?
Yeah. What's that?
What? Why is it? Why Kung Fu?
Yeah. Which one has the best
Vegetable?
kung fu?
Vegetable?
Broccoli.
Why broccoli?
Yeah, you know, Bruce Lee, broccoli, you know.
Oh, broccoli.
Yeah. Broccoli. Yeah.
That's so stupid.
I know. I try. I'm running out of good ones, okay? I'm running out of good ones.
Oh, okay. You know what? Team to focus. We're going to put this aside because we're focusing on SK that's not playing.
Yep.
Homeboys that's still struggling.
Can we have team to focus SK? You know, are we breaking the rules by doing that?
I don't know. Can we?
Oh, okay.
We can.
Mr. Producer, no Japanese girlfriend says no.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
It's okay. That's just him. Okay. The game's on. Alter Ego. Can you still make it? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna be blunt. No. Roy, on the other hand, just now was having a big run. Homeboys, 19 points. Now, they need to score a similar amount of points. If they got it scored, then it's them going their first ever Super Weekend.
First ever Super Weekend. With a shot at the Grand Finals. Okay, I love the Yellow Ranger. Look at that Hexas. Okay, Yellow Ranger, Green Ranger.
Do they have Black Ranger? I don't think so.
They don't. I think it's because, like, you know, the jerseys have always been very vibrant colors for GLU,
Why?
so that's why they don't have the Black Ranger, you know.
The idea should have White Ranger, no? That's the leader.
Not vibrant enough.
White is too overexposed, I guess, for the camera as well.
Yeah, it's not helping the camera, man.
You know, I want to mention some of the comments right now. Alter Ego is the alter ego without the ego now. That's kind of true.
Wow. Do you know what's a skeleton's favorite type of road?
What?
A dead end.
That's a dead end for Alter Ego. Burn, baby. But yeah, Upendra Tapa, thank you for the not so obvious when it comes to the condition of certain teams. I mean, VOIN Donkey, they're doing okay. But if you guys actually at the venue, you guys probably can purchase that cool jacket for VOIN Donkey though.
Yeah, the VOIN Donkey one, the GLU one. Let's see. RRQ, I think they have very good jackets as well. I remember seeing that before. Alter Ego has unique ones. I remember the it's not a kimono, it's some Japanese thing, but our producer will know better because you know why. But what we do know is that we're jumping on to the final match for today, and let's get onto it, Mirama.
Final game for league stage this season of the summer PMSL 2025. Ladies and gents, will XSOPHERE eSports can squeeze through? They still can change so many things. Will they drop next to BTR again? What are the lucks for the teams that needed a point?
If they do that, then I don't know what to say. But let's see. Okay, anything can happen. I'm looking at FaZe Clan. Okay, they're fine. Okay, GLU, they're pretty much okay as well. How do we look at the suspects here? Okay, HOMEBOIS. Okay, we have HOMEBOIS now. They normally drop all the way down south. Sometimes it's Patona, sometimes it's Puerto Paraiso, and they're heading there. So they're going to take a safe approach at the start. No other teams close by. That's good news for them.
They need that. They really need that. But for HOMEBOIS, if the circle did comprise Patona or south of Los Leones, that's still going to be a tough start for them later on. But also my eyes locked into XSOPHERE. Where are they right now?
Oh, okay, they are.
Oh, they're down. Baltimore.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Baltimore. Yeah. But we have a right side circle. It's going to be a truck stop circle, I guess.
And we're going to see... Oh, not good for Roy. Not good at all. Okay. Now Roy, one player gun down.
Frankie with 18 bullets.
And 3.
Yep, that's...
Okay, he's
not going to survive. But where are the rest of his teammates? I think if they are quite nearby, Car can survive. But with 20% HP and taking down, they need help. He needs help. He needs to shout for help.
Okay, I'm just looking at his health ticking down right now. Okay, thank you, observers. Okay, no one else is near. They won't have the time. Roy will lose one player. Now, whether it's going to be enough for them to maintain top 16, we don't know yet.
10 seconds into the game and he's gone. At least he got a quick dinner now. Yeah, that's good news for the side of Roy. And they got himself at 14th spot. Now, we do know that 16th slot is actually reserved for SK. 49 points, 52 at SK, 49 and 79 XSOPHERE, 45. Out of the 3 teams, 79 XSOPHERE and HOMEBOIS, only one can squeeze through. But who will it be?
Ooh, scary, right? Super duper scary. Okay, no action for any of our suspected teams. Any teams above like BTR, TALON, VOIN Donkey, yeah, they can whatever. MEC can whatever as well. They're fine. Yeah, but the below ones, the last game. Can you imagine as well, 79 doesn't make it into Super Weekend? It's almost similar feeling like Alter Ego.
That's kind of true. They are in the same boat in that terms, though. But both teams, at least, they secured points out of the first Super Weekend. But if Roy keep losing their members, they might have to settle with 54 points, which gave opportunity either 79, XSOPHERE, or HOMEBOIS to catch up now.
And XSOPHERE, at least they are clear of BTR this time. Okay, so that's good news for them. But XSOPHERE, of course, right now, they have to catch the 52 points is the super duper minimum. But then again, the benchmark will go up because if SEM9 goes up to 52, then it'll be race between like whoever who is setting the benchmark by then they're still actively playing. Can be SEM9, can be XSOPHERE, can be HOMEBOIS, can be MKE. But sorry, LT, go. It's a bit too far.
For HOMEBOIS, they have to aggressively trying to find those eliminations, proactively hunting people down. That's the only way for me to see. Or they can play just like how they did, but they have to survive first. But would you risk yourself whether you don't know if you can survive to get the chicken dinner with a 0 point to wait things out, or you start to go recklessly find those points by yourself? Depends on the IGL right now.
I guess if I were like SEM9 and XSOPHERE, I would just wait it out. Maybe if I'm HOMEBOIS, I'll wait it out too. But if I'm MVKE, then I'll try to push for eliminations. Because if you get a chicken dinner, it's bare minimum 10 points, right? And along the way, you get a few here and there. So it should be enough for like these three teams. Unless they are all still alive by the final circle, then it's a different story. But MVK is the clearer one that they need to be a bit more active.
I have to say, Claw is not too safe either, Cloud. They 54 points right now. They can get pushed down if they got wiped out early.
Yeah, if they get a 0, and then SEM9, XSOPHERE both perform, then Claw is out. So they're still scary.
So whoever's in the 50s is not safe either.
Hey, same goes for Roy then. Same points with Claw.
That's true. That's why I said Roy cannot afford to lose another man. They already lost Carl way early on. And we do know Carl is always the off-angle cover fire person who always gives them support. That makes it difficult for the team to rush towards their side, and they lost that one particular key player. This gives them such a vulnerable settings if they're not being careful.
Well, Vampire, they're 62, and we have them on screen now, so generally okay. Yeah, they're fine. Not too worried about Vampire. Worst case scenario for them is like what? Number 14 maybe, or number 15. But whether you're 14, 15, or 12, or even number 1 is still going to be the same. Tomorrow, all the points are going to reset again, and everyone's going to start fresh. So that's why it's just all about getting into Super Weekend.
Yeah, it's just getting into Super Weekend, that's it. Because that's not going to be the determining factor for the Grand Finals point anyhow. I mean, it's not going to affect them directly, except for, you know, during the Super Weekend, which is going to be tomorrow. But for XSOPHERE, if they don't get to the Super Weekend, that's going to end the entire journey of this PMSL summer season, because they have 0 point right now to get into the Grand Final.
Yeah, so it's a do or die mission for XSOPHERE. They must. Even at least SEM9, okay, they've been in one Super Weekend and they did okay. So if they miss this one, it's like, okay. But XSOPHERE, no negotiations. HOMEBOIS, no negotiations. They must make it through. So the pressure is more onto them than SEM9.
Same goes for Roy right now. Now, with the fact that GLU is getting into this Super Weekend, right? It means the team at the very bottom with their first Super Weekend points get pushed down, because the team that never get into the Super Weekend, some of them are getting into it, like GLU, Team Secret, I guess.
Yeah, and Team Secret is also one of them that miss out on the Super Weekend. But check out this circle. Towards the right. Okay, this is what we want to see. Last game of the group stages. Give it to us. Give it to us. And we're getting it now. 40% of water in this circle.
This is one nasty circle. On the second stage of that. Oh man, if it keeps pushing towards the right side circle at stage 3 and 4, that's fun.
Okay, it might not be so fun for MVKE passing by GLU, but at least they are now fine still. GLU is, of course, very fine in the overall, so they are okay. the next team that's about to pass by. Okay, I believe that's Claw. So Claw needs to survive this one as well. Okay, this is going to be tight. We are expecting to see more team fights now. Now that with this kind of circle, there's like 40% of water, lesser land to play with. Team fights will happen anytime soon.
And everybody moving from the left to the right side of the map. That means the circle tucked into one direction. Everybody will have to collide with each other. Plus, the space to home 16 teams is not going to be enough with that only like 60 to 50% of land.
And yeah, that's where we'll see fights happening quickly. And let's not forget about another factor. The factor is that the top teams have nothing much to lose. In fact, nothing at all to lose. So whoever they see in front, they can just crash in and then fights will just be explosive. We might see more third parties happening. And that will be, of course, like a domino effect that can affect like the other teams like coming in and be third, fourth, fifth party. That's all possible that can happen. Claw, not one of them. They cannot be reckless yet. So that's why they're playing this rather carefully. Same goes for XSOPHERE. Very, very slow approach into the circle. Still spending time in the blue on the outside of it.
I think the one that's really the most dire to get into this Super Weekend, it's going to be two teams here, XSOPHERE and HOMEBOIS. The only ones without any Super Weekend point. So they need this way more than the others. So they should start shooting people down as well. Or maybe just wait it out. You know, wait it out just like how HOMEBOIS did in the last one. Did actually fare well. But provided the condition, they have to have enough body count for that to happen.
Yeah, the body count as well. The body count as well is something that we need to observe right now. Of course, we're still like 63 total players, so still okay. But as the body count goes down, then well, the chances for HOMEBOIS is going to be tighter. But we might see the body count go down even further now that SAM9, they have arrived at where Dewey is at. But Dewey on the buggy, trying to escape, and he should be able to, but they will still try to fire him. Yuhai doesn't have a good angle, tries to get one, but the rest of FaZe Clan is there to provide him the extra cover.
Yep, and this fight is happening outside of the circle, where the circle decided to drop itself right at the junction of truck stop, the outskirt right side of it. For SAM9, they know the circle shifted, they won't waste any more time, but for VOIN, Donkey and TODAK, they're fine.
Ah, yeah. They're okay. They gave the point to VOIN Donkey, which is also okay. So it's not the biggest factor. So it's more of a flex here for VOIN Donkey, the fact that they took out TODAK. But yeah, we'll see TODAK again tomorrow. Not going to be an issue. But SAM9 now blocked by MEC.
Oh no, this is not great. SAM9, they need these points, and they lost one members already. While the teams that's just next to them are still taking their time in the blue zone. Claw also did not make any move just yet, but MEC, they will disrupt and destroy SAM9's, who happen to be next to XSOPHERE as well just now.
Yeah, if they can somehow take out XSOPHERE, then it's good news. At least that's one competition out. SAM9, they got a knock onto a player of MEC, and Jaxi will finish off game, so that's going to be another point. But Parents in trouble. No Parents, not the time to flip his vehicle. Oh no, and guess who it is? It's BTR, but it's actually XSOPHERE. Then knocked out Parent. They want that point.
Oh, if they know this is SAM9, they definitely want to gun it down, because right now, it's XSOPHERE, they will want SAM9 to be ousted with the seconds. Worst case scenario happened for SAM9 as the blue zone hit them as well. They're down to 2 players, and they still have plenty of points need to catch up to be in this Super Weekend.
Yeah, they need like 2 points to equalize SK. 3 points to not think about the tiebreaker. So that's their super duper minimum right now. And only 2 players left, Mika and Yuhai, that is still alive now. And Mika is separated from Yuhai, by the way. Oh, Alter Ego. Oh,
I love this.
You see them on screen.
The top versus the bottom. The one that don't have anything else to lose, but the one that everything have to lose is going to be SAM9 right now. They are running away now. Mika even gunned down. Out of nowhere, the shots coming up just straight for himself to be the target. But at least they still have 2 players. XSOPHERE, they're visited by MEC. Not like this. Not like this, XSOPHERE.
Okay, but we start off by knocking down Kido. Okay, that's what they're looking for.
Oh.
But Lobby X knocked out by Amazon. A bit of a trade there. Lobby X will finish off. And looks like Grab will be taken out as well. Oh no, this is bad for XSOPHERE. 2 players left. They need to pull off a big one here. But the nade across, they will get one. And they will win this fight against MEC, giving them another lifeline.
3 points in the back, slowly climbing up. They're in the same state as SM9 with 2 players remaining. And they're catching up to their points too. 48, 50 on SM9. They need 5 more points to just run down on SK. Oh, sorry, SK. I don't think SK will survive this one. Not playing anything about, at least at the side of SM9, they can change so much for their fate this weekend.
Okay, so Trexie, Mika now. Okay, they're in the circle. Okay, they're going to play like super safe because they just need like 2 more points. So they need to hold on for at least positioning points and they'll be able to make it through. But okay, if XSOPHERE overtakes them, then yeah, then it's going to be a problem. So they still need to consider the position of XSOPHERE. But we'll check back on them later because right now they only have 1 active player. XSOPHERE still in the game. They have 3 elimination points after winning against MEC earlier on. FaZe Clan coming in from the outside. It's going to be okay for them, but they see a key team. Roy in front. Now Roy's going to block at FaZe Clan. And Roy, they somehow could use a few more points. They wouldn't mind a few more points out of FaZe Clan. While BTR Ryan, Ryan is playing this round, but he got taken out by the zone, so that's fine. BTR is okay.
Who did they swap for, Ryan? Is it Tatar again?
We were not shown, so we're not too sure.
I do want to see Ryan to actually play alongside with Snape for once, but back to the side of FaZe Clan. They're trying to take out the players in this abandoned church, and it's going to be Canary pushing in as Kwang already prepped the nade up. DBS in Shopper's hand. FaZe Clan, do they need this much? Compared to their opponents, pretty much they're both in the same spot. They're going to be fine, I guess, by the end of this one.
And FaZe Clan, okay, not one of our highlighted teams. Roy, somewhat a highlighted team, and now they're facing off against FaZe Clan. And Roy, 2 active players, 1 player currently down. At the same time, Vampire eSports will be in a fight against TALON. MVKE in a fight against FaZe Clan. Wait a second, MVKE actually from afar, they knocked down Canary. But because it's a long range, they're not able to finish up the job. Instead, it's going to be Mango finish up by Dewey.
And run down by a vehicle at that. That's a brutal way to go. But for Roy, they need to secure those points. And now due to only 2 players, they got 1. Red Bulls is down. UK need to reload. Swap over to Scott L. Gooey already prepped himself with a DBS. That's a smart move to finish off with the Molly. But did the Molly actually burn? Not really. He got a corner for Red Bull. He will not be burned by the Molly.
But he's still bleeding out though. Now it's the 3 members of FaZe Clan to try to win this against Roy. Canary gets UK, okay. Red Bull still bleeding out. They need to win this fight before they're able to save their teammates. And look at the minimap. There's actually another team around the corner. It could be MVKE there. And yes, it is MVKE. MVKE! They need the points. They're looking at this area. They're looking if they can steal away any points from here.
At the same time, looking at the side of FaZe Clan, setting up whatever they can get to. But FaZe Clan, the Blue Zone already arrived, and Vikings will try to take advantage of this situation. Superman pretty low himself right now.
Oh, okay. And also a little bit of an update, the fact that Roy has been eliminated. They are at 54 points. So there is a small risk for them to be booted out, but it's a rather small risk. MVKE, on the other hand, clearly needs points, and they're going to play by the edge of the circle, trying to block FaZe Clan for coming in. FaZe Clan right now tanking the blue at stage number 5. We can look at how fast their health is dropping because of the stage 5 blue.
Yeah, for the Blue Zone, at least it's stage 5, but it's not only stage 5. It will burn them more than 1% HP per second. But for Claw now, I think it's HOMEBOIS. Oh boy, Claw needed the points more. But at the same time, we're talking about HOMEBOIS at Cloud. This is what I worry. If they're sitting ducks and wait things to happen, this is going to be them not gaining any points at all. But Talon will distract Claw. Now Axel is down. and Claw shifted their focus to a TALON instead.
Alright, here comes Achul. Okay, rushing in. TALON is still alright. They are still on the outside circle. Claw is still inside. Bobo Who will be finished off. And Achul healing up before he heals his teammate next. And here comes Linux onto Axel, while Claw is still on the high ground. We have Saxi here together with Chipe. Saxi will be gunned down by who? Okay, who is it? Because Saxi is actually Miro's homeboys. Okay, they need all the points they can get. The Miros will get it with the Mini 14.
We're waiting, but Zeta is shutting down on Miro's right. At the moment, he opened the fight to finish off Saxi, and Chipeng are running over to his side of TALON. But Vampire just gotta be here right now. BTR also got wiped out early. TALON still trying to fight between these three. There's gonna be TALON. Axel will be taking out. Linux cooking up the nade. Chipeng in between. Traps bleeding out down, still healing up. But Chipeng will get hit by the nade or not just yet. I don't know how, but he got so lucky Linux didn't see him through.
Oh, now he should be able to see him. But they're trying to find that angle. Doesn't help that the fact that Vampire was distracting them. But finally, they got Chipeng. And Claw, they're out at number 11. Only 1 point collected, 55 points. Will it be enough? Will be the question, depending on how the bottom teams actually perform here. And here comes Linux with a final blow on the Vampire Esports. They are out number 10, 1 elimination point. But they should have done enough to see tomorrow.
I wouldn't worry too much for TALON and Vampires, but the one that we have our eyes locked onto was the team that we're waiting if they manage to come back. The teams at the very bottom. GK, now Team Secret. They are not entirely safe here, Cloud. They need more points to make sure they're in the 60s and can push down all the teams that already eliminated right above them, especially Claw at this point. But for Alter Ego, there will be the disruptive force that will make this get difficult for MVKE, Homeboys, and everybody else. Look at the circle. It's divided to two sides, north and the south walls going on. But it will be in the center where Sam9 got himself compound circle as well, and XSOPHERE with 2 players. Can they hold against Alter Ego, 2 players, and MVKE?
And Sam9 just needs a few more points. They'll be holding on to this circle. Now that we are at 9 teams, 1 more team eliminated, and Sam9 will start to collect placement points. Linux comes in to finish off GK. That's going to be 1 player down of Team Secret. Okay, they have 54 points at this moment. And Transit coming in. They would want an insurance policy as they rush in onto TALON. Here comes, and from the back, it's going to be Zeros that takes out Linux.
Yep, yeah, that's a clean execution. VOIN Donkey taking out Homeboys right now. Homeboys down to 1 player, Cloud. I don't know why it's happening, but things are going dicey for Homeboys. They might have loosened their chance to get into the Super Weekend, but Ian's fighting back to Razak. As Ian finishes off Consulate, Yoru going against Zero still as Team Secret triumph over this fight against TALON. TALON will bowing out right now, but we will see them back for tomorrow.
And Homeboys has officially bowed out. No miracle run for Homeboys. Eliminated with 43 points. It's not going to be enough for them for sure. Thank you so much to Homeboys for playing this season. We hope to see them again in the next.
Yep. Definitely, we were hoping for them to get better, stronger as well. But back to it, it's a fight. VOIN Donkey versus GLUBLUG. And these are the teams that they're just going to see who's getting a better spot and better points by end of the day. Alter Ego, Sam9. Now, Sam9 need these points so bad. But Mika shutting down Rosemary right in the face with a shotgun.
Oh, if Sam9 goes out now, they won't have enough points. Okay, they'll be at 52, which is, man. Okay, if they go out right now, it's going to be 52 points. Then we need to talk about the tiebreaker later on. But Mika, let's see if he can hold on as long as possible. 6 teams. Oh, wait, 6 teams. He should be enough. Okay, let's see if he can get a bonus here against Alter Ego. Alter Ego, unfortunately, not enough bodies for them, but they will still try.
No!
And Mika, Sam9 out.
Will be enough for their position points later on. Will they be in 16th spot and SK not make it through? I think they have enough. They lost it at 6th place. Sorry, SK. See you next season as well.
Yeah, so Sam9 has made it. But yeah, sorry SK. But now, it's going to be interesting to see if actually, XSOPHERE can actually do it.
All trust on XSOPHERE now with 2 players remaining. Chaco, you have to be extra careful. Vikings is breathing behind their neck. I don't think the Vikings know exactly where Exos is at right now, but they opened fire. Was it the teams across them? It was Alter Ego, was it?
Well, across them, yeah, it was Alter Ego there. Oh yeah, let's not forget about MVKE as well. Okay, do they have enough bodies? Okay, 4, 10, 10, 13, chicken dinner. Okay. So mathematically, it's still enough for MVKE, but they need to bring in a lot of eliminations.
They have to start gunning people down now. If not, even if they scored that chicken, it will not be enough. But it's XSOPHERE next to them, who actually have better odds to go for the next stage this Super Weekend. But Vikings, they open up the card towards the side of XSOPHERE. KNS is fighting for his life. Chaco is next. Chaco got taken down. Another one bites the dust. MVKE. Can they still make it?
Okay, let's see how far will they go right now, because right in front of them is going to be Alter Ego. 3 players of Alter Ego against MVKE on the outside of the circle. As they try to find a space against Alter Ego, the smoke is blinding them though. Superman just trying to navigate around this terrain, trying to get as much information as possible. Now Alter Ego, 2 players, or at least 1 player is moving away.
Yeah, Alva's trying to scout out if there's any backstabbers from behind. So they're splitting themselves into 2 parts here for Alter Ego. But for GLU, Box is climbing up, spotted Trunk. Oh, there goes the jump shot. Box going back. Nope, too many people. It's too many Team Secret. They are having their secret strategy to go against GLU. GLU, I mean, they're pretty safe to get into this Super Weekend and finally get into their first ever Super Weekend this season. But Team Secret, they want more. It's going to be a 3v2 against Team Secret for them.
And MVKE, they still have to score big here. Alright, but we'll check back on them later, because right now it's going to be Team Secret against GLU Squad. And GLU Squad, they might lose Xbox. Gunned down by Team Secret. Stickley's on the other side though. They know exactly where he is. They will charge in on the Stickley anytime soon. Xbox eliminated by Frankie. And it's going to be Stickley, 50% of health, with the vehicle still right in front of him as a barricade. But it's not only them. There's also another team, MVK behind, who's trying to steal away those elimination points.
That's the only best way for Vikings to actually push the numbers up. But Stickley, we've seen him clutch 1v4 before. 1v3 is doable. But with not much barricade, almost exploded vehicle. He's too close to that vehicle as well. And that Molly will try to fish him out. He goes straight to the smoke, but the moment the smoke dissipates, that's going to be tough. Tron going to push in. Zeros will up behind. Frankie as well. This is going to be it. Stickley, can he actually do it by himself? He prepared himself with a DBS. He knows they're going to go through the smoke.
Oh,
Jump shot coming up there. He got 1.
Oh,
Long is free down.
got 2.
Down on 2. Stickley, he can clutch this by himself. But coming up from behind him, Frankie. Finish it off. Here comes Alter Ego trying to cleaning up the mess of Team Secret.
The former D-Xavier player, Frankie, has to be the one to come up with the clutch here against Stickley. And now it's going to be Alter Ego. Can this at least be a redemption round for them? MVKE still on the outside of the circle, right in front of them. Alter Ego is going to hold on their line, especially MAQNA here against Woonti. The rest of MVKE coming in. Woonti is going to be all alone. And MAQNA gunned down by MVKE. They will take him out immediately.
Alter Ego scored 8 eliminations right now. If they want to finish their run for this season, for this league stage, they want to finish it strong. So if they can secure a couple of more, it will be double digit right now. But for Vikings, they needed more than Alter Ego do. Team Secret, on the other hand, they managed to recuperate themselves after leaking that wound. But Frankie will knock down once more by Break from afar. Now here comes the push, and Break will join in and regroup with the rest of MVKE. But this is just an open space. There's nothing to cover himself with.
Oh, and chucks in knockdown. Team Secret, they have Zeros right now, and Zeros will fight. Zeros will win, and Zeros will score. And Zeros will survive on for Team Secret.
It's not done and dusted yet. Vikings, they're left with 2 players. It's 2v1v1. Team Secret pretty low themselves, but they need those points. They cannot let the blue zone to finish off the players. They need to finish the plays for the points. But Alva is not allowing them to do so. Alter Ego keeping the pressure on towards the Vikings.
And the Team Secret, only 1 player left right now. The Vikings, 3 players, 7 elimination points. If they take out the remaining 2 players, I'm not sure if it's enough though, but might as well go for it. They have the best chance of scoring the chicken dinner anyway.
They just need a couple more points to get into double digit, then we tally up the scores. That's for later, but for Superman and VKE Vikings, they only have 2 more points to go. They cannot afford to not even score these 2 points here. But they're not making it easy coming from Team Secret. Gilly suit on Superman, but it's just next to Xerus. Here comes a nade from Alva, tossing to the side of Xerus, but the Blues start to hit and burn him off alive. 30 ammunition, 30 bullets left. Xerus, this is gonna be tough on him.
Okay, I just did the math here. MVKE, they actually have a very good chance of sliding into the Super Weekend. Okay, let's see here. MVKE, they should be able to score the chicken dinner unless Alpha can deny it away from them. Alpha, 16 bullets left in his M4. Nothing else in his magazine. To make that 10 bullets right now, and then he'll be needed to shot to a shotgun. But 10 eliminations now for Alter Ego, though it will not be enough for them to bring themselves into the Super Weekend. But let's see if it can be a redemption round at least for Alter Ego. But Superman, here comes.
Oh, well, but he has to force this to CQC for the sake of his gun. There's no more bullets in there. But with this shotgun, what can he do? There's 2 different angles. He cannot swing it with this distance. It will not work at the mid-range, but Break still have some saves. Superman already prepared his DBFs. This is too close right now. 2 different angles. Alva, he has to pick and choose whether he wants to go CQC with Break or not. But Break, you have plenty of his rifles. And Alva down to 20% of HP.
Aha!
MVKE didn't make it through. Will be enough. They are celebrating right now, but where will they stand?
They should be enough. They should be enough, and they know it as well. They know it. They have done it. They have done it. We just wait for the official scores, but the unofficial result, I would say MVKE has done the miracle run.
Oh, I'm really excited for the overall rankings right now. That was a super close run. If Vikings did actually manage to squeeze in, what a comeback in the very last minute. They were in the 23rd spot, right above Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, they show up a tad bit too late in this round. They tried, at least they show what they are made of, what they're capable of, and what can they offer. I just hope nobody will overtake them when it comes to the Super Weekend points, so they can actually perform in the Grand Final.
Well, I also want to put it out the fact that Sem9, they only scored like 4 points in this round. They are in danger. Now that MVKE has scored this chicken dinner with a good amount of elimination points together with it, make that exactly 9 points. So that's 19 points for MVKE. They should have done enough. But that means at the expense of Sem9, something that Sem9 will be waiting for, the official results. They must be wondering, did they do enough with the 4 points? The 2 elimination points and the 2 prison points that Sem9 got. If Sem9 doesn't make it into the Super Weekend, well, overall they're still okay. But then again, they miss out the opportunity to gain more points, more starting points in the Grand Finals. That could be devastating for them later on. But right now, it is MVKE with the chicken dinner. They could have done enough. They could have done just enough. Maybe at number 16, maybe at number 15, at the expense of other teams. At the end of the day, it's a competition. Somebody has to bow out and somebody will celebrate. And it's likely to be MVKE celebrating this time with this chicken dinner, with this amount of elimination points that they have brought to the table. And this could be one of those miracle run stories here for MVKE as we check out the highlights.
I'm super stoked for the points right now. What an upset for the other teams. If last minute Vikings made it through, but what a comeback story it can be if that actually happened. While we'll wait for the official scores to be tallied up later on, Vikings, Alter Ego, VOIN, Donkey, Team Secret made it through. It was the finale of between two regions, Vietnam and Indonesia, when it comes to our last map for the league stage.
Yeah, and the Vikings, they could use an entry into the Super Weekend since they only scored like 3 points, so it's a little bit scary. But if it's official that they are in the Super Weekend, then of course they'll be breathing a big sigh of relief here. Now the other top 4 teams, Alter Ego, well, definitely won't be able to make it into the Super Weekend. Team Secret, as part of the top 4 teams, should have done enough. VOIN, Donkey, well, doesn't really matter for them, they're fine. But Break this time is the MVP with 4 eliminations, 507 damage. And because of his contributions, this could be the run that MVK is looking for.
Oh, Break is breaking apart GLU and Team Secret just now. That was amazing play. When it comes to damage output, 507, pretty much tally up with 4 elimination. But this is this round score for now. 19 points they managed to get in the last minute. Alter Ego, finally we get to see a glimpse of their aggressiveness that we've all longing for such a long time. We want to get to see a bit of Rosemary action for such a long time.
Well, but 16 points surely not enough for Alter Ego, so it was just a good run for them in the group stages. We might still see them in the grand finals though, so fret not, fans of Alter Ego. On the other end, Roy, 0 points. TODAK is fine, 0 points, that's okay. BTR, they can do 1 point, they're fine. HOMEBOIS, 2 points. Yeah, clearly not enough, but okay.
It is.
The big
It
overall.
is.
Okay, page 1 is okay. Next.
But there's 2 teams without any chickens in this first stage though. Boom and TODAK. It shows that their elimination points quite high up there. And when it comes to rank points, TODAK, despite they not having chickens, but they have been constantly getting themselves in the top 4 in a lot of times, especially in day number 1. But congratulations to the 16 teams. Roy made it through. Vikings, what a Cinderella story from the 23rd place club. 23rd.
There you go. That's the chicken dinner with 9 eliminations that brought MVK to the top 16. But you know what? That means, okay, we already know this. SK didn't make it, so yeah. But Sam9 did not make it too.
Oh no, but for the side of Claude, they made it through, hoping that all the teams been like next to them, the competition being wiped out early, and that was the case. Roy just barely biting at the end of the 16 slot down there. With Vikings, the best comeback story here. Who would have thought that just such a big contribution of Chicken Dinner with 53 points, Sam9. All they need was 1 more point, or at least 2 more points. Same goes for SK. Even XSOPHERE, this is too close.
Yeah, the benchmark to pass is lower this time thanks to like BTR and all those teams. But SK 2 points. Oh man, sorry SK. I guess we're gonna save tomorrow's breakfast for other teams.
No breakfast for them.
Yeah.
No, we have to pack up tonight. So
Yeah.
No more, 1 more day. But nonetheless, we pretty much get to see some teams that completely complete their journey throughout the entirety of PMSL this season, including ETN, NWE, even SK. But we have to celebrate. Hey, we have to give it to this guy, Federalis. That was amazing run this week, number 2.
The Filipino Terminator as the daily MVP. Well, he played all the games for BTR when everyone else swapped places. So I feel a complot here that they want to maintain like, okay, Federalis, you stay there, so you get the daily MVP, and then who knows, the FMVP later. Okay, you stay there.
But I'm looking forward Federalis, Crazy, Snape, and Ryan's lineup. I think they're probably going to save that for later, either for Super Weekend, because I want to see how big Snip can be, because let's put all the MVP up there, right? That might change something. So congratulations to eArena, BTR, D Xaviers, TALON, VOIN, Donkey Boom, CelcomDigi Alliance, TODAK, MAC, Team Secret, GLU, FaZe Clan, Vampires, MVKE, Claw, and Roy that make it through and qualify for this week's Super Weekend.
Wow, what a run for MVKE. What a run. And we also have to welcome some of the first timers here into the Super Weekend. Welcome Team Secret into Super Weekend. Welcome GLU squad. First time in at the Super Weekend for them. Then it's going to be depending on how they're going to fight starting tomorrow and also the day after. But we are going to head on to the interview. Let's go.
Hello, PUBG Mobile people, and welcome to the last interview session for ending the group stage, because tomorrow we will have the new chapter, the last Super Weekend, the last smash roll before we are going for the grand final. And join with me today, GK from Team Secret, and also Miss Viola as the translator. We are going to have a little bit of chit chat before we end the day number 3. So, big congrats on qualifying to Super Weekend. Last week, you narrowly missed out on the Super Weekend by placing 17 on the position. And this week, you barely clutched a spot. Are you feeling a lot of pressure?
Chào Tricky, trước hết là chúc mừng các bạn đã vào được vòng Super Weekend vào tuần này. Tuần trước thì mình cũng đã gần trong gang tấc, thì mình xếp hạng 17 là không có vào được, và tuần này thì mình đã vào được. Vậy thì không biết là mình có đang cảm thấy áp lực hay không?
Dạ không, em cảm thấy bình thường.
No, I don't feel that we are under much pressure. Actually, I don't feel much of emotional extremes now.
That's good, because tomorrow is the first Super Weekend and they need to play really well to go for the grand final. Secondly, despite the bumps along the way, Team Secret always seems to find a way into the grand final of PMSL. What's the mentality behind this consistency?
Thì thông thường là các bạn cũng hay gặp khó khăn, nhưng mà cuối cùng thì mình vẫn vào được các cái vòng Grand Final trong các mùa giải PMSL. Thì đằng sau cái sự ổn định này, không biết là tâm lý của các bạn như thế nào?
Sau mỗi ngày bắn gãy về thì tụi em sẽ có những cuộc họp lại với nhau để bàn lại chiến thuật và bắn sao cho nó hợp lý hơn, nên là sẽ dễ có được kết quả tốt.
So after each time we don't perform well, we usually have a group discussion to rediscuss our strategies to perform better. And that's how the result improves.
Love it. Chemistry building, another strategy, because again, it's a very important day tomorrow. We know that SOAS and Break were a big part of Team Secret. With them no longer on the roster this season, how does the team environment now compare to before?
Thì SOAS và Break đã từng là những thành viên quan trọng của đội, nhưng mà bây giờ thì không có còn trong cái đội hình thi đấu nữa. Thì không biết là bây giờ cái không khí trong đội như thế nào, khác như thế nào so với trước?
Em nghĩ chẳng khác được bao đâu ạ. Thì mình thay đổi người bắn thì team nào cũng vậy rồi. Lúc nào cũng sẽ có sự thay đổi nếu mà team đó có đi xuống.
I think the atmosphere doesn't change much because this is quite a typical situation in any team. There will be changes in the roster, especially if the performance is not so well.
I see. As long as you guys can play good with the new roster, with the new environment, it's good for Team Secret. If I'm not mistaken, this is Team Secret's first time competing under the Smash Rule. What are your thoughts on Smash Rule?
Nếu như không nhầm thì đây là lần đầu tiên mà Team Secret thi đấu với thể thức Smash Rule, đúng không? Không biết là em suy nghĩ như thế nào về thể thức này?
Em thấy thể thức này khá là thú vị vì ai có thể đạt điểm mốc được là bắn có thể vô địch được. Nên là top 8 cũng có thể vô địch.
I think the Smash Rule is quite interesting because whoever can get past the qualifying scores and get winner chicken dinners can be crowned as the champion, the winner of that week.
Agree with that, because again, the starting point is different. which between one and the other team. So Smash Roll is kind of the answer. Lastly, maybe for GK, do you want to say for Team Secret fans out there to support you to play tomorrow for the Super Weekend? Because again, this is the first time for the season Team Secret will play at the Super Weekend.
Chị Kia ơi, thì về ngày mai á là lần đầu tiên mình sẽ thi đấu tại Super Weekend trong mùa giải lần này, thì không biết là mình có lời gì muốn gửi đến những fan hâm mộ đã và đang cổ vũ cho Team Secret hay không?
Em cảm ơn mọi người đã xem và ủng hộ các đội tuyển Việt Nam. Mong mọi người ngày mai và ngày mốt vẫn phải ủng hộ như vậy và chung kết nữa.
Thank you so much for watching and cheering for us, and I hope that you will continue doing so tomorrow and the next day.
Love it. And that's from GK and also Miss Viola in here. Thank you so much for both of you. And that's the end for the group stage. Tomorrow, new chapter, new fighting from the 16 teams that will compete. And again, don't forget to watch because the last chance for the grand final. So that way, to end the day, we are going back to the casters. Casters, take it away.
That's a good point. So as on break, actually in the Vikings, especially break, who managed to make a comeback story. I want to see about his interview. I hope we get his interview tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be more words for the teams to share, especially the first timers in the Super Weekend tomorrow. It will be super exciting. Like what El Donkey say, it will be a new chapter, new beginning for everyone because the points will all be resetted again. And we'll see on Saturday what kind of benchmark will the number one team set and how far will be the rest to try to catch up and smash it on Sunday.
And you guys do drop your thoughts, especially for tomorrow's Super Weekend. Which team do you think will not qualify to the grand finals? Because right now it feels like a tight spot with some teams that never get into the first Super Weekend squeezing in and might snatch away those points in the very last minute, just like Vikings did. Can they do it again with only one Super Weekend to fight for?
Yes, and it will be tight for sure. And because we have new teams coming in, there will surely be teams being booted out from the grand finals, and it's tight because we only have 2 Super Weekends. Tomorrow will be the final one before we go on to the grand finals. That is going to be next week. So again, final reminder for all of you, on Sunday, don't forget to check out the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports to claim your free ticket to watch PMSL live. And also don't forget to check out the teams booth together with our official sponsor for this season, Techno. We'll be having a booth there as well.
Yep, make sure it's Sunday, yeah? Tomorrow is still not available, but make sure you guys manage to grab the tickets because there'll be plenty of people trying to fight for it. Not just that you get to visit and even collect all the jerseys, jacket of each of the teams, which they have all uniquely. I promise you, it's gonna be worth buying and be there for the collectible of the jerseys and jacket. But we're at the end of our show for today. I am Choo and this is always the single and amazing, funny, goofy guy, Sir Cloud.
No Japanese girlfriend.